Good morning. I am Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, Chair of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Today is February 13th, 2025. We are meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, and the time is now 11:01 a.m. I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing, and I anticipate we will be joined by other colleagues of the committee at some point today. Today's hearing will continue a series of oversight meetings, roundtables, and engagements that will shed light on the most challenging issues and identify the district's strategies, effectiveness, and progress toward improving outcomes for our youth and families. The Committee on Youth Affairs is responsible for general matters related to the care and well-being of juveniles in the district, with an emphasis on youth within the child welfare system, as well as the rehabilitation of youth within the district's criminal justice system. The state of youth affairs in the district is both timely and urgent. Youth in the district make up nearly 20% of the total population, and the Office of Planning's estimates show that the number of youth will continue to increase over the coming years. We also know the majority of these youth reside east of the river. Furthermore, the majority of the district's youth are African American, largely residing in wards 5, 7, and 8. With today's hearing including the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs, Child and Family Services Agency, and the Ombudsman for Children, I am laser focused on improving outcomes for all young people in the district. We know from OSCE's recent surveys of high school and middle school students that our young people are doing well in a number of areas. The majority are not participating in high-risk behaviors like drinking alcohol or using marijuana. I reiterate that the vast majority of the district's youth are doing everything that we're asking of them. However, we also see from this data that less than 25% of students are eating breakfast 7 days a week, and even fewer are physically active each day. Research clearly points to the consequences of food insecurity and the lack of recreation on young people, and my committee will be focused on how these factors contribute to juveniles ending up in the criminal justice system. Also of keen interest for this committee is the district's unacceptable rates of chronic absenteeism and truancy. 43% of students were chronically absent in school year 22-23, and 37% of students were truant in school year 22-23. Rates at DC high schools were even higher, with rates as high as 89% at some high schools. I will be asking questions today about district agencies' roles in driving down rates of absenteeism and truancy. I have also flagged for Chairman Mendelson that this committee looks forward to working directly with the Committee of the Whole to tackle this issue in earnest this year. Why? Because we know that if a young person is not in school, they're missing instructional time, they're missing access to nutritional meals, they don't have structured time for play, and they have more opportunities to engage in mischief. Lastly, a recent CJCC report confirms that youth with higher rates of absenteeism and truancy and those experiencing higher rates of trauma are more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. That is why this committee will also pay close attention to crossover youth, young people who have interacted both with the Child and Family Services Agency and the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. To be clear, this committee makes a distinction between crossover youth, those engaging in both agencies simultaneously, and crossed over youth, those who are engaged with DRS and at some time prior has had experience with CFSA. Today, the committee will hear testimony regarding the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs, the Office of the Ombudsman for Children, and Child and Family Services Agency as part of the Council's annual performance oversight hearings. The hearing will be broken into two parts. Before focusing on child welfare related issues, we will begin by addressing performance oversight on matters pertaining to African American affairs, which also fall under the purview of this committee. In just a bit, we will hear from the MOCA Director, Jackie Reyes-Llanes, and Stephen Walker, who will speak to MOA's performance. Thank you both for joining us today. The mission of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs is to build relationships with government agencies, community-based organizations, and local businesses to ensure African Americans have access to resources to stay and thrive in the district. In today's hearing, my focus will be on how this office's functions contribute to the larger district government and its landscape, and to pinpoint general redundancies that can be made more efficient. We will move on to all OFC and CFSA. Juvenile delinquency continues to be a pressing issue and one that is interrelated to the child welfare matters we will explore today and throughout the year via this committee. Data shows that factors like abuse, neglect, and removal from home all increase the probability of district youth interacting with the juvenile justice system. To this end, we have to provide the support and resources necessary to keep our youth from ever reaching the point of delinquency, starting with ensuring they have a safe and healthy environment at home and taking appropriate measures to step in and help when necessary. OFC and CFSA play a critical role on this front. The Office of the Ombudsman for Children is legislatively established as an independent, impartial office responsible to the council. The OFC is tasked with improving outcomes for children previously involved with, or otherwise known to the Child and Family Services Agency, by holding agencies accountable for fulfilling their responsibilities under the law. I'd like to thank Ombudsman Patrina Jones-Jez for appearing before the committee today, and we'll hear from her shortly. My hope is that as a committee, we can walk away from today's hearing with a clear understanding of how her office contributes to the well-being of youth and families involved with the district's child welfare system, and how we might scale the impact of the Ombudsman moving forward. Finally, we will hear today from Interim Director Torres Trice of the Child and Family Services Agency, along with members of her staff. The Child and Family Services Agency works to improve the safety, permanence, and well-being of abused and neglected children in the District of Columbia, as well as to strengthen its families. My objective is to understand how the agency's transition to focus more on wellness and keeping families together has impacted the safety and well-being of district youth. We'll hear more about administrative and staffing challenges at the agency, including the need for more social workers. We'll also explore the agency's processes and protocols related to the abuse and neglect reporting, including educational neglect, which saw an increase in reports over the last fiscal year. And we will learn more about the agency's placement strategies and how these impact youth. Before we move on and begin with the witness portion of today's hearing, I just want to again acknowledge that our district youth are of keen interest to this committee and should be of top priority for all of us, making up roughly 20% of district residents. And so with that, I am now going to move to our first set of government witnesses. We do not have any public witnesses for the offices, the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs. And so I would ask that if Director Jackie Reyes-Llanes, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, and Stephen Walker, Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor, may join us. And as customary here with this committee, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand before taking a seat. And if you could repeat after me, I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may have your seat. And when you're ready, you may give your testimony.
All right, I'm going to try to make it through without coughing. If I do, please apologize, everybody. Good morning, Chairman Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, staff, members of the Council, and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Stephen Walker. I am excited and pleased to serve as Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Muriel Bowser. On her behalf, I'm excited to present performance oversight testimony on behalf of the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs, which we'll refer to as MOA for the rest of today's session. I want to begin by acknowledging the team of the Office of African American Affairs for their hard work, including Cedric Muhammad, who's here to my left, and Caleb Kamara, who we celebrate as he serves his country on deployment, for their continued engagement of residents, businesses, leaders in all 8 wards of Washington, D.C. Today, I'll highlight some of the accomplishments of the Office of African American Affairs in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date. Like other offices in the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, the Office of African American Affairs is charged with community outreach in all 8 wards to connect residents to services and programs offered by the District of Columbia government agencies, to engage and partner with community, civic groups, nonprofit organizations, faith institutions, affinity groups, and others to both share information, hear concerns, and get feedback, and coordinating activities and events to celebrate Black culture in the District of Columbia. In FY24, the Office of African American Affairs saw an expansion in both partnerships and attendance at programs and services. In December 2023, for example, we partnered with our sister agency, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, to host District DC DMV Black Restaurant Week to highlight the diversity of cuisine and entrepreneurial spirit in Washington, D.C. In February 2024, we kicked off Black History Month with an event titled Welcome Black, African Americans in the Arts, which an event that saw over 500 residents celebrate Black excellence in the music and arts. Later that same month, we partnered with the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment for Black in Action, which honored 5 current boxers and legendary announcer Henry Discombobulating Jones. I want to talk about community partners as well, as I mentioned, of the 3 pillars of community affairs. As mentioned earlier, community partnerships help the Office of African American Affairs expand our relationships and engagement. Last fiscal year, the office allocated $200,000 to 20 community-based organizations that serve African Americans across the District of Columbia. The grants focused this past fiscal year on the mayor's priorities, which were public safety, public education, and DC's comeback. I want to talk about a couple of examples of grants from our community partnerships last year and the great work they did. Educational empowerment, for example, like the work done with College Bound, which helped 75 young people through academic mentoring. We worked on a fair shot for residents in all 8 wards with the grantee Building Bridges, which helped 442 applicants get job skills training. And when you think about public safety, the violence interruption is a critical part of public safety. And the East of the River Clergy Police Community Partnership, a relationship with the Office of African American Affairs, where 165 residents were connected with mentors. The Office of African American Affairs will continue to work with district partners to create impactful programs that connect residents to a fair shot and a recovery focused on health, equity, opportunity, and prosperity. The Office of African American Affairs also established events celebrating African American achievement and Black culture, including but not limited to Martin Luther King Day and the wreath laying at the memorial, Black History Month, DC Emancipation Day, DC Black Restaurant Week, Juneteenth, and Black Music Month. As we enter the second week of Black History Month this week, the Office of African American Affairs is focused on celebrating both historic and current Black achievement in Washington, D.C. by celebrating African Americans in business, community, education, entertainment, and politics. From the past, where we will be celebrating historic figures, and the current, where we'll be celebrating Black excellence in Washington, D.C. So far, the posts have included both, former mayors, a world-renowned singer, Marvin Gaye, legendary Black businesses like Today's Pizza in Ward 5. And today we're honoring the person whom this building is named after, John A. Wilson, a War II legend and historic Black figure in Washington, D.C. I invite everyone to take a look at the post at the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs website, as well as its Instagram and Facebook feeds, where we will compile all 28 posts for this month and celebrate later towards the end of the month. I want to take a minute as well, Councilmember Parker, by thanking all of the team as part of the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. who work every single day to engage residents, to establish partnerships, and to celebrate the diversity of Washington, D.C. So that's the team, as I mentioned, at the Office of African American Affairs, the Office of Religious Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, led by Director Lamont Carey, the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs, led by Colonel Charlotte Woodard, the Mayor's Office Caribbean Community Affairs, led by Natalie Snyder, the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs, led by Eduardo Perdomo, the Mayor's Office on Asian and Pacific Island Affairs, led by Beth de Guzman, the Mayor's Office on Women Policy and Initiatives, led by Natasha DePee, the Mayor's Office on LGBTQ Affairs, led by Director Japra Bowles, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, led by Ali Kaba, the Mayor's Office on Volunteerism and Partnerships, led by Dominic Scott. A big thank you to the Mayor's Office on Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. So thank you, team, led by Carrie Cook, all under the fantastic leadership of Jackie Reyes-Llanes, the Director of the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. So with that, Councilmember, that concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you and the committee might have.
Thank you. Director, do you have a testimony?
No, I would just like to thank all for all of the work that we partnered with all of the DC agencies to make sure that the African Americans have the service, connecting the service every day, 36 days a day in the
Awesome.
district.
Thank you. Well, we can jump in. Can you provide an update on the status of filling the executive director vacancy?
Yeah, so the search is underway. That's near the end, and the mayor always says she keeps going until she finds the right person, and I hope that she'll be making a selection very soon.
Okay. And when you say the search is underway, can you elaborate on that? Do you have a candidate identified, or are you interviewing?
We're deep in the selection process, and the mayor should be making an announcement pretty soon.
Okay. How has the agency carried out its operations given the vacancy?
Great question, and thank you, Councilmember. So the office is collated at Shannon Place along with the Mayor's Office and Volunteers and Partnership. So day-to-day engagement for leadership has been by the directors, former director and now current director Dominique Scott. But we've got a fantastic team like Cedric Muhammad, who's sitting right next to me here to my left, who work every single day with outreach, engagement, and partnerships. And so even without having a leader day-to-day, the offices still continue to do great work.
What do you think is the greatest value add of the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs?
Good question. Like all community affairs answers, as I said, agencies, as I said in my testimony, three big things that the MOCA offices do. They do partnerships with community to make sure that the nonprofit organizations, businesses, and other groups have direct connections to district government. We do outreach and engagement to the community in all 8 wards. To make sure that people know about what the services that are available by district government. And so Cedric is one of the people at the Office of African American Affairs that leads that work. And then the third thing we do is make sure that we recognize and celebrate the cultural activities of each respective office. So for the Office of African American Affairs, it's those events that I mentioned, Black History Month and the DC Emancipation Day, which is coming before we know it, just making sure that the DC residents have an opportunity to engage.
Pivoting slightly, did you use the entire fiscal year 24 budget?
Yes, I believe we did. And I
And
can get back to you if that's not the case.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my team to just look into that as well. What communication strategies does the Office of African American Affairs use to reach districts' African American communities?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So it includes social media. So the office has several different social media posts, Facebook, Instagram, I think LinkedIn, and I can correct myself if that's wrong, as well as a website where people can go eat information, and that's what I would call passive engagement. But most importantly is active engagement led by our outreach team, going out and meeting with those civic associations and groups, the Divine Nine, business groups, ANC commissioners, faith groups, to make sure people are aware of what the office is doing. And we often find people who have questions about government services. And one of the most important roles of any of the community affairs offices is to connect those individuals with the district government services that they need.
One of the questions that didn't get as clear of a response in the pre-hearing answers was around the office's policies around sexual harassment. Can you elaborate on who is, one, what is the protocol, but also who is the sexual harassment officer for the Office of African American Affairs?
So the Office of African American Affairs, as well as the other offices, are an office in the agency. The agency is the Executive Office of the Mayor. Just like every other district government office, we follow the mayor's order on sexual harassment. So there's an established sexual harassment officer at the agency level. So in EOM, there is a sexual harassment officer and an alternate who would handle any cases that come from EOM. All of the EOM offices, the MOCA offices, including Office of African American Affairs, and would conduct the investigation, work with the Office of General Counsel and the Human Resources team, and move it to the Office of Legal Counsel if necessary.
And who is that officer, sexual harassment officer?
They're all listed on DCHR's website. For the Executive Office of the Mayor, our sexual harassment officer is Lonisha Coates. Our alternate sexual harassment officer is Erica Jones.
Got it. Okay. I wanted to turn to grants. So the grantees reported for fiscal year 24 and 25 all received $10,000. You highlighted these grants as part of your opening statement and that they went to support public safety, public education, and the district's comeback. On the district's comeback, can you elaborate what that means and how some of these grants were used?
Definitely. So the district's comeback is the mayor's priority of making sure that we are doing what's necessary to have the district continue to recover from COVID-19. And we're really focused on downtown engagement as well. But we had grantees who did a number of activities and engagements to make sure that we're helping to either drive visitors downtown, or to highlight the awareness activities on those downtown engagements. I can get back to you on the specifics of which agency was focused on the downtown comeback.
Okay. And what were some of the recipients of grants focused on public education focused on?
Sure, there were several, and I'll just call out a couple that are favorites of ours. The Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, D.C., for example, worked with residents in Ward 8, young people in Ward 8, specifically around out-of-school time programming. You mentioned in your opening statements the importance of working with youth, and the majority of youth being in Ward 7 and 8. And so that's a very specific program that we funded to help with out-of-school time efforts with residents in Ward 8. The Alliance of Concerned Men is another example of an office that was an organization funded by the Office of African American Affairs to engage with youth in Ward 5, 7, and 8.
And then the same question for public safety. What were some examples of how those grants were used?
Sure. I mentioned in my testimony the East of the River Community Partnership was an example of working with mentorship programs for young people. The East of the River Clergy Community Partnership. So it works with the community and mentor young people. It's part of the Violence Interrupters program.
Got it. Okay. What factors are used to determine whether or not a grant recipient is in full compliance with your office's standards?
We have the grant management team that's led by Jackie Reyes's office in Community Affairs. And so each grantee has a required report that's due. In addition to that, the grants monitors will make visits to grantees to make sure that there's compliance. So there's a constant communication between the Office of Community Affairs, the Office of African American Affairs, with each grantee to make sure that the reports are done timely, that they're invoicing us correctly, and they can document the work that was done. And it's done quarterly.
Quarterly. Okay.
Thank you.
What types of programs or strategies does the Office of African American Affairs use to work with community partners, stakeholders, and grantees in order to identify current trends in the community or to address needs?
Yeah, great question. As I mentioned in my testimony, community partnerships is extremely important. And so working with nonprofit organizations, civic leaders, individual community members, advisory neighborhood commissioners. The office during the outreach portion will talk to people about what some of the big issues are of the district of the day. We use that feedback to help shape programs. We also use that feedback to think about what type of grantees and grant programs we're going to let in the next fiscal year. So it is both directions. We want to hear directly from the community, and it happens all the time. It's one of the hallmarks of what the mayor has done for the duration of her administration is hearing directly from the residents of the community about a host of things, including the budget and budget engagement forums that we do each February, and other big events that happens throughout the year.
In your hearing responses, you talk about feedback surveys and how they're used to solicit input from constituents. Can you describe what primary needs or issues or concerns were raised through these surveys?
I can get back to you on the specifics, but here's in general what we hear typically. And it's one of the adjustments we made with this office on our outreach program. The District of Columbia has a wealth of programs and services that are available to residents. And we have multiple agencies that do really, really good work. And what we always work on is how do we make sure that people who really need those services really get to hear it. Again, some of the nonprofit organizations that we funded this fiscal year and the previous fiscal year are instrumental in that, whether it's an out-of-school time program, that our funding is only a start to an opening of the entire out-of-school time grants and youth outcomes in the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. Some people might be interested in businesses. And the Office of African American Affairs, nor will any of the offices in community affairs help people with developing a small business, but we have an entire agency, the Department of Small and Local Business Development, led by Director Rosemary Sugg-Evans, that has programs to help incubate and start programs. So what we find is that the community affairs offices are a gateway to the rest of the community affairs, to parts of the district government, and we want to make sure we continue to make those connections.
Of interest to this committee is the well-being of the district's young people. Can you speak more about the work the office is doing to engage young people, namely those at-risk youth across the district? As I said in my opening, we know the majority of the district's youth live east of the river in Ward 7 and 8. The majority of the district's Black youth or African-American youth live in Wards 5, 7, and 8. And so what programming, engagement, support is the Office of African American Affairs providing in Wards 5, 7, and 8 in particular to support district youth?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. And so I would point to two things. In addition to the work of the office, there's two commissions that work really directly with the Office of African American Affairs. The Commission on African American Affairs, which is, I believe, a 15-member commission, and I can correct myself if that's not accurate, who work to provide feedback, information, and policy recommendations that the office and the mayor can take to engage African Americans, and youth are a big component of that. The second commission is the Commission on Fathers, Men, and Boys, which has at least two people who are young Washingtonians who are appointed to that commission, who help think through, again, what are some of the strategies and policies that we should be thinking about to engage young people throughout the District of Columbia. So those two commissions specifically. And then our team as well, engaging residents, engaging businesses, engaging people directly. Again, I mentioned that feedback loop that we get from residents, but we also have the same feedback loop from our grantees that help shape future programs.
And for the Commission on African American Affairs and the Commission on Fathers, Men, and Boys, are they meeting regularly?
Both commissions are, we look forward to sending to you new nominees for both those commissions. Several of the members have moved on to new roles, and we'll be having, as part of the end of Black History Month, a closeout meeting with both commissions.
Awesome. I think the office does important work, and I don't mean this as any disrespect, but this is a genuine question I have. What is the value of having so many disparate community affairs offices? Why do we need an Office of Latino Affairs and African Affairs and African American Affairs and Veteran Affairs versus compiling them all under one community affairs umbrella to both be more efficient, but to consolidate resources? What would be your response?
They are all compiled under one community affairs umbrella, led by Jackie Ray as the Director of Community Affairs. But each one of the office has a very specific core constituency that they work with, whether it's LGBTQ, whether it's Latino, veterans, Caribbean. And so each one of the offices I mentioned has the three basic pillars of what they are. So that is outreach and engagement with the community. It is community partnerships, mostly through grants, but sometimes it's through other engagements and relationships. And then third is celebration of the culture. And so we can best make sure we're engaging with the commissions that are associated with each one of those offices, with the residents, with businesses, with other stakeholders to celebrate culture on those very specific ways. And then some of the other community affairs offices also have some other engagement to help with that in cultural engagement. So whether it's through the Office of Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, Latino Affairs, or African Affairs, which also has a language access component to make sure that residents are able to communicate with the district government, that we have, whenever we put out documents or tweets, et cetera, they're translated into those languages. 3 different languages for the AAPI community, 2 different languages in the African community, and then Spanish for the Latino Spanish speakers. And then, of course, also including effective communication from the Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing for people in CART, for people who need additional reading, for ASL for people who sign, and also for tactile for people who are deaf and blind.
And so I would summarize that as saying you're arguing that having these disparate offices allows us to provide tailored, more specific support to these various communities.
That's correct. And of course, there's intersectionality. So while there could be the Office of African American Affairs that works with African Americans could be veterans, and they could be LGBTQ, they could be Latino. And so all those offices also intersect a lot on programs and services to make sure that there's continued collaboration across the communities.
Awesome. And Director, it seemed like you were going to jump in.
Yes, and thank you for that very important question, Councilmember, because one size doesn't fit all. So we bring that sense of the cultural sense, like, an LGBTQ person will bring that insight to the mayor. Like, so we keep the leadership abreast of like, what are we hearing? Because we may have connections, like, myself, I was brought up in Washington, D.C., and I bring that sense of urgency and that cultural sense of what each individual office brings to the table. So it doesn't, like, I cannot, the Deputy Chief of Staff is African American, Afro-Latino, so he brings that sense into that. What is the essence of having each background, ethnicity background?
If we were to take that argument at face value, wouldn't there be a need for more affairs offices? We can make an argument that there are so many other constituencies in the district that need a
we are
specific
composed,
outreach.
so if you see our commissions, we make sure that everybody is at the table, and we bring that through the commission, through the boards of commissions also. So we bring that aspect.
Awesome, thank you. What are some of the challenges the Office of African American Affairs faces in trying to fulfill its mission?
Thank you for that question. I wouldn't qualify them as challenges, but I would say there's always opportunities to engage residents more directly. You mentioned in your opening remarks the number of the district population who's young. And so what we always try to do is make sure we communicate with residents in the manner in which it's most effective. So for some, it is a letter in the mail. For others, it is a text message. It could be something placed on social media. And so our opportunity for engagement is robust. And so what we try to make sure we do with all of our teams is stay abreast of the technology. As Director Reyes said, it's not one size fits all. So for some of our residents, we might use one communication channel and a different channel for a different resident.
I know there is a vacancy for the executive director. How many other vacancies are there within the office?
That's the only vacancy.
That is the only current vacancy, but there is also vacancies on the relevant commissions for the office that you're in the process.
And we'll be sending a full slate of nominees down for the commission.
Awesome. This is more relevant to the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, but there was legislation passed, and that office is working on codifying the contributions of Black LGBTQ individuals in the district. To what extent is the Office of African American Affairs supporting, working with, contributing to that work?
Great question, and it's an example of the intersectionality that we mentioned. So yes, the Black, queer, History Commission, and I'm sorry if I got the name wrong.
It's changed a few
It's
times.
changed a couple of times, but working with the Office of LGBTQ Affairs to kind of facilitate the ongoing workings of the commission. But of course, by name, it's focused on African Americans, and so the Office of African American Affairs will be directly involved. I myself will be indirectly involved with the commission, and look forward to the great work that they're going to be doing over the next couple of months.
Related to that, can you give some examples of how the Office of African American Affairs has collaborated with other agencies or commissions within district government
Sure. Well, just specifically with the Office of Community Affairs.
or throughout government?
So I'll start with some of the community affairs offices I mentioned. For example, we're in the middle of Black History Month. We'll be at the end of it soon, and we'll go into Women's History Month. The Office of African American Affairs will work directly with MOPI, the Office of Women's Policy Initiatives, on women's history events and functions. Director Reyes mentioned I am one of the many Afro-Latino members of the administration and many Afro-Latinos in Washington, D.C. So the Office of African American Affairs will work with Office of Latino Affairs when we get to Latino History Month. I mentioned some of the collaborations with other District of Columbia agencies, the Department of License and Consumer Protection for Black Restaurant Week, but the office also works really closely with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, which works on financial literacy. And there were several financial literacy educational sessions that were held throughout the District of Columbia, specifically focused in Ward 7 and 8. DC Health, whenever it's working with health indicators, well, the office will work closely with them to make sure that African American residents are engaged. And of course, DC Health is now located in Ward 8, which makes it really great and accessible for many residents in Ward 8.
Awesome. Thank you for that. How can this committee support the work of the Office of African American Affairs?
Well, thank you for that question. I think we'll love to continue working with you in the committee and the council on big events that are happening. So we hope to have you engaged with the committee for big events that are coming throughout this month, Black History Month, but also DC Emancipation Day that I mentioned. And then just continue to open discussion and dialogue that we're starting today, but we'll continue for the rest of the year.
Awesome. Give me 1 second. How does the Office of African American Affairs ensure equitable geographic distribution of services in all 8 wards?
Good question. Mayor Bowser's started her tenure as mayor with a commitment to make sure we're working in all 8 wards. In every single thing that we do in every single part of the government, that is the mantra that we follow from the mayor's leadership. And specifically in the Office of African American Affairs, while the office is located in Ward 8 at our Shannon Place office, we know that African Americans live and thrive throughout the District of Columbia. And so whether it's the outreach programs that are led by Cedric Muhammad, the community partnership programs where we have grantees that are funded throughout the District of Columbia, not just in Ward 8. And whenever we have cultural celebrations, we're very deliberate about making sure we're reaching out and engaging leaders throughout all 8 wards. And I think an example of what we're doing with Black History Month this month, I would invite everybody to take a look at the Facebook and the Instagram post right now, where every single day we're celebrating a historical figure and what we call a current member of Black excellence in all 8 wards. So the morning post will be some historical figure. The afternoon post will be someone who is currently doing great things in all 8 wards. And so we've already celebrated wards 8, 7, 6, 5. I think we're on Ward 2 today. And then we'll start the loop again around all 8 wards. And so we'll invite everybody again to visit the Office of African American Affairs Instagram page and Facebook to learn more.
And then my team provided an update that more than $200,000 in funds were unused in fiscal year 24. And so how do we ensure that what's budgeted for the office is actually what is needed to execute your operations and programs?
I'll have to get back to you on that number. I don't, and I know I've got our Associate Director for Budget here, and I don't know if that is accurate. So I'll be happy to follow up with the committee on the exact number.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy to get back with the committee on that. We'll take a look and get back to the committee.
Okay. Then another question, you spoke about the $10,000 grants. Do you have offhand the number of grants in total you provided?
In fiscal year 24, it was 20 grantees. In fiscal year 25, it's 19.
And outside of those grants, are there monetary ways the office supports projects and/or community members across the district? Or is it that one grant program?
The grant program is one avenue that we use for community partnerships. The main thing the other thing that we do, as I mentioned with Cedric and the team, is the engagements and the linkages. The Office of African American Affairs is a gateway, but there's grants for people who might be interested across the district government. And as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, a lot of the times it's connection of residents and businesses with other opportunities. So whether it's at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, with the Department of Health, and other agencies, those connections are made as well.
And when do grants open in fiscal year 25?
Fiscal year 26, because we've already funded.
26, I'm sorry.
We've
yeah.
already funded 25. And so the process is we will do a notice of fund availability in April. It'll be followed by organizations being able to submit grants in May. We'll do a review process over the summer, notify grantees in August, and then the program will start for fiscal year 26 in October 1st.
So this is a tangent, but one of the frustrations that I have had with other parts of government is that they're so slow to get money out the door, that we put in the budget and then it's April or May of the next year, and they're just now getting around to even writing a solicitation for the funds. It seems like you all are more structured in getting money out the door. What work, if any, is there between your office and other district agencies around grant awards and/or how to do that process more efficiently?
None directly. I speak to my colleagues in the cabinet all the time, and I'll be happy to follow up with anybody who's got a challenge or questions.
I'll give you a short list.
Okay, I'd be happy to follow up. But I know that each one of the agencies works very, very hard to get resources in the hands of our nonprofit organizations and other agencies really as rapidly as we possibly can. The only way we're able to establish these partnerships, but most importantly, get the great work done, is to get resources in the hands of the agencies that need them.
Okay. I'm just going back to your timeline. So April, you will start putting together your solicitation. May, it seems like you would preview it. The summer, you would review it in time for the money to be made available in the new fiscal year.
That's correct.
How do you ensure you don't run up against a problem that you're promising money that is not actually available?
That's a good question. And so during the final review process, we will, for example, and this is the reason we use the time that we have. As you know, the mayor will submit a budget to council in April. The council will then review and approve the budget between May and June. So by the time we are at the review stage, we know what the actual budget allocation is for the office, so that we can start with the final discussion.
Makes a lot of sense to me. But I can tell you that is not common practice across district government. What ends up happening is we pass the budget in May or June. The fiscal year starts in October. Then sometime February, March, April, the district agency is just now getting around to thinking about, oh, let's put this solicitation together and push it out. And so nonprofits, community organizations go almost a year when we could have accelerated that process. I digress. So I will seek to learn from the best practices you all are implementing. I am not seeing any of my colleagues online or here, and that is the extent of the questions I had prepared for you. I would just emphasize that over this year, we're going to be hyper-focused on how do we support the district's youth. And I would love to collaborate with your team and in terms of targeting our most at-risk youth in wards 5, 7, and 8 in a number of ways. I think there are some low-hanging fruit opportunities that we can really make a difference.
Sounds good. Look forward to working with you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you.
Well, that concludes the testimony for the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs. We will now transition to the second part of today's hearing, which focuses on the Ombudsman for Children and the Child and Family Services Agency. I'm going to call the first panel of witnesses. We will call 4 witnesses at a time. All right, the first witness is Leah Castellas of the Children's Law Center, Tammy Wirasinga Coat of the Children's Law Center, and my apologies if I mispronounced your name, Tracy Velasquez of the Council for Court Excellence, and Ralph Belk of the National Center for Children and Families. Each person testifying will have 4 minutes to provide their testimony. And you may begin, Ms. Castellas.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. My name is Leah Castellas. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a Ward 5 resident. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff, together with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys, use the law to solve children's urgent problems today and improve the systems that will affect their lives tomorrow. Each year, Children's Law Center attorneys serve as guardians ad litem for several hundred children in foster care and protective supervision, over half of all the children in the care and custody of the Child and Family Services Agency. As a result, we see firsthand how children and families who are involved in the child welfare system struggle to have their needs met by CFSA and its sister agencies. For example, our clients and their families frequently experience excessive delays to accessing appropriate behavioral health services, face unmet educational needs, and struggle to find affordable, suitable housing. Failure to meet these needs, in turn, causes and prolongs family instability and undermines children's ability to thrive and reach their full potential. The Ombudsperson for Children is a critical tool to be able to fulfill the district's duty to DC's foster children and exercise effective oversight of DC's child welfare system, a system that encompasses many agencies beyond just CFSA. Given the Ombudsperson's very important and unique position as the second ever independent legislative body, there are numerous opportunities for the Ombudsperson to engage in ensuring the district's agencies are meeting their obligations to DC's foster youth. The Ombudsperson's core functions, effective oversight, systemic trend analysis, interagency coordination, and investigation in day-to-day problem solving, allow it to play a critical role in assisting the Council with holding DC agencies accountable for their role in protecting and uplifting DC's most vulnerable children and families. The Ombudsperson sits in a position that allows it to understand governmental agencies' roles in the lives of DC families and children, address interagency coordination, and build relationships with all agencies involved in the district's child welfare system. In the 2 short years, the Ombudsperson has made significant progress in its role with continued opportunities for advancement. My written testimony provides more detail on how the Ombudsperson is a critical resource for the district and how the Ombudsperson supports the DC Council and their oversight function. Today, I would like to highlight one of the unique roles of the Ombudsperson. The Ombudsperson is the only agency that has oversight of crossover youth, those involved in both juvenile legal system and child welfare system. However, as reported by the Ombudsperson and the Council for Court Excellence's Broken Web report, there are persistent challenges to data collection on crossover youth. Specifically, crossover youth engage in many systems, including CFSA, DYRS, Court Social Services, and OAG, and the district currently lacks a unified approach to collect information from all these agencies on crossover youth. The available data is primarily focused on only the subset of those youth who are simultaneously committed to DYRS and CFSA. We appreciate CFSA, DYRS, and Ombudsperson for their work on this specific subset of crossover youth. However, more work is needed to support all crossover youth in the district. Given this committee's role of oversight of both CFSA and DYRS, we are hopeful the committee will play a key role in supporting the Ombudsperson to better access the data needed to properly monitor, identify gaps, and provide recommendations for crossover youth in the district. We also encourage this committee to ensure a strong relationship with the Ombudsperson and look to it to support crossover youth initiatives in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Next, we will have Tammy Wirasinga
Cote.
Cote. Did I pronounce?
You got
that-
the Wirasinga.
Okay, Wirasinga Cote.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Parker. My name is Tammy Wirasinga Cote, and I'm the Policy Director for Children's Law Center. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and the parent of 3 children here in the district. Thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding CFSA's performance. Over the past year, CFSA continued its efforts to build a child and family well-being system that seamlessly connects children and families with resources in their communities with the goal of them never having to come to CFSA's attention in the first place. To this end, the agency significantly invested in prevention strategies intended to meet families in need with resources rather than separating children from their families. CFSA also put substantial effort this past year into working with current and former foster youth, as well as community partners, to develop a legislative proposal for a new legal permanency option for older foster youth. We applaud the agency's intentional and inclusive approach to this work, and we hope to see this legislative proposal move forward quickly with the full support of this committee and the broader council. In other areas, however, our clients' experiences with CFSA have been mixed. My written testimony includes further information regarding placement and CFSA's failure to properly conserve foster youth's Social Security funds as required by district law. I'll use the rest of my time today to focus on our clients' continuing struggle to access stable housing through the FUP voucher program. The Family Unification Program, FUP voucher program, offers a potential solution to a frequent challenge older youth experience, securing stable housing upon exiting care. FUP vouchers provide older youth exiting foster care with up to 5 years of rental assistance, along with additional supportive services. Unfortunately, our clients and most youth aging out of CFSA's care have struggled to obtain housing through this program. The reasons why our clients are not able to consistently access FUP vouchers are unclear, though it appears obstacles exist at various points along the pipeline from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development to DC's Housing Authority to CFSA itself. The recent passage of the Pocket Act has helped to eliminate some of these obstacles. Before Pocket, we found that many of our clients were not informed or aware that they could be eligible for FUP vouchers. Further, CFSA had an opaque internal process for determining which youth would be allowed to apply for FUP, separate and apart from the federal criteria. We are pleased to report that these aspects of the process, at least, have improved. Older youth in care appear to be informed of their potential eligibility for FUP vouchers, and the agency is no longer gatekeeping access to the program. As a result, in our experience, older youth in care are more consistently able to apply for the FUP vouchers. For example, a recent review of our cases showed that for our older youth clients, everyone who wanted to apply for a FUP voucher was able to do so. Unfortunately, our review also showed that although they were able to apply for FUP, most of these clients did not receive vouchers or obtain housing through the FUP voucher program before aging out of foster care. Our clients' experience is consistent with the agency's most recent report on housing for youth aging out of care, which found that out of the 33 youth who aged out of care in fiscal year 2024, only 4 successfully applied for FUP, and of these, none received a voucher or housing before aging out. Despite our attorney's best efforts, we still don't have clarity on why foster youth exiting care, the population FUP vouchers are explicitly designed to help, are consistently unable to obtain housing through this program before exiting care. We believe there may be some confusion between CFSA and DCHA regarding which agency should be taking the lead on supporting foster youth through the process of securing housing through the FUP voucher program. More information is needed to fully understand this problem, identify root causes, and design effective solutions. To this end, we ask this committee to convene a hearing on this issue jointly with the Committee on Housing, inviting both CFSA and DCHA to testify and answer questions. Together, we hope the committees will bring clarity to this issue and take steps to increase foster youth's access to housing through the FUP program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Next, we will have Tracy Velasquez.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and appreciate the opportunity to present this testimony regarding the performance of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, OFC. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am the Policy Director at the Council for Court Excellence, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. My testimony today focuses on crossover youth. The definition of crossover youth in the statute authorizing OFC, DC Law 23270, says that a crossover youth is a CFSA child who is currently or has previously been the subject of a petition alleging delinquency by the Office of the Attorney General or by another jurisdiction. This legislation also defines a CFSA child as, quote, an individual who is 21 years of age or younger and previously involved with, or otherwise known to CFSA. OFC is mandated to include in their annual report a crossover youth section, which includes, among other things, the number, demographics, and other relevant characteristics of crossover youth population, and data, metrics, and trend analyses related to outcomes for these crossover youth. About 9 months ago, CCE released a report on crossover youth entitled A Broken Web, Improved Interagency Collaboration is Needed for DC's Crossover Youth. As part of this report, we did a number of analyses to try and understand the population here in the district. Our analysis of case files of DYRS-involved crossover youth for our report showed that 68% of these youth had 4 or more adverse childhood experiences, which is a benchmark for significant negative impacts from these experiences. And then on the other side, reviewing CFSA random case files, CCE found that crossover CFSA youth were more likely to have a mental health diagnosis, a learning disability, or truancy problems as compared with CFSA youth who are not crossover youth. These findings clearly support a higher level of need and therefore more specialized services for these young people. One of the top recommendations of our report was for CFSA and DYRS to provide requested data on the full population of crossover youth so that the OFC can comply with its mandate to collect, analyze, and report on these young people. These reporting requirements are needed for an accurate understanding of the size, characteristics, and needs of these young people, the factors that affect their life trajectories, and the services, programs, resources, and agency collaboration needed to improve their lives. In 2023, OFC's annual report contained none of the statutorily required information for crossover youth as defined in 23-270. Rather, the reported data was limited to the 8 young people who were simultaneously committed to CFSA and DYRS during fiscal year 23, which the agencies referred to as dual-jacketed youth. However, DC Superior Court data that we reviewed for our report made clear that this was an undercount. Our analysis showed that there were 93 crossover youth on the last day of fiscal year 2022. And even just looking at dual-jacketed youth, CCE's count using court data was much higher, 35 in 2021 and 27 in 2022. As CCE had no access to data from Maryland, where almost half of DC's foster youth live, this is certainly an undercount. In 2024, the report that was just recently released, OFC again only included data on dual-jacketed youth, and this was even fewer youth this time, only 6. We were glad to read that in the agency's responses to the questions you all posed, that strategies have been identified to obtain data for analysis on crossover youth. We hope that OFC strives to gather data on the full statutory definition of crossover youth. It may be that legislation is necessary to ensure OFC can access the data securely, which is needed for this understanding of this population. In addition to OFC's mandate to count these youth, they are also supposed to be collecting outcome data. The statute does not identify what data and metrics should be used, but what was provided in the OFC annual report on just these 6 youth was sparse and often discouraging. For example, instead of reporting on whether a youth was chronically absent from school, the metric used was whether the youth was enrolled at some point during the fiscal year. None of the youth were employed or in a workforce development program, despite all being 16 years of age or older. A third of the youth were rearrested during the fiscal year and had, on average, 4 CFSA placements and 2.3 DYRS placements during that fiscal year. Multiple placements have been shown to have serious negative outcomes for youth. It is unclear how or whether this information is being used to inform the services these youth need to successfully transition to adulthood. Increased specificity on what data should be collected and how it should be presented would both create baselines for agency performance and allow for better oversight from this committee. Finally, we know that the CJCC, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, has been exploring the possibility of contracting with a well-respected technical service provider to evaluate and make recommendations around serving crossover youth in the district. If this does come to fruition, we hope that OFC will be centrally involved. Given its statutory mandate and its independence from any one youth-serving agency, if appropriately resourced, it could be well situated for any strategic initiative around improving processes, services, and outcomes for crossover youth. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And last for this panel, we will have Ralph Belk. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Parker and committee members. My name is Ralph Belk, and I am the Executive Director at the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. NCCF is a nationally accredited child and family servicing organization incorporated in 1915. We currently operate 22 programs in the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia, including serving as a provider of family-based foster care for DC in partnership with CFSA for over 26 years. In 2017, NCCF began the temporary safe haven partnership with CFSA as a primary private provider of services to DC's children and youth placed in care in Maryland. Over the last 8 years, we've committed or continued to evolve our approach and enhance our services to ensure that youth are safe and thriving and are moving towards permanency with families that are prepared to care for them. NCCF is excited to have played a critical role in partnering with CFSA as the agency successfully exited court oversight in 2022. As we move into another year of partnership with DC and CFSA, I come before this committee to update you on some of the many successes NCCF has delivered for 390 children we served in FY24, as well as some of the challenges we experienced as an agency. Just a few highlights I'll share. The others are in my written testimony. Over this past year and a half, NCCF exceeded 9 out of the 10 formerly LaShawn benchmarks, missing the last one by only 2%. We are pleased to report that we have decreased the number of CPS reports involving NCCF clients, which has been a focus of this committee in years past, so that has decreased. Pleased to report that our KinNet and birth family engagement specialists have been incredibly successful in prioritizing family connections for permanency, as evidenced by 15 youth being adopted with another sibling. 5 youth were adopted in a home where another sibling already resides. 2 guardianships were finalized with another sibling. All guardianships were with kin. 13 youth were reunified with another sibling, and pleased to share that 6 of our youth were reunified with their dads. We're pleased to announce that our staff, our social work staff, is fully staffed actually, as well as our family support workers. And we think that's attributed to the supports that our social workers have in other roles, to include the ed specialist, our birth family engagement specialist, and our kin network team. All of our NCCF therapists are trauma-focused behavioral therapy certified and provide those services to our clients. And I'm excited to report to the committee that for the last 2 years, 2 budget years, 23 and 24, 100% of our seniors have graduated. And the clear majority are going on to college, with one exception, a person who's full-time employed and another going to a trade school. So those are some of our highlights. Some of the challenges that we're stepping to, one include just the uptick in violence, community violence. Over the last year, we've experienced over a dozen of deaths that are involved with our caseload of young people. One social worker in particular has had 7 deaths on her caseload, mostly involving birth parents of kids in our homes over the last year. And so we are stepping to that. And in fact, last year we instituted the work-related trauma leave policy that gives our staff at least 2 days of trauma leave that will allow them to take care of themselves and give pause and give space for them to do that. The second challenge we're stepping to is really the high acuity of need for youth that are being referred to us, youth with high level of abscondence, criminal activity, and just a history of frequent placement changes. We're stepping to that challenge by increasing our support and training to our foster parents. We're struggling to recruit families that will manage medically fragile young people. That's been a challenge that we're looking to step to. Another challenge is probably a macro that's beyond NCCF, but it's the legal procedures for adoption in the District of Columbia are a significant barrier for the permanency process. And again, that's a macro challenge that extends past NCCF. It deals with the changing of judges, the TAL process, the issue of findings. That really has slowed down the permanency process, and that we would like for that to be addressed. Another challenge is the decrease of the number of foster parents that are willing to accept young people that are in the daycare age range because of the affordability or lack of affordability of childcare. The rate for reimbursement for childcare has remained the same for the last 10 years, since 2014. Finally, the last challenge that we have addressed and still are addressing is really the budget process in partnership with CFSA this year has been prolonged. And because it's been prolonged, that has led to delays in our ability to invoice. And which means at one point in this year, we were owed $3.5 million. That has now been resolved, but as you can imagine, no nonprofit can sustain that level of outstanding receivables. So we have asked CFSA to provide a one-year budget. This year ends at March 16th. On March 17th, we're asking for a one-year budget that extends to 2026 so that we won't have to be renegotiating budgets throughout the year and then having delayed ability to invoice. We had that commitment from CFSA. So again, we thank this committee for this opportunity to provide testimony, and we're pleased to continue our partnership with the district in serving vulnerable youth and families. I've attached appendix to my testimony that has some other highlights and data of our achievements, as well as a few success stories that a sampling of the work the team has done over the last year.
Thank you. I was being generous with the clock. You're about a minute and a half over.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your generosity and grace.
Absolutely. We'll do one 10-minute round of questions here. So let me start with you, Ms. Werasinga Kote, about the Family Unification Voucher Program. And can you repeat those numbers? I believe you said there were 4 clients you had that applied, but by the time they heard back, they had aged out of the system.
So that's from, oh, sorry, thanks, Leah. So that's from CFSA's own reporting on the Pocket Act includes an annual reporting requirement. And so that report came out in August 2024. And it's hard to overlap it completely with performance oversight data or our data. It's the time periods are different. So from that report of 33 youth who aged out of care, 4 successfully applied. And of those, I believe 3 ultimately did get a voucher. And I don't think the report covers whether they ended up in an apartment, because those are all different steps. You have to be eligible, then you have to get the voucher, then you have to find an apartment, and then at some point you move in. And what we find is that there are obstacles at each one of those points. But in the report, I believed it said that at the time that they aged out, they had not yet received their voucher, even though they were eligible.
Got it.
That's from their report.
And that is certainly something I will bring up with the agency, but what recommendations might you have for how we can expedite that process? So
again, I will want to first of all say we do not have insight to the whole process. A lot of this lives with DCHA, because once CFSA submits the application on behalf of the youth and the youth is deemed eligible, the rest of that process, there's like a separate portal even for tracking the status of the voucher, all lives with DCHA. And we have not had the opportunity yet to really engage with them on this to understand for our clients, like we don't have a point of contact there, right? Our point of contact is CFSA, but CFSA doesn't control that part of the process. So that's why we really think getting both agencies together to sort of find out, I mean, I can tell you what we believe, which is we believe on the CFSA side, they could do more. The individual social workers could be doing more to support the youth in applying, because applying for a FUT voucher is very complicated. But social workers do help, and there's dedicated housing specialists. And so it's just about, perfecting those practices. But on the DCHA side, we believe that probably DCHA needs to be doing more to support youth in that process of finding an apartment, getting the landlord to fill out the paperwork, getting the apartment inspected and passed through that process so that they can finally lease up and move in. It's our understanding, and again, I acknowledge we have limited insight, that DCHA does not typically provide that kind of support to voucher applicants, but our foster youth do need that kind of support, and it's not clear to us that CFSA is it's right to expect CFSA to do that when DCHA controls that process.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And again, I appreciate the focus and the push there, and we will follow up. Ms. Velasquez, I wanted to come to you. We did, in our pre-hearing responses, get a little bit more information. It seems like part of the issue on crossover youth is that people are not synced on how they are defining that. Of note, CFSA made a mention that they define it very differently than I think you're interpreting it and that I see it as. What I do know is that the Ombudsman has been able to obtain, or is in the process of obtaining, a more comprehensive set of data. But I wanted to get from you, like, what would be more helpful for advocates and partners to take action? So one of the things you talked about was that the outcome data that is shared is very general or high level. So for instance, this young person has been in school at some point this school year. What are some more data points that would allow you and others to take action?
Thank you for that question. I think that, when you think about the challenges that a crossover youth faces in terms of successfully transitioning to adulthood, what their education is, are they receiving the job training? I thought those were fine, but not well defined. Like whether they ever stepped foot in a school is probably not a good measure of whether they're getting the education they need. I think also the issue that Tammy raised about housing, are these youth getting permanency in their housing? One of the things that has been challenging is that, for these young people, often they do not have the family support that some young people might have in terms of taking care of all of the forms that need to get handled, making sure that they are getting access to services that they deserve. So I think that would be a start. In terms of whether they're rearrested or not, obviously there's different kinds of arrests, right? There's some that are more serious than others. Understanding that level of behavior and what's driving that behavior would be good to know. And also, I think the bottom line issue being that, we're still only talking about 6 kids, right? They're just looking at the dual jacketed youth. So if they start to look at and it's sort of almost like when we looked at the data, as I mentioned, we were able to use, the Superior Court was kind enough to provide us some data that we were able to match and see that there were, almost 100 kids who met the statutory definition, just including the district, right? We know half of the kids in foster care are in Maryland. And, we don't know if they're in trouble with the Juvenile Justice Agency there, if they're a CFSA child. So that would be one area that I think, as they start to build out closer to the definition of a crossover youth, which is in the statute, I think they're going to need to really have to focus on what systems are they using to develop these outcome measures, right? I think another issue is just the expansive definition obviously is a challenge, right? So youth who are known to CFSA. We had the opportunity to present on crossover youth to the family court judges in December, and they expressed concern that, they don't, when youth are known to CFSA and don't end up with a neglect case in the courts because maybe the child is in kinship care or whatever, there's this concern that, are these youth getting the services they need to keep them from crossing over, because they don't really have eyes on them anymore. So there's the issue of collaboration. Obviously, once a child has crossed over, there's also the issue of ensuring that youth who have been abused and neglected, who have high levels of adverse childhood experiences, are getting the services they need to prevent crossover in the first place.
No, I really appreciate that. And are you able to share that presentation with this committee?
I'd be happy to.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would love to see it.
We'll focus at judges and trying to engage them in this, but
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. And I'll ask a similar question, Ms. Stellas, around, and you talked about like the data access and the issues that we're having there. Like, what would be helpful data points for advocates, partners to have on these crossover youth?
Yeah, absolutely. And I second a lot of what Tracy is sharing and whatnot. And I think the definition will continue to be an issue, right? Because in our own internal data collection, we have 40 youth who we have considered to be crossover, but that's because they've entered the system at different times, right? So a very narrow focus on DYRS youth can impact like how you are collecting that data. And it also, when this is kind of getting at your question of what outcomes data would be helpful, those who are dual jacketed, those who are simultaneously involved in DYRS and CFSA have different barriers than those who might have previously been involved in CFSA and then enter the juvenile system later on, or vice versa, right? And because we're looking at different outcomes for those youth. Those who are dual jacketed, who have simultaneous, there are issues around the interagency coordination, right, with DYRS and CFSA. I think this was highlighted well in the DYRS roundtables, a lot of that coordination around placements, services, who has responsibility for those youth? Well, they are involved in both of those systems, right? To Tracy's point, they do not have the traditional family involvement in some of those places. The youth are navigating this independently at times and whatnot. And so having those really good definitions around the population that we are talking about can be really helpful to understand what outcome data we're looking for and what are the barriers and challenges that these youth are facing as they are involved in multiple systems.
Oh, thank you. And then Mr. Bell, can you elaborate on the delayed payment from CFSA, like in terms of timeline? When you reference, I think, $3.5 million that has since been paid, but give me a time frame of how long you had to wait for that payment and what communication, if any, you received from CFSA.
And so the budget year for this year started for us October 1st. That's when we began, a little before then, began the negotiation process around what that budget would entail. And so as that budget process kind of prolonged throughout the fall, we weren't able to budget or invoice for certain aspects of our contract, the cost reimbursement and other areas of the contract. So that means that then your monthly invoices are beginning to stock up and pile. And so by December is when we got to that 3.5. And so we did kind of sound the alarm.
And that is when it was satisfied in December.
Yes. And so they were quite responsive once the alarm was sounded and say, hey, this issue is causing a backlog of invoicing back from October. And we quickly met and there was some agreements on how we resolved it, and it was resolved fairly quickly, which then we led to the conversation, let's not do this again. And let's have a more seamless budget process going forth with CFSA did agree to that process.
Awesome, thank you. That is my time. We will move on to the next panel, but I want to thank you all. And I would just say on the issue of crossover youth, we plan to push on that both to align on definition, but also to ensure that we are syncing on the outcomes for these very vulnerable youth, because the research and the data is clear that they are in fact vulnerable of ending up in DRS or in other problematic areas. So thank you all for your testimony. For our second panel, we will have Yasmin Holmes from Mothers Outreach Network, Morgan Hicks from Mothers Outreach Network, Maria Jackson from Mothers Outreach Network, Melody Webb from Mothers Outreach Network, and we're gonna have Raman Branch from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, who I believe is here in the room. And you can join us here on the bench. So I see Melody online, I see Maria online, Yasmin is online. I am not seeing Morgan. So Mr. Branch, since you are here in person, I'm gonna let you go first.
So good morning, I'm Rahman Branch, and I have the pleasure of being the Chief Executive Officer of East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. I'm here today to represent not only East River, but the entire Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative Network, which consists of Collaborative Solutions for Communities, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, Edgewood Brookland Family Support Collaborative, East River Collaborative, and the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. For over 25 years, our network has been the cornerstone of DC's efforts to strengthen families, working closely with CFSA in alignment with the vision of ensuring families, regardless of zip code or circumstance, has access to the resources and support they need to thrive. Our network is rooted in the belief that communities are best equipped to uplift their own, and through this invaluable partnership, we've created a holistic system of care that places children and families at the center. The collaborative model is not just a framework, it is a commitment, a movement that ensures families receive support before they're in crisis. We provide a network of services, including workforce development, parenting education, housing stabilization, school-based programs, truancy prevention, youth violence prevention, reentry support, and health and wellness programs for seniors. These efforts are not isolated. They're interconnected, addressing root cause of instability while empowering families to build sustainable futures. As the former executive director of the Mayor's Office on African American Affairs, I've had the privilege of developing a Fair Shot Toolkit, which outlines the many resources that are available to DC residents. While these programs exist, navigating them remains a significant challenge for many families. The collaboratives serve as a trusted community coalition that not only connects residents to these resources, but also empowers them to persist through processes necessary for growth and stability. We walk alongside families, reminding them of their resilience and the ability to create change. Without this collective effort, the impact on the district could be profound. Studies indicate that the cost of placing just one child into foster care exceeds $47,000 annually. Currently, the collaborative network serves more than 5,000 families citywide. Without that intervention, these children might otherwise be in the welfare system. This translates into over 25,000 individuals receiving indirect or direct support. The economic and social cost of failing to invest in preventative services far exceeds the resources required to sustain them. Beyond financial implications, the human cost is immeasurable. Children in foster care face a greater risk of adverse outcomes, including lower academic achievement, increased mental health struggles, higher rates of involvement in the juvenile justice system. The collaboratives work as to help change this trajectory, ensuring children remain in stable, loving environments with opportunities to thrive. Our role is particularly critical when addressing the challenges faced by Black men in the district as well. Economic disparities, systemic barriers in education and employment, a lack of access to resources all contribute to that instability. The collaboratives provide vital support such as job training, mentorship, and family services, ensuring that Black men have the necessary tools for stability and success. Our work recognizes their leadership, resilience, and talent within Black men in our communities and seeks to uplift them rather than define them by their struggle. Our partnership with CFSA has been instrumental in these efforts. Under the leadership of Director Trice, CFSA continues to embrace the community-centered approach, understanding that government programs, while essential, are temporary, but that the collaboratives are forever because they are of the community. The philosophy has strengthened our work, allowing us to implement and partner on impactful initiatives like the recently established Warm Line, which provides immediate access to social services. However, maintaining and expanding these services require ongoing investment. The demand of our services has increased, yet the budgets have not kept pace with the inflation, rising operational costs, and the competitive salaries needed to retain highly qualified staff. Underfunding community-based services weakens the very infrastructure that's made the district a national leader in child and family well-being. Washington, D.C. is looked at as a model for community-driven child welfare reform, but we cannot take this success for granted. We must ensure a fully resourced collaborative network that can continue to provide essential prevention and intervention services at scale. As we address this youth involvement in crime, we must recognize the role of a strong family and community support systems in prevention. Crime does not occur in isolation. It's often a symptom of deeper systemic challenges, and the collaboratives help support that work. In closing, I want to express my deep appreciation for CFSA and Director Trice's leadership. The partnership between CFSA and the collaborative network has built a model that works, one that prioritizes community expertise, strengthens family resilience, and ultimately keeps children out of the child welfare system. However, we can't do this work alone. We need the continued investment, strategic support, and shared commitment to ensure that every child and family in the district has an opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Yasmin Holmes.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker and community members. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I'm a single mother with 5 boys, ages 5 and under. I was born in D.C. I live in Ward 8, and I grew up in the foster care system. I am a Mother Outreach Network Mom Empower Advocacy Fellow, and I am also in the Guaranteed Income Program. This pilot is a private program that provides me with extra income with no strings attached that my family needs for 3 years. Unfortunately, the program will come to an end for me in another year and a half. I'm speaking with you today because I want to speak on behalf of many moms like myself who are involved with CFSA or who have been involved with CFSA. When our children are taken from us, we lose the benefits that help us survive, like food, assistance, etc. We also lose our homes, making it even harder to rebuild our lives. The courts require us to get a job, become financially stable, and prove we are fit to have our children back. After following the court's order and getting our children back, many of us must quit our jobs because they don't fit with our kids' school schedule. I used to work any kind of hours, but with children, I can't work that way. So now I have to quit my job or struggle to find a babysitter. This put us back in the same unstable situation, making it like an endless cycle. My questions are, what are young Black mothers supposed to do when we don't have enough childcare, especially those of us who grew up in broken homes and are trying to do better for our children? Being involved with CFSA makes the situation worse. What happens when a mom is going through postpartum depression and is dealing with CFSA? That's a lot. How does a mom get help when she is struggling with severe anxiety, even when CFSA is not in the picture and has no support system? Why does the system take away our benefits while our children are in foster care? We need real solutions that help mothers reunite with their children without setting them up for failure. CFSA needs to keep providing funds to parents while the children are in foster care. If they don't, once the children returns, then they don't have enough to pay for their food, and etc. And you have to wait for your benefits to start up again. This will help them understand the expenses of raising children. Thank you for your time, and I will be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Maria Jackson.
Good morning, Council Chair Parker and Committee. You can hear me right? My name is Maria Jackson. I'm involved with Mothers Outreach Network and as a Mother Empower member and an advocacy fellow. Committee, I'm here today to speak on behalf of individuals who can't speak for themselves because they cannot attend or they do not know they had these opportunities to speak in front of council about these policies. I would like to discuss the risk of getting your children taken away because of housing solutions. If CPS knows that the children need a better house and keep their children they should be providing them with housing vouchers. If they are not providing you with housing vouchers, what are they doing with the vouchers? For moms who have CPS cases, are they still able to receive rapid rehousing if the children have been removed from the home, or if they just have one child that's has been removed, can they still keep their rapid rehousing? These are questions that I have. If they do not have employment or can't get employment, why should they be kicked out of the program? Especially if they have children or are they going to receive help from CPS? That's when CFSA come in and state that the mother is neglecting their children or charges them with something different. They should have handled the vouchers out. They should be helping and not judging. CFSA should have been helping people come out of poverty. Also, if the children get taken away into a foster care and then they return to their parent, how can CFSA make sure the mom gets a safe and stable place to live? Are they willing to give parents vouchers how is CPS supporting the parent and the children? What what suppose I'm sorry. What's supposed can I be what I'm supposing is that they can either help you with robbery rehousing or do something else. If if here is a good idea. If CPS is not if CPS is not giving out funds, they should then ask DHS to give them money or furniture for any benefits for the children. My suggestion is, I know I'm over time, my suggestion is we need to provide the right lawyer that they need. As soon as CPS knocks on the door, CPS should be automatically say, do they want to speak with me? You are welcome to speak to a lawyer. The government should help people get a lawyer because people do not know their rights. For example, many people do not know if they are on a register. CFSA say they will give out paperwork, but they don't send the paperwork. That's why people need a lawyer. Thank you for your time and for listening. If you have any questions, I will be honestly happy to answer.
Thank you. Thank you. And last for this panel, we have Melody Webb.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and committee members. I'm so honored to be on this panel with fellow moms from Mothers Outreach Network. My name is Melody Webb, and I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, Award 6 resident as well. We convened the citywide DC Guaranteed Income Coalition to pass a permanent, no strings attached program for people living below the poverty line. And we thank you for leading a giant step in that direction with the council passing the historic district child tax credit. We provide direct representation and mobilize moms impacted by CFSA to change income and family laws from punitive to supportive. I appreciate the reconstitution of the CFSA oversight function under this committee dubbed Youth Affairs. Our work brings a 2-gen family preservation lens. We believe that key to our youth thriving is ensuring parents are thriving. Washington, D.C.'s racialized and unconscionable poverty level has consequences. Too often, poverty drives a family's involvement with CFSA, as you've heard from my co-panelists. In D.C., around 80% of open cases at CFSA involve neglect alone versus abuse. Neglect includes poverty factors in DC statutory definition. 12% of impacted families at least face housing instability or in the system. Our guaranteed income pilots have given cash to mothers with CFSA involvement, and we also have run a pilot giving cash to youth and mothers both to address violence prevention and CFSA involvement. We urge the council to explore this as a solution. Our work recognizes the evidence that increasingly reveals the power of cash assistance in ameliorating youth and family instability that, along with bias, strongly influences CFSA involvement. I'll focus the balance of my comments on CPS investigations, and we'll detail this in my forthcoming written testimony. In the United States, 52% of Black children will experience an investigation by their 18th birthday. Due to the council's unfortunate recent passage of the Investigations Completion Amendment Act, CPS investigations of families are now allowed to occur over a more extended period, 45 days. But from our clients and constituents, we learn of investigations that appear to have extended for 6 months or more. Parents are often bewildered and worried, not knowing when these investigations will come to an end. And when the investigation's completion is evident to the parent and results in a finding and an in-home service and surveillance ensues, we see an abuse of discretion, personal disagreements, and concerning use of power by social workers deploying all the elements of the agency to make life more challenging for parents under threat of ripping their children away. Picture that happening to a parent with disabilities, which it too often does. The moms we meet live in terror of these investigations. Principally, youth and families in impoverished wards experience this. In fact, in 2022, a division of the American Bar Association adopted Resolution 606, which calls on all legal professionals to recognize how over surveillance of and underinvestment in Black families has shaped the child welfare field for centuries. Again, we become involved at the early stages of a case being opened by CPS when parents find us. While parenting is a fundamental constitutional right, parents are not entitled to representation in DC at the outset of an investigation, and they should be, even though lawyer involvement can avert removal and the harms thereof. There is no right to representation. One harm this can lead to is use of the hidden foster care system. In these situations, parents need representation to ward off removals, including due to situations where there's coercive placement by the agency with a relative or caregiver that does not receive court oversight. It's as if police department investigated a crime, concluded an individual was guilty, didn't file charges or provide him with an attorney, and told the parent that they had to agree to go to jail for several weeks or months, or else it would bring them to court and things could get even worse. Today, we urge the council to explore the framework of these investigations and to establish a right to counsel for parents at the inception of an investigation with a lawyer provided if they cannot afford one. Thank you for the time. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Again, we will have a 10-minute round. Mr. Branch, thank you for all the work that you're doing and that your team is doing at the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. You talked about costs far outpacing the support that you're receiving. Can you elaborate and speak to what needed or what additional support might be beneficial for the work that you're doing?
So that's either.
And make sure your mic is on.
Awesome. So I think one of the biggest things is, I've always worked in the space of service. And one thing I identify very readily is that when you're doing service work, you're always underpaid. But the cost of hiring and retaining highly qualified staff is an actual challenge. And I don't put that on, the industry so much as recognizing from my time in DC prior to this working in education, when we recognized the need to improve the workforce, we put dollars behind hiring and retaining the best staff. I think that, that's a huge lift if we can get that in a very restricted.
And right now you're receiving about $350,000, is that right? For your work via CFSA, or well, let me ask you, how much are you receiving and what would be the needed additional supplement to allow you to rest easy at night?
So I would rather give you that figure after doing a little more digging right now. The 350 that you identified was a
You
family
came and
success
said
center.
we need more money. I would imagine you would have a figure.
Oh, I can give you. I can very easily give you a figure.
Just throw out a figure, and then please follow up with us.
I think collaboratives, if they had a steady figure coming from district government around the resources we could provide, I think a clean $6 million would work to that degree.
Got it. For each.
Per.
Got it. Okay.
And that's a baseline. There are other programs that we work with in the district government to receive extra funding for. So we do that through partnerships with multiple agencies. But I think as a baseline, that's a very solid number.
And I know you all are working with many different entities across several communities. Can you speak to like how families and individuals are finding you all more commonly? I know some are coming by referral, and then others are just finding you or seeking out your support.
Right. So I think a couple of great things happened recently, and I just spoke about it in testimony. The Warm Line is a great way for people to get involved when you know you need help before you hit that spot where you're in a real state of triage. The Warm Line is a way for folks to call 211. They identify what your needs are. You get then directed to one of the agencies that can support you, one of the collaboratives that can support you as well. The Find Help tool is great for individuals who are looking for some sort of resource. At East River and for most of the collaboratives, we also have outreach teams. Teams who are actually in the community on the ground every day, seeing issues that are happening in the moment, and then can direct them via Find Help.
How many people are on your outreach team?
So in our organization, there are about 5, but that's not nearly enough.
If you had your way, how many would you have?
I would say a good 3 for every neighborhood community in the ward, 3 per each neighborhood.
Okay. And the warm line. So one of the criticisms I've heard, not necessarily about CFSA's warm line, but more so DBH, is that there was this transition from we're going to connect you directly to help when you call to we're going to give you this number and you reach out to yourself for the help, which is a slight difference, right? If I'm calling in this context to DBH for support, like every minute may be pivotal. Can you explain how the warm line works as it relates to the collaborative?
Okay, so I hope I don't butcher this, but yeah, so ultimately, as the phone call comes in and we have teams at our organization who actually receive that call and through an intake process, identifying what the need is. Some of those needs can be met directly by the collaboratives, and some of them might be needs of a greater degree. And then you'll direct them not to a hotline where they're waiting in the queue, but you'll actually get them to someone.
No, I got it. So somebody calls into the warm line, they're triaged. Someone says East River can help them. I imagine you then get a call. Are you getting a call from somebody at CFSA with this person on the phone?
Yeah, a warm handoff, yes.
Got it. And so then you are now engaging with them
With that
and then
resident
trying to
directly.
provide them the support.
With different services that they need.
Got it. Got it. That is helpful. How many families and young people are you all working with, roughly?
I think our numbers, maybe, I want to say 1,800 right now.
Okay.
1,800.
Because one of the things I gleaned from CFSA's pre-hearing responses is there doesn't appear to always be alignment in like how CFSA is calculating engagement and how the collaboratives are calculating engagement. Sometimes you may be double counting someone because I keep coming back, for instance, as an example, whereas that may be represented as a unique individual in CFSA's desk.
So there's two different realities. I think there are the families and youth that we work with through CFSA, but then also through outreach, like I mentioned earlier. Some of those are cases where it's not necessarily CFSA involved, but it's still collaborative work.
I got you. Okay. And then, thank you. I wanted to pivot, Ms. Webb, it's great to see you again. Thank you for your constant engagement and advocacy on behalf of moms all across the city. One of the things you were pushing on is that parents ought to be entitled representation amid an investigation with CFSA. Can you just speak to how you've seen this play out when a mom or a parent does not have representation and they are being investigated by CFSA?
Well, first of all, there's just the sheer terror and the lack of knowledge about what's happening. Parents will talk about how they'll learn from their child that someone showed up at school and had them pull up their shirt or somehow expose their bodies, and the parents themselves have not been given a heads up about this happening. So they'll learn about it after the fact. They also just don't know where the investigations are headed. They're not aware of why these investigations are occurring to begin with. And then they don't know when these investigations have concluded unless there's a finding, which requires them to be under surveillance of the agency for a period of time. It's very concerning because parents don't know their rights. They don't have access to counsel. They don't have the ability even to ameliorate the situation. Sometimes the intervention of an attorney could allow that parent to communicate with the agency, to even potentially make arrangements in the unfortunate circumstance that the parent may be unavailable or may be experiencing problems. With an attorney available, the parent can feel more comfortable. One of our mom leaders has actually likened this to the situation of a person needing a translator. We acknowledge that there is a need for people who don't understand English or the language spoken by, the social worker to receive assistance in understanding that language. And what this parent leader has said is that it's the same thing for parents who just don't know what's going on. So hidden foster care, which, we will submit more information about that in the record, have talked about it before. Under these circumstances, parents are being coerced during these investigations into agreements to place their child often with a relative, avoiding court oversight. And so the investigations just become sort of a lawless period of lawless territory where assistance of counsel would be incredibly helpful and would do justice to the recognition of parents having constitutional rights to decision-making over their children.
No, thank you for that. And CFSA has gone through a revamping of sorts where they would argue they are trying to keep as many families together as possible. In your work with moms across the district, have you seen any shift in their engagement? And if so, how?
Well, what I've seen is what I believe is an increasing reliance on this unofficial behind the scenes shadow or hidden foster care, where they are, without placing children into the foster care system, essentially engineering it such that children get placed with relatives or others, and then are encouraged, unfortunately, those relative placements to pursue temporary custody of children, thereby shifting the entire sort of unstable situation to the domestic relations branch court, where parents then are not, the courts are not under an obligation to meet the standard of reunifying children with their parents. So unfortunately, what I've seen is a shift in reliance from the foster care system to a reliance upon these sort of behind the scenes, more coercive arrangements.
No, thank you for that. And I will certainly follow up with the agency. I think we lost Yasmin, but Ms. Jackson, I also want to thank you for your advocacy. I hear you loud and clear that we ought to be leaning more towards support, especially for families and the children in their care.
Yes.
Thank you. That is going to conclude the testimony for this panel. Please do follow up with the committee to share your testimony if you haven't already. And then, Mr. Branch, I would love those numbers if you want to give a more precise estimate, because I do plan to go to bat this budget season to make sure our collaboratives have everything that they need. Yes.
Mr. Parker.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
can I say something? Thank you for passing what you did. And also just want to state, I do know all about how it feels to not receive your paperwork, to fight and get your name cleared off the register for stuff that you didn't never know you was on. I'm a mother I am a victim of it. When they say they're gonna send paperwork and never receive it. To find out that this is why you couldn't get a job, because your name is on a registry. I know all about it. I am one of the top victims, and they say they're cleaning up everything. I hope they are. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
I really appreciate that. And Ms. Jackson, I'm going to have my team follow up with you because I would love to learn more about your personal experience, both with engagement with CFSA, but also some of the barriers that exist because of your experience with CFSA.
Yes, I had a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you.
Good. All right.
We're going to move to panel 3. We will hear from Fernanda Ruiz from Mary Center, Carlos Merchan from Mary Center, Luisa Milan from the Mary Center, and Karen Chicas from Mary Center. Okay, I'm only seeing 2. Could you just tell me your names? Fernanda and? Okay. I see Karen Chicas online. Carlos Marchand? Going once, going twice. Is Jimmy Llanos here? I will call you up. And then also is Alex Granados here? I will call you up as well. All right, Ms. Ruiz, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Zachary Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fernandez Ruiz, and I'm the Home Visiting Director at Mary Center, a member of Under 3DC, a district resident from Ward 4, and soon to be resident from Ward 5. In my role, I support the Father-Child Attachment Program funded by the Child and Family Services agencies and other home visiting models currently implemented in the district through other funding sources. FCA is a home visiting program that promotes positive father involvement and works towards strengthening the father-child relationship. The program's main purpose is to improve the health and social well-being of children and their entire families. Through program participation, fathers increase parenting skills, acquire and augment knowledge of child development, become self-sufficient and financially responsible, and build healthy relationships with their children. FCA is engaging in incredible work in the district. In fiscal year 24, FCA served 42 fathers and 41 children. 15 out of those 42 fathers reside in Ward 5. Data provided by CFSA shows improvements such as 78% in family functioning and resilience, 44% in nurturing and attachment, and 78% in social support. One father shared, "I like that workers seek to help me because it's hard for a man to ask for help. And Jaime has always been there to help me." Our experience working with CFSA has been one of respect, collaboration, and mutual commitment to our community. During the last year, CFSA has made great efforts to support fathers through their Father Engagement Committee. They realigned their focus to strengthen CFSA's relationship with fathers and build partnerships. However, funding from CFSA has been extremely inconsistent, which makes implementing the program extremely difficult. For example, in fiscal year 2024, the Committee on Facilities and Family Services included $300,000 recurring funds to support CFSA home visiting programs. However, during the oversight hearing, CFSA shared that the agency viewed that increase as only one time and did not include it in the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. Given the tough budget environment in fiscal year 2025, we were extremely grateful when the Committee on Facilities and Family Services were able to find one-time funding of $400,000. At the same time, we are left with the predicament of reducing staff by one position and eliminating 15 slots for fathers. We have appreciated that the DC Council has championed this work. We remain frustrated that the executive continues to not implement the funding allocated by the Council. This will continue to cause barriers in effective implementation of home visiting in the district. Mary Center continues through our social change model to be committed to the health, education, and safety of families in the district. We urge CFSA to continue their investment in prevention services and that we do not remove these essential supports for families of young children. We continue to manage racism, trauma, inequity, and loss. Let's recognize the importance of maintaining investment in our programs within our system of care towards safe and healthy families that lead to safe and healthy communities. Thank you very much for your attention and time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I understand it's Ruiz.
Ruiz.
Yes, I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name. Luisa,
Yes.
you're next.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zachary. There you go. Good morning, Mr. Zachary Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Luisa Milan, and I serve as the Father-Child Attachment Program Supervisor, also known as the FCA program, at Mary Center. I want to share a story that highlights the importance of our work and the critical role fathers play in their children's lives. Last December 24th, I met a 7-year-old girl named Melanie at Children's Hospital. As her family waited for news about her brother's surgery, Melanie looked me in the eye, right straight, and said, "You know, I'm gonna be a doctor and I'm gonna work in this hospital. I'm gonna help children just the way they're helping my brother." What struck me the most was the confidence that Melanie had in her words. I looked at her and I said, "I believe you." To that, her father also reassured her that he believed in her as well, and he also believes in her dream. Fathers are often overlooked in parenting programs, but they are just as critical to the well-being of children as mothers. Our FCA program specifically works with fathers. As of today, we have 23 fathers enrolled, 14 of whom are from Ward 5. The program provides them with holistic tools to connect with their children in meaningful ways. We see firsthand how having an emotionally available, actively involved father is transformative for children. For children like Melanie, a father's belief and encouragement are just as valuable as any resource we can provide. Our home visitors work daily with fathers who face challenges like poverty, instability, and generational trauma. We equip them with the tools they need to become the fathers they aspire to be, the fathers they may not have had, but always needed. When fathers are involved, children thrive, and the emotional and financial stability they provide has a lasting impact on a child's future. As you review funding for the 2026 fiscal year, I urge you to not only continue funding home visiting programs, such as the proposed $904,000 for for the Father and Family Services Administration, but to ensure that our dedicated employees receive fair pay. Fair compensation will help us retain skilled professionals who are committed to improving the lives of families and will directly impact the quality and sustainability of the services we provide. I ask you to reflect on the role fathers play in shaping the future of children. Let's think about our own childhood and our relationship with our own fathers. Or father figures, if he wasn't there or struggled to be emotionally present, imagine how a program like ours could have helped them become the father we needed. Every father deserves the chance to be that support for their children, which is why fatherhood programs are so vital. It empowers fathers to be present, engaged, and to make a lasting positive impact on their children's lives. In conclusion, when we invest in fathers, we invest in the future of our children and our community. Our work goes beyond resources. It builds lasting connections that help children thrive. By supporting fathers and our dedicated workforce, we are shaping a brighter future for everyone. The time to make this investment is now. Much gratitude for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have Karen Chicas, who is virtual. I believe you are muted.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I am a little under the weather, so you could hear it in my voice. But good afternoon, Mr. Zachary Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Karen Chicas. I am a family support worker at Mary Center for the Father-Child Attachment Program, and I am testifying on fatherhood today. The impact of this program on children and families is tremendous. I have witnessed families through some of their most vulnerable and challenging times. However, I have also witnessed some of their happiest of times. For example, fathers welcoming another family member. Excuse me. Fathers serve a crucial role in families, especially with their children. To have a father be involved, engaged, and loving is to have a father who is present. FCA empowers fathers to be engaged, aware, and involved in their child's development. I believe that as a family support worker, I can establish a professional connection with fathers and their families and provide resources, structure, and support their goals. I have worked with fathers who struggle to speak about their own mental health, others who did not know how to apply for health or dental insurance. I have assisted 58% of my participants in obtaining medical and dental insurance. Some of my participants did not see a medical provider for over 10 years. I like to view the impact of FCA as the transformation of a butterfly. When I first see fathers, they are in their caterpillar form, learning to navigate the world we live in. These fathers work hard to support their families, and most of them forget and or neglect their own health. This challenge itself is fundamental to their transformation. When the fathers recognize that they need to be well, and when they accept my support, they can transform in their own cocoon and begin their transformation. FCA is a bridge for these families. These children of my participants have more engaged fathers due to my support and the 24/7 dad sessions that are worked on with fathers during home visits. Many of my participants had absent fathers growing up, and many of them were raised by their grandparents. Challenges that I face in my role as a home visitor are being a female, serving homeless participants, serving participants with a toxic masculinity mindset, and language barrier. However, I believe that being a female family support worker can be beneficial because it can provide males with more confidence to talk about certain topics that they may feel unable to speak with other males. I support my participants by validating their thoughts and feelings. I truly value the opportunity and express my gratitude to my participants for putting their trust in me to serve and support them and their families. I would like my role to continue improving and supporting additional community members and families. I believe that home visitors can assist participants or families with holding an open space for dialogue and communication without fear of vulnerability. I would like to share a story of one of my participants who is a father of 5 beautiful and intelligent daughters. My participant joined FCA during a challenging and vulnerable time. He shared his struggles with me. I have implemented the 24/7 dad sessions with his father and have worked with his father for several months until he felt that he could trust me with some of his deepest struggles of addiction. I would like to share this experience because society has been tough on masculinity. Society tends to applaud toxic masculinity, or at least has shown us to not speak on behalf of it. Society has embedded thoughts on young boys and or teenagers that they need to be tough, to not cry, and to be a man. But truly, does every man know what it means to be a man? I am visually normalizing certain topics about men and fatherhood into society. As a home visitor, it's extremely important to show compassion and empathy to our participants. I want to express my gratitude to CFSA for being great partners with Mary Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Jimmy Llanos.
Good morning, Mr. Parker and Councilmember. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jaime Llanos, and I'm a family support worker at Mary Center with the Father-Child Attachment Program. I'm here to express my gratitude for the opportunity to support participants in achieving their goals and to emphasize the critical role we play in helping families navigate their challenges. As a family support worker, I believe building strong, trusting relationships with families is very important. It is our priority to foster open and honest communication, creating supportive environment where families feel comfortable reaching out for guidance whenever they need. By establishing ourselves as a trusted resource, we connect fathers and their families with the services and assistance they require, whether it is healthcare, legal support, or childcare services. This connection enables fathers to focus on their personal and family goals with the peace of mind that the necessary support is in place. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage in meaningful conversation within this program, discussion about child development, fatherhood, masculinity, and family communication, providing a space for fathers to openly share their experiences as parents, spouses, and community members. This environment not only allows them to express themselves, but also help build a sense of solidarity and support among fathers who may face similar challenges. Allow me to share an example of the impact we had. For nearly 3 years, I've been working with a 22-year-old father who initially sought assistance with legal advice, health insurance, job searches, and completing his high school education. Through our support, he finished high school. We connected him to health services, legal assistance, the 24/7 DAP classes, and educational programs. Today, he's employed and actively participating in parenting classes, taking significant steps to improve his life and his family's well-being. I'm proud to see the positive transformation in this young father's life. And I know there are many others in our community who need the same kind of support, but are currently without access to these resources. Through home visits, we're able to directly connect fathers to essential services and community programs. This creates a community of support where fathers can learn from one another and continue to grow as parents and individuals. Thank you again for the time and consideration. I'm hopeful that we can continue to expand and improve these vital services to reach even more families in need.
Thank you. Thank you. And last for this panel, we'll have Alex Granados.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, my English is not so good, so I'm gonna try my best efforts. Good afternoon, Ms. Zachary Parker and council members. I'm so honored to be in this place. So thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. I promise to be brief in my testimony. My name is Axel Granados. I am from Nicaragua. I reside in this beautiful city. I am happily married and I am father of 3 beautiful children. I would like to share my experience with the Mary Center Fatherhood Program and as well with my social worker, Mr. Jaime Llanos. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to both the Fatherhood Program and Jaime, because thanks to them, I have obtained valuable information, resources, and knowledge that have been a great help to the people like me, who have been in this country for a short time and many times do not have the necessary access or resources to get ahead. Through this program, I have met other people in situations similar to mine, which has allowed me to connect and create a support network. This group helped us as father and heads of household to face some shortcomings, both in social and work and family spheres. Mr. Jaime Llanos has showed a great empathy and above all, a lot of solidarity from the first moment I met him. He has always been involved in supporting families, providing guidance on how to treat our children and wife as well, assisting with diapers, a crib, milk, and wipes for my baby. In addition, we have received support from the program that has allowed us to acquire basic supplies to the home and other needs. Through this time, Jaime has been a great support by creating channels of help for job searches, access to studies and training, allowing us to improve as a parent, workers, and adapt more quickly and efficiently to this new American culture and society. Thanks to this work, we have strengthened in our families and work ties. Honestly, I never expect to receive this help when I arrived to United States. Also, I want to express my gratitude to Luisa and Carlos, who, although I mentioned that at the end, are not less important. They are very kind people and are always attentive to our needs and problem. I consider this program to be a great help and blessing for communities like mine and for all people in general. I can also say thank you so much, and may God continue blessing you. I'm happy to answer any question if you have ones.
Thank you. And I thought your English was great. I will start with you, Ms. Reese. How many home visiting programs are there at Mary's Center?
Right now, we have 5 home visiting programs that we're implementing.
And what is how are those programs funded?
It is a variety of funding. So Father-Child Attachment Program, which is the program that we're testifying today, is funded through the Child Family Services Agency. We have also entirely. We have McBee funding through the Department of Health that is funding our Healthy Families America Parents as Teachers program. We have our Healthy Start program, for which we received the funding directly through the federal government, through HRSA. And we also have our Nurse Family Partnership program that is blended funded between private and public.
And so going back for the Father-Child Attachment Program, which you all talked about, fiscal year 24, you received $300,000. Fiscal year 25, you received one-time funding of $400,000.
Sorry, I realized it was a little confusing when I was reading my testimony. In fiscal year 24, sorry, we received $250,000.
250, got it.
Which included a one-time funding of $1,100,000 that Councilmember Louis George was able to reallocate after the agency had removed. This year, we just received our agreement last week, and the agreement is for $150,000, so it's $100,000 short.
And that is for fiscal year 25.
Correct.
I'm sorry, give me that number one more time. 150,000 for fiscal year 25. And what is the impact of that cost differential?
The impact, as I mentioned in my testimony, would be the elimination of 1 position within the program and the elimination of 15 slots for fathers. So reducing services for the community and having to shift around our staff.
Are you able to absorb any of the participants with your other home visiting programs?
We might be able to absorb some fathers through our Parents as Teachers program. Different programs have different eligibility criteria. However, our McBee funding serves specific parts of the city. It's based on clusters. It's not even like ward. It's by clusters. And so, for example, I mentioned in my testimony, we have 14 fathers in Ward 5. We do not serve the entirety of Ward 5, only certain clusters. So
what are some of those clusters?
It's a long list, and I'm happy to provide it.
Yeah, I would love to have that.
Yes, definitely. So we might be able to absorb some of the fathers through our Parents as Teachers program, but there might be fathers who will be left out of services.
Understood. And what is the demographic makeup of the fathers that typically participate in the, FCPA program?
The FCA, yes, definitely. Yeah, we have the majority of the fathers that are in the program are Latino fathers. We have a wide range of ages, from young fathers to fathers who are in their 20s or 30s. We have first-time fathers who, like Mr. Granados, have like already prior children. So we do have a mix of fathers.
That is helpful. And one more question. Given the rhetoric that abounds about immigration, how has that impacted participation, but also the level of support that you're having to provide?
Thank you. It is a very timely question because we do see a lot of concern within our community. We have been receiving a lot of questions by our families, and not only specific to father-child, but the entire families that we serve in the district and Maryland as well. They're very concerned about immigration status. They're concerned about birthright citizenship. They are concerned about accessing services and support. Luckily, our family support workers, as you heard in the testimonies, they build very strong relationships, and they are able to gain the trust of the families. We also have the advantage of going into their homes, so that way they don't have to move themselves if they don't choose to a location that might be prone to
And I'm
rape.
assuming you're supporting fathers and families regardless of status.
Correct.
Understood.
We actually have prepared a Know Your Rights workshop tomorrow for our fathers. We're partnered with different legal organizations who are going to be providing support to our fathers because there's a lot of misinformation going around. And so we want to make sure that fathers are prepared, that they have plans in place, and that we're able to support them, and that we're also knowledgeable.
Yeah, good for you. I'm glad you're doing that.
Thank
More
you.
people need to know their rights, and some would like to promote fear. I want to move on. Now I'm kind of confused. Luisa Milan, right? Can you speak about some of the positive outcomes of your home visiting program? How are you tracking success? I know participation remains high, but what about outcomes?
Okay, yes. So I don't know if there's going to be more time for other two testimonies from fathers. They're written.
I believe they're on the next panel.
Oh, great. Okay. So that will actually answer more of your question. But the outcomes, sometimes we ask, how do you measure that? And we do have weekly supervisions, or I do have weekly supervisions with the home visitors, where we navigate each case as scenario with the fathers. We have fathers that are struggling with substance abuse. We have fathers that are struggling with toxic masculinity. And we have fathers that have or are.
What does that look like? A father struggling with toxic masculinity?
So when we're talking about the racial fathers that we implement this program with, which are, from different cultural backgrounds, we don't only have bilingual home visitors, but we tend to have bicultural home visitors to understand where a father is in regard of the idea of being a man within society and within the home environment. So it's a challenge sometimes to just, go and present certain ideas that we didn't have growing up back in our homes. However, we've been fortunate to implement those in a very holistic and compassionate way with our fathers, understanding that they carry transgenerational trauma and childhood trauma. As you heard in my testimony, I mentioned, let's remember about our childhood and our fathers. I myself had an absent father that was an alcoholic. That's why I'm here today, sitting here in front of you and also doing the work that I do with tremendous purpose. Every day I wake up thinking, how can I pave the way for a man that sometimes we don't understand, because they don't even themselves understand their own shortcomings. Because as Karen mentioned in her testimony as well, there's tremendous pressure within society towards men sometimes, and a lot of stigma.
Yes.
So
I want to, but outcomes. So yes, jump in here. What are we measuring in
Thank you.
terms of success?
Oh, thank you. And I did include a little bit in my testimony. CFSA, or with them, we implement the protective factor survey, which is an evidence-based tool. And we implement this tool after 12 hours of service, so that fathers are able to measure in 5 domains, which all are protective factors against child abuse and neglect. And so we're able to see the impact the program is having. CFSA is the one who collects this information. We do each individual tool that we enter into a database, and the CFSA is able to provide reports for us.
And are you doing any type of longitudinal assessment, even if the father is no longer in the program, to say, where are you today? Where is your child?
We would love that. In the past, we did had funding that allowed us to do some research, and we did had a partnership with Donna Cloggles. We no longer have that available. However, in the last year, we did create a new template, if you will, to gather the data of our fathers in our own database, eClinical Works at Mary Center, so that we're able to measure and track outcomes more closely.
And before I pivot, and I know we're running out of time, but I would be remiss if I didn't actually get the fathers' voices in on this panel. So I do want to hear from them. I know you spoke about the or the funding differential from fiscal year 24 to 25. What is needed for this program to run effectively?
One of the things that also Luisa mentioned is fair compensation. This is an issue that is not.
So we're writing the fiscal year 26 budget. What should be the line item for this home visiting program?
I can definitely review the budget and send you that
I'm amazed.
information.
Everybody's coming here talking about funding and nobody has a number. So just like on our last panel.
Last year, our funding was 250,000 and we were able to
at
provide.
least 250,000.
Correct,
Because 150,000 means you have to start cutting.
correct,
Got it. If you could follow up with more specifics, I would appreciate it.
definitely.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I am over time, but I'm gonna, I guess when you're chairing the committee, you can take time. But Mr. Llanos, what has it meant for you to participate in this program? I know you spoke a little bit about that in your testimony, but if you could elaborate, what has it meant and what's been the difference from participating in this program?
The difference is to the role of the father in our community is kind of invisible. Nobody can see it really. The importance of the father, the father to be present in the family and the development.
What do you mean by that? That you're invisible?
The father, in our community, there are not many, resources or father don't have very access to many things. At the time, for example, when they need to fight for legal services, it's a long way. It's a long way. It's difficult to find, help for that. And the way for them to get custody, for example, is around 2 years. So the role of the father in our community, I was saying, is kind of, we don't see it. And it's very important. It has to be there. So they need more support. And that's what we do as a program. We support them to guide them, to be present in the family and what they need to do in order to be successful in the future.
Yes, and same question, Mr. Granados.
Yes. Can you repeat, please, the question?
What's been the difference for individuals participating in this program?
Well, we have a lot of resource. We know about a lot of program. They give us information. They give us how to treat our child if we have issues in our families. They give us advices and they give us what do you say, folleto?
Brochures.
Brochures and stuff like that. We started with them. We talk about a lot about our issues, about our problems. And for example, I was looking for I need to make some studies in electricity, and they helped me. They gave me all the information to apply, and sometimes, we don't have enough money to apply in some kind of university or school. So they help us with that kind of information too. They help us in a lot of part of our life. We get reunions sometimes. We know each other's. We know another fathers.
Building
and we,
community.
And we talk about our problems. What would you do? What are you gonna do? Stuff like that. And it's a
I think
big
the most powerful thing I've heard is making the invisible visible, making folk who feel like they're invisible to these programs and resurces.
Well, I think when Jaime says we are invisible, it's because, the man is catalogado.
Categorized.
It's they can do that. They don't need help. That's the point. And sometimes we need it, most of the time, because we are family fathers. We need to support them. We need to support our child and stuff like that. The principle is how to take care of our child. That's something important to us.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. We took a little extra time here, but I think it was important. I thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are going to move forward. We have two more individuals that were supposed to be on this panel, but they'll go next. And so we have Juan Carlos Shajan. Merchan. Okay. And Anderson Bendecourt.
Betancourt.
Yep. Help me with my pronunciation. Are they here or are they virtual?
They're not here. However, I do have their testimonies written.
For both?
For both. For
Okay.
Mr.
And it's about the same program?
Yes.
So I'm going to say, but for the sake of time, if you can submit their testimony to the committee and we're going to continue on.
Sure.
I think you all made the point very strongly about the program and I take it to heart. Absolutely. All right, we're going to move on to panel 5. Christian M. from Mary Center. Oh, he's one of the others. Okay, please submit that formally as well. Elisa Glickstein from the Early Childhood Innovation Network. I haven't gotten there yet. On panel 5. Is this a different panel? That's on this. Sylvie Bello from the Cameroon American Council. Marie Cohen from the Child Welfare Monitor. And we will stop there. And so, Melissa, you may begin. On the red, yeah.
I'll start again. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Glickstein, and I am a Policy Associate for the Early Childhood Innovation Network, or ESIN, also a Ward 6 resident of Washington, D.C. ESIN is a local collaborative of health and education providers, community-based organizations, researchers, and advocates that promote resilience in families and children from pregnancy through age 5 in Washington, D.C. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. We applaud CFSA's commitment and focus on the critical prenatal to 3 period and attendant programs and policies. Prenatal to 3 is one of the most crucial times in a child's life, where the developing brain and the body are most vulnerable to external influences, and programs should focus on building household economic security, improving parental health, well-being, and strengthening parent-child interactions. CFSA has continuously demonstrated their commitment to early childhood. Over the past year, CFSA has been an active participant and steering committee member of the ESIN Prenatal to 5 Capacity Building Collaborative. Additionally, CFSA developed an intentional Prenatal to 3 2022 through 2025 plan focusing specifically on prevention and family strengthening. Rooted in our deep partnership with the Office of Thriving Families at CFSA and in recognition of our experience and expertise, ESIN was asked to assist CFSA in providing recommendations for potential enhancements to DC's Family First Prevention Plan. This plan encompasses programs that emphasize prevention and reduction in the occurrence and frequency of child welfare placements. Through robust discussions with CFSA, ESIN delivered recommendations on evidence-based early childhood programs that could be funded through Family First Prevention Services Act dollars in DC. We were grateful for the opportunity to partner with CFSA for their ongoing interest in early childhood focused programs and look forward to future opportunities for collaboration. CFSA has also always been a strong supporter and beneficiary of ESIN's Family Leadership Certificate Program. In collaboration with local experts and the Georgetown University School of Continuing Studies, ESIN helped to create the Certificate in Infant, Early Childhood, and Family Mental Health Family Leadership Track for parents, caregivers, and community members to become frontline community mental health workers. Participants in this 9-month-long certificate program gain a breadth of skills and experience in social emotional well-being, mindfulness, and child and family mental health in early learning, educational, healthcare, and community settings. It is also available for current professionals to upskill.
Overall, EASN has provided the Family Leadership Certificate training to over 30 staff members of CFSA and growing. Further, graduates of the certificate program can go on to work for CFSA in many different positions, including as staffers on the district's 211 warm line. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Sylvie Bello.
Bonjour, Hava, Ajiga. Hello, my name is Sylvie Bello, and I'm with the Cameroon American Council. My testimony is actually for the African American Affairs Agency. The commission was established in 2012 in response to a 2010 census to address low indicators in economic health and housing in African American communities. Today, the updated census for African Americans include 20% are either their parents or they themselves are immigrants. Councilmember, at the Cameroon American Council, we want to thank you for recognizing the diversity in the Black community. We want to thank you especially for lifting African immigrants and specifically folks from Angola, Cameroon, and Congo when President Biden traveled to Angola. In doing so, you recognized what is actually in the data for the Office of African Affairs, which is that the data they put out includes immigrants, yet, Councilman, the office does not have a language access staffer. At the Cameroon American Council, we're here today to seek a full-time staffer in the Office of African American Affairs for language access. And we say this because even though Language Access Act right now only includes spoken and written languages that Black people across the district speak, that we also have Black folks who are deaf. So we are seeking that staffer to work with the greater African American community. And in all of the data that the office produces, they include us African immigrants, they include Caribbean immigrants, they include other Black immigrants. Let's see here. In doing so, we would create and we would fully realize that the mission, which is to increase better outcomes in education, in health, and in youth. The prior speaker mentioned language access, and we at the Cameroon American Council are seeking a full-time staffer because it's unfair that all the other ethnic offices, such as African Affairs, African Affairs, Asian Affairs, and Latino Affairs have a full-time staffer in language access. Meanwhile, the African American office does not have language access, and in all of their data for Blacks in all 8 wards, they include us in it. So language access is very important, and we would like for not just for that office, but for you to include that in their indicator for when you seek out any kind of hearings or any kind of performance. We want you to check their performance on language access. Merci, thank you.
Thank you. If you can stick around, we will have questions. Marie Cohen, and I see we've been joined online by Christian Mendoza. And so after Marie, Christian, you will be able to go. So Marie, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, Councilmember Parker, and thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Marie Cohen and I live in Ward 6. I have been in the past a social worker in the district's child welfare system and a member of the Citizen Review Panel and the Child Fatality Review Committee. I write a widely read blog called Child Welfare Monitor, and I'm also on the staff of Lives Cut Short, which is a project to document child maltreatment fatalities around the country. And I spent 8 years as a mentor to a foster youth through the Best Kids program. 5-year-old DeAndre Pettis Jr. died on October 6th. He was an energetic student who greeted everyone with a smile. He loved Spider-Man, dinosaurs, and Legos. DeAndre's sister told staff at Safe Shores that she had seen her father throw DeAndre into a wall. Turns out that CFSA had removed all 3 children from Pettis after he was arrested in 2023 after assaulting a woman with whom he had been romantically involved. But the agency returned the children, and we don't know what kind of evaluation went into that decision. DeAndre was one of at least 8 children who died of maltreatment in the district in FY 2024, based on an analysis of OCME reports requested by Lives Cut Short. 4 died of blunt force injuries, 3 of poisoning from fentanyl or meth, and 1 died of asphyxia due to smothering. We don't know how many of these children were known to CFSA because that information is confidential. However, CFSA reports that of the 4 child abuse homicides it counted for 2024, 3 of the families were currently being investigated or were the subject of an in-home or out-of-home case. That's scary. Of course, child deaths are the most extreme outcome when CFSA fails to protect children that it knows are at risk. But these deaths are the tip of the iceberg. All the children who don't die but live with pain, fear, or chronic maltreatment that compromises their development. Children can fall between the cracks at every stage of CFSA involvement, from the hotline to investigations to in-home and out-of-home case management. And with the current workforce crisis, this may be happening more often. Data from the CFSA dashboard that I analyzed shows that the hotline accepted only 19% of calls for investigation in FY 2024. That's much lower than the national rate of almost 50%. Half of the calls involving children who later died were screened out in the 5 years before their death. The Ombudsperson reported that the hotline screened out 2 referrals from a school about a child with special needs in 2022, including one saying the child had missed more than 160 days of school. The child was admitted to Children's Hospital in January 2024 with severe malnutrition. My participation on the Child Fatality Review Committee showed me how often these calls about school absences are an early indicator that something is very wrong in a family. I think these calls need to be taken more seriously. The dashboard shows a jump in incomplete investigations from 525 in FY 23 to 1,442 in FY 24, clearly a result of the workforce crisis. CFSA's written testimony confirms the acuity of this crisis, with the number of CPS workers having dropped from 100 before the pandemic to 40 today. Even completed investigations may be inadequate with such short staffing. When workers are overworked, red flags can be missed. One example from the Ombuds report concerned a 1-year-old who died of blunt force injuries barely a month after the closure of an investigation. This may be the time for critical thinking about CFSA's oft-stated goal of transformation from a child welfare agency to a child and family well-being system. When an agency struggles to fulfill its core mission, does it really make sense to expand into areas that belong to other agencies, such as housing and financial assistance? And indeed, in its oversight responses, the agency said its agenda in the next 5 years includes reimagining and narrowing the involvement of CFSA to work with families only when abuse and neglect are present. This sounds like a more sensible option. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last for this panel, we have Christian Mendoza. And you appear to be muted. Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Hello. Good day, Mr. Zachary Parker and esteemed members of the Committee on the Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Christian Mendoza Alvarenga, a husband and a father of 2 boys, and I am a participant of the Father-Child Attachment Home Visiting Program at Mary Center and a resident of Ward 5. I am testifying about my experiences in the program and the impact that the program has had on me and my family and has allowed us to be more deliberate about our connections as a family. Starting the 24/7 dad sessions, we discuss various valuable topics that are not discussed on a regular basis. Being a part of this program has allowed me to have a safe place to discuss the topics in 24/7 dad. All topics are resourceful, and my family support worker, Karen Chicas, allows me to think and process my thoughts without judgment. The impact on my children has allowed me to gain a lot of resources, such as having diapers, which has alleviated some financial stresses for me and my wife. My older son is aware of my weekly home visits, and he has helped him with adjusting to routines. My children are more engaged in school, extracurricular activities, and with family members, thanks to being enrolled in the home visiting programs. I have also made deliberate changes to my parenting style that have resulted in my children feeling more heard, understood, and valued. A typical home visit starts with a check in that leads into the topic of the visit. My family support worker has also asked about the well being of myself and my family. When working with the 24/7 dad sessions, we read about the topics in the sessions, answer reflective questions, and how it connects to my life and experiences. When my home visit is in person, I appreciate how my family support worker includes my children in each visit and plans ahead to have a structured visit. Home visits generally last 1 hour, concluding with a review of the topics addressed during the session. My perspective on the father-child attachment home visiting program has evolved from initially feeling forced to participate to maintain peace within my marriage. My wife was a participant in a Healthy Families America program when she heard about the father-child attachment home visiting program and volunteered me to join. I have found the home visits to be a safe place where I can have someone who listens to me and advocates for me. My family support worker is someone I can trust and open about certain topics without feeling judged. There are certain topics or thoughts that I can have only with my family support worker and have conversations that assist. I think it is important to have a family support worker to end the stigma regarding toxic masculinity. I see the future of the father-child attachment home visiting program expanding and adding similar resources such as the 24/7 dad that pertain to fatherhood topics. The topics that are mentioned are valuable to me and all fathers. I believe that the fatherhood program should continue to push forward with resources and curriculums such as the 24/7 dad and similar programs to bring awareness to topics that are seldomly discussed, as these topics allow fathers to be uplifted and encourage healthy masculinity. I think it is important that the DC Council work towards this vision and invest in me and fathers like me so that we can continue to better ourselves for the sake of our children, our partners, and our community. In conclusion, investing in prevention programs like Fatherhood Child Attachment Home Visiting Program are supporting families who need the support the most. It aims to support the foundation and root of many societal issues in the family due to lack of support. I believe that making resources readily available to new and growing families to better themselves would have a domino effect to be able to subsidize the discrepancies that we are experiencing within our society. A father figure is an important figure in any child's life, and having a family support worker to be able to support can allow fathers to mitigate any burdening feelings we may have a self-imposed duty to uphold the family, and that is why I strongly believe that the fatherhood programs should be funded to continue providing needed resources and support to fathers like me and others in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to questions. Ms. Cohen, I want to start with you. You said in your testimony that CFSA only accepted roughly 19% of calls to its hotline. Where are you getting that number?
Okay, I got that from the dashboard. So far, I seem to be the only person who analyzes the CFSA dashboard. I'm looking forward for the Ombudsperson to take that over, and I am a great admirer of theirs, and I should have probably testified in their favor as well. But anyway, yeah. So that came from there.
Got it. And I mean, based on the pre-hearing responses, the point still stands that they are screening out the vast majority of calls, but my calculation doesn't come to that exact number.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a look, and if I find anything interesting, I'll let you know.
Okay, that would be great. To your point, though, that some young people that are the victim of abuse that unfortunately end up dead are being screened out when calls are originally made to CFSA. Can you elaborate on that point and anything you're finding?
Right. Well, of course, I don't, I don't have access to much right now, but I did notice in the excellent report of the Ombudsperson, and I would really recommend you look at the case studies. And I know they're just case studies, but I think there were a couple of them where they were looking at very serious abuse cases that didn't, whereas there were multiple reports screened out. So that was one thing. And there is one thing, I know there's like a lot of talk about how educational neglect shouldn't, needs to be, a lot of calls from schools are frivolous and shouldn't be answered. But there's the other side of it. And I really, really noticed it in my 6 years on child fatality review, that when you saw a child death case, you would see like, sometimes 16, 18, 20 calls. And often the first ones would be either educational neglect or like babies who were born with substance exposure. And, I think that I'm just not sure if I agree with the whole policy now that, for example, educational neglect has to be affecting the child's performance. So if it doesn't, they're not going to accept, they're going to close the investigation. But I feel like it's more of a harbinger, like, and even they won't look at educational neglect for preschoolers because preschool is not mandatory. But it's like, well, if a mom has free preschool and can't get her kid there, it's kind of a harbinger of extreme disorganization and just things that are going on, I just saw that a lot at child fatality. I mean, I just can't tell you how much I saw that at child fatality review. And I guess I'm trying to think, was there any other? Yeah, I guess it was at this point, it was looking at the Ombudsperson's, those case studies in the Ombudsperson's report. And then my experience over those 6 years, which ended about 2 years ago on child fatality review when I was I was told that I would not be reinstated as a member. So
What? This is not the point, but what was the reason for that?
Oh, the reason is they wanted to give someone else a chance, even though I was one of only 2 community members, and they needed 8. So go figure.
Interesting. Okay. I would like to follow up. My team will reach out so we can follow up. But you're talking my language when you talk about the educational neglect. I make it no secret that I think CFSA is dropping the ball here. Last year, I even attempted to legislate and define what educational neglect is, because I think part of the issue is that it's a moving target, and we even see that in some of the responses that we received. But also, we're seeing a similar pattern that we were talking about with truancy and absenteeism. The vast majority of calls and referrals made to CFSA in that area are being screened out.
Right.
And your point, which just really resonated to me, is that those often can be early warning signs for children that are in harm's way or soon might be. So I do plan to follow up, and thank you for that.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Ms. Bello, I think your point is well taken in terms of making sure district residents have access to all agencies. What I did hear when we heard from the Office of African Affairs is that they do have translation services, to paraphrase. And it's my understanding that those translation services can work across the affairs offices. And so in your experience, have you reached out to the Office of African American Affairs, and have you been told that they aren't able to translate material for you?
Yes, we, especially with Black History Month, we reached out to the Office of Human Rights, sharing that we needed them to do a lot of outreach as well during Black History Month, because language access, which is within the Office of Human Rights, affects us as Black people in DC, but they predominantly only do it during Hispanic Heritage Month. I also wanted to point out, which I failed to do during my earlier segment, is that African American Vernacular English is part of language access. And there's been lots of reports, and I'm just going to read this. African American Vernacular English is a vital language access component and a significant determinant of health, education, and social factors in Washington, D.C. Recognizing African American Vernacular English as a legitimate language and dialect is essential for healthcare. It improves health outcomes by addressing language barriers and providing culturally competent care, education, enhancing academic achievement by acknowledging and incorporating African American Vernacular English in educational setting, social services. By acknowledging the importance of African American Vernacular English, we can work together in a more inclusive and equitable DC. So when we talk about language access for African American, for the African American Affairs Office, we're talking all languages, visual, as well as written, as well as spoken. I know I did mention spoken earlier, but I didn't break down what I meant by spoken, and definitely the African American Vernacular.
And while your point around the African American Vernacular English, and I must say that's a very elevated term. Growing up, that was commonly referred to as Ebonics,
Yes.
but that doesn't quite serve as the same barrier to accessing information from government as I might imagine someone who speaks French, and therefore they can't access something because it's in English. Your point is well taken, but I think the more compelling argument is we should be providing language access across the board for all of these agencies, and that is something that my office and team will look into. It was my understanding from, again, the hearing we had with the Office of African Affairs that their translation services almost kind of float from agency to agency, but what I'm hearing from you is that that may not be the case.
It is not sufficient.
Got it.
It's not sufficient. We want the African American Affairs Office to have an extra staffer, just like the African Affairs Office does, just like Asian Affairs Office does.
Yes, I hear you. Let me ask this, and I asked this to the government team earlier. Do you think we need disparate affairs offices versus just having one community affairs office?
We do.
And what would be the reason?
One, neighboring jurisdiction like Montgomery County, Prince George's County, all have this disaggregated data because of the disaggregated data right now in the US Census, which in 2020 disaggregated the data, at least for Black communities. Asian and Hispanic Americans have always had disaggregated data because everybody understands that, you know, you may not always get, let's say, Muslim, like Arabic, you know, speaking Asian community messaging, but I'm not sure why when it comes to the Black community, folks always think that we're monolithic. Right? So in disaggregating the data, we can better serve the community. The state of Maryland has commissions and offices for different groups as well. They have African American, they have African, they have Caribbean, and even down to the county levels, Prince George's County and Montgomery County. Yesterday, Senator Kane, this is now on the federal level, Senator Kane and Senator Corrin, the Republican out of Texas, put out a resolution on African Immigrant Heritage Month. So yes, in disaggregating the data, we can better serve the diverse communities. And as a Black person in DC, in disaggregating the Black data, which is already on the, you know, the census is already doing that, we can better serve the Black community where we always consistently in every social section have the lowest outcomes. So yes,
you make a compelling argument. So thank you. Thank you.
And we would like the second thing is that please,
quickly,
yes, we would like for you to include language access in the performance of the African American Affairs Office.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Glickstein, I wanted to come to you. What has, since you've worked with CFSA and the certification program that you highlighted, what has been the difference in outcomes you would argue, or are you all even tracking that?
I don't know if we've gotten to the specific outcome level, but that's something I can definitely follow up with you. I would say what has been tracking is the opportunities for people from communities, especially from wards 8 and wards 7, is that they are the people that look like the communities they're serving. They're getting access to this training, and then they're going back and they're getting these government jobs as these community mental health workers with this specific knowledge on early childhood. I would also say that professionals in CFSA and across the government are being able to upskill their knowledge and really kind of hone in on the importance of early childhood, which is not something that has always been emphasized. So I think that I can definitely look into the outcomes and get back to your office, but I think that what we are tracking is the significant amount of increased training opportunities and the amount of opportunities for people of color, people that look like the people that they're serving, people that might not have, full college education, ways that they can access to these jobs in government and serve the communities.
Thank you for that. No, that would be helpful if you could follow up. Just one other quick question. Where did the funding for that certification development come from? In other words, did that come in part from CFSA, or was that all privately funded through the university?
I don't believe it came from CFSA. I think privately funded through the university. I know that they had a grant through the Aspen Institute as well to help with externships as part of the program. That is something I will also follow up with you on.
I think it's an interesting model to think about how we might expand capacity for agencies like CFSA.
Yeah, they've been funneling into the 211 warm line as well, some of the graduates.
Awesome, thank you. And then I won't belabor the point. I just want to say, Mr. Mendoza, your testimony resonates like those that came before you, and I take it to heart. And we'll see everything we can do as a committee to support this program.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to move to our next panel.
Merci, thank you.
We have Victoria Taplin with the DC Kin Care Alliance, Susan Punnett with DC Family and Youth Initiative, Princess Sims with DC Family and Youth Initiative, and Bernadette Panku with DC Family and Youth Initiative. And when you're ready, Ms. Taplin, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker, and good afternoon to you and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Victoria Taplin, and I am Managing Attorney for Policy and Advocacy with DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children in their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them. Today, I wish to direct the committee's attention to 4 matters regarding CFSA. First, like many others, we are very concerned that the shortage in CPS investigative social workers is negatively impacting child safety. We have received complaints from our clients that children and their families are being left in abusive situations, and also note an uptick in child maltreatment fatalities reported in the news. CFSA's own benchmark of satisfactory performance is that 90% of its CPS social workers have caseloads of 12 cases or fewer, and no caseworker should have a greater number than 15 cases. Yet for FY25 to date, their data shows 28 out of 38 social workers carrying an average of more than 12 cases, with 23 carrying more than 15 cases. More concerning still, CFSA's data shows a dramatic drop in social workers doing this work now than in previous years, from 90 social workers for FY23 to 39 for FY24 to just 38 to date for FY25. If social workers are not able to complete the required interviews and collect needed information timely, endangered children may suffer further harm. Second, we are concerned with a recent trend at CFSA to impose additional documentation requirements for the grandparent and close relative caregiver programs, requirements that are not mandated by statute and cause significant delays in processing applications. In a meeting with staff from CFSA's Office of Thriving Families in August of 2024, we discussed recent requirements that caregivers provide a copy of their lease and a school enrollment form, and we provided specific examples of how these requirements had created choke points in our clients in the application process. We also suggested alternate methods of proof that would be easier for applicants to comply with. Yet in follow-up correspondence, program staff insisted that there was no evidence that these requirements caused barriers and said that CFSA was not going to eliminate or even modify them. We maintain that they are unnecessarily burdensome and ask CFSA to remedy them. Third, over the past 6 months, we have asked program staff several times to provide the calculator used to determine the subsidy daily rate for the grandparent and close relative caregiver programs, so that we can provide caregivers information on what they should expect to receive and ensure the amount received is accurate. To date, we have not received it, and today we reiterate our request for this formula, which should be readily available to the public. And finally, we request that the DC Council consider a revision to the caregiver subsidy statutes to make eligibility for payments consistent with cash assistance programs. Specifically, that payments would continue with respect to young adults up to the age of 19 who are still in a caregiver's home, provided that they are attending high school or a vocational training program. Under current law, the subsidy ends when a young adult turns 18, creating a hardship for caregivers of 18-year-olds who are still in high school, because the cost of supporting them is no less than before and usually more. Our legislative proposal is attached to my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Susan Punnett.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the Youth Affairs Committee. My name is Susan Panett. I'm a District of Columbia resident and Executive Director of Family and Youth Initiative. DCFYI is a small nonprofit that brings together teens who are in foster care and adult volunteers so they can forge lasting relationships and thus help teens achieve permanency. We're proud of the work we have done over 14 years of helping some teens find adoptive families and other teens connect with adults who have stayed in their lives through foster care into adulthood. We believe that all young people deserve to have adults they can trust and count on no matter what. I'm here today in DCFYI's capacity as the community partner supporting an amazing group of individuals who share the experience of having been in DC foster care. These lived experts, or LEX leaders, are the driving force creating a new type of permanency for older youth in DC called SOUL, or Soul Family. This group of lived experts have committed hundreds of hours of time, meeting as a group every other Saturday, and also participating in meetings and work groups with partners at DC Child and Family Services Agency, the Children's Law Center, the Office of the DC Attorney General, and others. Through their work, LEX leaders are ensuring that SOUL will be responsive to the needs and wants of youth just like them. They are creating a goal and a process that would have allowed those who are already adults to have achieved permanency as teens, and which could lead to permanency for LEX who are still in foster care. Not only is the proposed SOUL Family permanency option new and innovative, but so is the process of designing it. I doubt there are other examples of a government agency both working so collaboratively with outside entities, and even more importantly, giving the lead to those with the lived experience of having been in the government system. LEX leaders serve as co-chairs of every work group. In meetings, other partners actively defer to the LEX position when hashing out decisions. This approach will lead to better results both for youth in care and also for the child welfare system. Those of us who have had the privilege of working with the lived experts have been awed by the attention and thoughtfulness they bring to this process. They keep us on task. They point out nuances others have missed. They bring us back to our shared values and appropriately call out when the rest of us let them down. I am grateful to CFSA for opening this process and welcoming the broad range of perspectives and experiences that will make SOUL a truly transformative option for older youth in care. I am grateful to the LIVED experts for committing to this work, even when it gets frustrating, and for reminding the rest of us why it is so critically important to allow those with lived experience to lead in program design, implementation, and evaluation. And I'll say this is something we've taken to heart at DCFY and changing some of our own internal practices as well. You will hear from a few of the LIVED experts through this hearing, some who are testifying today, others whose schedules did not allow them to appear but are submitting written or oral testimony. There are other LIVED experts who are just as passionate about this work but not comfortable speaking publicly, who would love the opportunity to meet with you to discuss SOUL. All of us are looking forward to the implementation of this new permanency option for older youth in foster care. In addition, I hope the success of this effort will lead to broader changes within CFSA, giving all youth a greater role in determining their futures, whether they choose SOUL as a permanency option or not. And I also hope the process of creating SOUL serves as a catalyst for other DC government agencies to include those with lived experience as they create, implement, and evaluate their own programs. And I just want to add that it's a lot easier and faster to bring together a group of people, like-minded individuals, to come up with a plan, run it by other people, and just sort of check a box and say it's done. And it takes a lot more time and effort to work really collaboratively with people who have different points of view, working through disagreements and rebuilding trust when it's tested. So I just want to make sure I give kudos to CFSA for committing to this process. Thank you.
Next, we will have Princess Sims.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Princess Sims. I'm a member of the SOUL Lex Group, and I have lived experience in the DC Foster Care Agency. To me, family may begin with your bloodline, but it doesn't stop there. When I entered the foster care system, I felt alone. Reunification was not an option for me, and guardianship wasn't a proper fit either. Even though I had many relatives, I couldn't imagine any of them being my only caregiver. With over 15 failed placements, and not for reasons that you may think. For example, my spirituality is so important to me. Many of the foster parents I was placed with practiced different religions from my own. And as a teen transitioning into adulthood, I needed trusted adults in my life that shared my beliefs or at least respected them. Whether I chose to explore them further or opt out, I should have not been forced to conform to their ideology because I lived in their household or because they couldn't find a babysitter before church. This is where SOUL could have made a difference. SOUL gives young adults the opportunity to choose more than one legal caregiver, as well as community of supportive adults to lean on. If SOUL Family had been an option for me, I would have had more people in my life supporting me, and I wouldn't have quit book club or band practice, and I would have been front row at the Kingdom Hall. In terms of self-advocacy, my former foster care lawyer, Megan Conway, is the closest example that I had at the time to someone who exhibited such qualities. When I spoke in anger or in tears, she helped me take the words I said and translated them into a way that others could comprehend. She also pushed me to graduate, pursue higher education, including college and vocational programs. She encouraged me to open up my own shop when my physical disabilities did not allow me to work for others. If it wasn't for her, I would not be here speaking with you today. This is just one of many people that have not been mentioned who would have been a part of my SOUL family. And I thank them for bringing me here today as well. This is just the start of what SOUL Family can make possible. When I aged out, I moved out. And I disconnected from my foster parents without any of the services I thought I was going to be able to have access to: food, education, housing, etc. If SOUL Family would have been an option for me, I could have lived with my foster parents and still had backup people in my life if I needed more support in case of emergencies or placement disruptions, as well as the education that I was entitled to receive. Healthcare and housing. I wouldn't have chose one over the other and possibly had the risk of losing it all. Currently, I'm a senior licensed cosmetologist, a small beauty business owner, and although I have day-to-day struggles, I'm surviving. I am still in contact with my former foster parents on a limited basis. I hope that with Soul Family in DC, all young people will thrive and not just survive, with a supportive, stable environment filled with backup plans, resources, services, and a sense of community and family that they design and deserve. Thank you.
And then Bernadette Funku.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brenda Fonquay. I'm here today to talk about why SOAL is important and why it is necessary option for young people in foster care. SOAL is designated to strengthen connections and provide support for youth in care by recognizing their relationships with trusted adults in their lives. Without strong, lasting relationships, navigating the system can feel isolating. So ensures that youth have a say in where they live and who supports them, giving them the stability that is often missing in traditional foster care placements. This legislation is critical because it is youth-centered and informed by lived experience. The foster care system should not be built solely on policies that created without direct input from those impacted. Through my involvement, I have worked alongside with other Lex leaders to ensure that SOAL reflects the real needs of young people in foster care. Whether it's maintaining family connections, securing supportive placements, or ensuring that youth have accesses to succeed when they transition to adulthood. Not every young youth in care fits into the traditional mode of unification, adoption, or guardianship. Many youth in care age out without a permanent home or support system in place. Existing processes such as APLA, which is another planned permanent living arrangement, do not ensure that continued connections to supportive adults, living young people to navigate housing, education, and finances on their own. So helps bridge these gaps by reinforcing existing relationships and creating stability beyond the time spent in foster care. Support shouldn't end when a young person turns 18 or ages out of care. Having a network of trusted adults, whether it's a teacher, a mentor, or an extended family member, can provide critical guidance, emotional support, and practical resources. These relationships can make the difference between a young person struggling alone or having the support they need to transition successfully into adulthood. I support SOAL because it gives youth the ability to build a future with people who truly care about them. Legislators need to recognize that foster care should not just be about placement, it should be about stability, connection, and long term success. Young people need options that allow them to maintain meaningful relationships and have a voice in where they live. So it's a step in the right direction, ensuring that not just young people has to navigate the challenges of foster care and adulthood alone. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. And I'm going to start in reverse order. Bernadette and Princess, you both spoke about how having this expanded network has meant a lot to you and has supported and aided you. How did you first learn about the program through the Family Youth Initiative? And let's start with Princess and then Bernadette, I'll give you a response.
Yes, again, my former foster care lawyer, Megan Conway, always going above and beyond, was the one who recognized that I've always been a very outspoken person. And anytime I've ever had any difficulties, struggles, or ever wanted to advocate for change, she would make sure that I had access to all opportunities to do so. So she was the one that initially opened the floor for me to be able to seek this out.
Nice. And what about you, Bernadette?
I heard from the support about SOAL when I aged out of care from my social worker and other young adults that was already part of it.
And I know this is tangential to your testimony, but what are some of the challenges that we should be sensitive to for a young person that is aging out of the system? And let's start with Princess, and then we'll go to Bernadette.
I love this question, just to say. We've centered so much on housing that we neglect areas like education, and that they center so much around college. But when I went to Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, I did not have the same resources or support, and even having access to full scholarships. They pushed for me to take out student loans, on top of the fact that I found out that at the time, I don't know if this is still accurate, but at the time they were no longer nationally accredited. And I had to transfer universities immediately after the first semester. And I did not have anybody helping me navigate that, or transportation resources, especially not having a car or being able to drive at the time. Nobody taught me how to file taxes, how to even apply for FAFSA, or how to even properly get a job as a child with physical and mental disabilities. And those things are extremely vital to my growth as an adult, not just a child transitioning out of foster care.
So just summarizing, and I really appreciate you sharing, whereas there may be a lot of focus on housing, there is little to no focus on everything else from education to employment.
Exactly.
And that was part of your experience. Bernadette, what would you say? What are some of the challenges as one agent's out of the system?
Basically, a loss of connection. So it's like when you age out of the system, I experienced like being given a document just handed it to me, and like $1,000 of Walmart gift cards. And basically that was it. I was told, off you go, have a good rest of your life. I feel like I didn't have no connections, who to reach out to. I was lost, and like I could not direct have anyone to speak to. So it's like when I was in the system, I didn't have nobody to talk to, and plus because I'm African, so it's like my culture was not there. I didn't have no one to connect to with my culture, if whether I speak French or whether it's cooking or whatever it may be. So I was basically had the option to like speak to people that's not part of my culture, and I had to like navigate navigate through life, learning these other new possibilities, these other new resources. And aging out, I don't have no connections with my family. I still don't have no connections with the people that I was in the system with. So, and the only thing I have is like the resources, which like is college, finances, and that's basically it.
Thank you. I mean, what your testimony makes clear is we have a lot of work to do to better support young people generally, but especially young people in the care of CFSA. So thank you for that.
And this is not to blame anyone. I'm not here to bash anyone or do none of that. I am grateful for what the system has provided, but this is just for what the system can improve on. If we have so many other kids in care who are struggling, who are end up being pregnant, who are getting raped, and there are no resources available. They're just there because the staff think that they were there because they did something bad, or they was there because their parents did not have the ability to take care of them. So yeah.
No, thank you for that. Ms. Punny, I wanted to, thank you for the work that you're contributing to, but what are some of the challenges you're experiencing as you're running this program, working with young people, trying to fill in the gaps that clearly exist?
So I'd say there's sort of two pieces. The soul family work is separate from what we do as an organization. But I think the overlap is a big piece of what the lived experts have talked about in Soul, is that young people shouldn't have to choose between connections and services. And that is a big reason that a number of youth choose not to do permanency, because they're afraid of losing the concrete services that the agency provides. So access, for example, to the FUP vouchers, which you heard about earlier, or making sure that they've got access to college supports and aftercare services. That the current permanency options they have now, they feel, rightly or wrongly, but they feel like they're choosing one or the other, permanency, connections to adults who will stay in their lives, or services. I think the other really big piece, and Bernie or Princess might speak to this also, is these are young people for whom a lot of trust has been broken over the years. And so new adults coming into their lives need to prove themselves before the young people are going to trust them. And I think that's a huge piece about why teens don't achieve permanency, because they're afraid that they're going to say yes to permanency, and then this person that they said yes to is going to turn out to do some of the same stuff that other adults have done to them in the past, and then they're going to be stuck because they're going to be out of the system. They're not going to be able to fall back on the system supports, and they're really going to be on their own even more than what you're hearing from them right now in terms of how they feel alone.
No, thank you for that. I will be following up because I do think there's opportunities here for this committee to address that tension that exists. And it's heartbreaking to hear that young people are having to make those very difficult choices or cutting their losses, so to speak.
We would appreciate that. And as I said in my testimony, there are other young people who would love to talk to you who are not comfortable being on camera or
Understood.
in print. So
Understood.
they would love that
Set
opportunity.
up a time, and I will come out to where you all are and we can interface with the young people.
That would be great.
directly.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Taplin, I wanted to come to you. You highlighted several issues, several that I plan to bring up with the agency when they come before us. But I wanted to learn more about the barrier or the burdens that exist because of paperwork, namely for accessing the grandparent caregiver program. Can you share more or elaborate there? What are you seeing in other jurisdictions versus what we're requiring that leads you to believe that there's an undue burden that we're placing on individuals accessing this program?
Thank you, Council Member. I don't know that I can speak to other jurisdictions. However, what we look at is what the statutes are, here in DC, and what is required by way of eligibility. And there are a number of documents that pursuant to statute that I have to be provided, anyway. There's proof about, there's pay stubs, proof about income, there's proof, have to provide custody agreements if there is one in that situation. They have to provide information about what TANF they get. All of this is documents. They have to approve oftentimes birth certificates. So there's documents that our clients in these situations to get benefits. And, it's not just the caregiver subsidy through CFSA, but a lot of what happens when suddenly there's a new child in a person's home, where they often have other children as well and other responsibilities, is that they desperately need these benefits. And it's there's just many requirements. And so, for example, with the lease, which is something that recently is being requested by CFSA, you look at the statute, and to prove DC residency, for an applicant to prove DC residency, it used to be that the statute says you need to prove that, but it used to be that it was okay to either show a driver's license, a bill, a utility bill, or a lease. But now, and a utility bill was very easy because it's typically just one page. And our clients do not have laptop computers. Typically, they're working off of their phone. They're having to take pictures of documents and then upload them from their phone. It's tricky. And so if you have a lease that can be 10 to 20 pages, it's very difficult to get all of that, take the picture taken, have it uploaded, or if they have to go to third parties. Like an example is, and I know you probably need to move on, but what we've seen happen is that when a lease converts from an annual lease to month, which is very typical with leases here in DC, is after the initial year term, it just converts to month. And CFSA has told some of our clients who have that situation that their lease has expired. And then they need to go and get some kind of, from their landlord, some sort of rental verification. And, with people with incredibly pressured, busy lives, taking in a new child, every one of these things is just layers on and makes it more and more difficult to be where they need to be to support these children.
Understood.
So that's just a couple of examples.
No, that's really helpful. My team will follow up because I am sensitive to this. We see this across government that a number of our support programs and services are hard to access because of paperwork and oftentimes redundant paperwork. So thank you for your testimony and thank you all for joining today.
Thank you.
Bernadette, are you still there?
Yes. I wanted to reinstate something. I wanted to reinstate that it's not just Black people that are going through these issues, but there's a variety of different race people that are going through these issues. And I feel like CFSA is there for a reason, but every time we go, they tell us that they're there for us to for us to reach out to them. But every time we go for them to support is lacking. So I feel like when we get placed into a government placement situations, if resources is there for us to be provided, we should get those resources. We should not be put out of home. We should not be put out of group home because of we don't have we're lacking, or the group homes and staff are telling us that we're not behaving accordingly. So the system does have a lot of work they need to work on and do, but to make a better situation placements for us to be able to live and not be able to have to worry about a next meal, or not be able to have to worry about influences and dropping out of school, or because the placements that we're in, we don't feel safe. So the system definitely needs to work on a lot of these situations.
Thank you for that. And I take that to heart. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to be able to testify, and I do look forward to any future opportunities that you may provide for us to further speak about these matters and actually get some real results going.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to our next panel. Dr. Dawn Sherman of Community of Hope, Rachel White of DC Action, Michelle Sewell of DC Safe, Daryl Wise, testifying as a public witness. All right, Dr. Sherman, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members and staff of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I am Dr. Dawn Sherman, Vice President of Community Impact and Evaluation at Community of Hope and a Ward 7 resident. Community of Hope is a federally qualified health center, offers services to families and individuals experiencing homelessness, and operates the Bellevue Family Success Center at our Conway Health and Resource Center in Ward 8. We are excited about the launch of Families First DC 2.0 and look forward to seeing the network of Family Success Centers expand, providing increased access to services for families in Ward 7 and 8. The Bellevue Family Success Center is part of a network of 10 Family Success Centers funded by Families First DC. The Bellevue Family Success Center's priorities are guided by a Community Advisory Council, and we have a program director and 3 family success specialists fully dedicated to supporting families in the Bellevue community. Through the Family Success Center, Community of Hope connects families with existing community and government resources to address their needs and concerns through both one-time assistance and short-term service navigation for up to 21 days. On-site support services include referrals to rental assistance, TANF, SNAP, and SSI application assistance, job application assistance, and gift cards for emergency food assistance. We also provide referrals for residents to Community of Hope's medical, dental, emotional wellness, WIC, and homelessness prevention programs. In addition to our direct client supports, we are expanding our community safety and violence prevention programming to include at least 4 events with the guidance of our Community Advisory Council. These events will offer resources and on-site supports for residents, as well as a resident discussion on recent safety issues in the Bellevue community. The Bellevue FSC will partner with community violence interrupters such as Cure the Streets to hold these town hall-style resident discussions where residents can provide feedback on community safety issues and report their feedback back to the CAC. On March 15th, we will be hosting the first of these events. Community Love Day will be a combined resource fair and town hall where community members will be able to come together to discuss the impact of community violence and safety concerns, as well as potential resident-focused solutions to community violence. We are proud of the work that we are doing at the Bellevue Family Success Center, but to continue providing direct support services to our community clients, in addition to meeting the new violence prevention programming requirements in our grants, it is crucial that the Child and Family Services Agency increase funding for family success centers. Addressing violence within our communities is vitally important to our residents, and increased funding is crucial in order to create spaces for community members to do this without decreasing the direct client supports that are fundamental to the success of our families. We would like to acknowledge the hard work of DC Child and Family Services Agency and its Office of Thriving Families to create and fund programs that promote family success and well-being, and thank the agency for its continued collaboration in investing in DC's families. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Rachel White.
Good morning, Chair Parker, or good afternoon, Chair Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Rachel White, and I serve as the Deputy Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the many young people who transition out of the foster care system and face housing insecurity in the district. Youth exiting the child welfare system face significant challenges in securing stable housing and remaining housed. A 2019 survey found that nearly 9 out of 10 youth who exited foster care at age 21 reported housing insecurity immediately after exit. Despite legislative efforts like the Preserving Our Kids' Equity Through Trust Amendment Act of 2022 or the Pocket Act, too many young people are still falling through the cracks. In 2023, over half of the 29 youth who aged out of foster care were placed with foster parents, family members, or transitional housing programs. Yet it remains unclear whether these arrangements provide true long-term stability. Are these youth still sheltered with family or living independently a month, 6 months, or a year after CFSA facilitates these arrangements upon exit? While CFSA says this year that 88% of the youth who aged out of care had stable housing in place, we remain concerned that this percentage does not reflect true stability youth required to transition successfully into adulthood. As an advocacy and policy organization informed by service providers and impacted youth, we see firsthand the struggles these young people face. Applying for and successfully securing a family unification program or FUP voucher is a complex process that requires significant support. Only 3 of the 29 youth aging out of foster care in fiscal year 23 applied for a FUP voucher and were recommended by CFSA, though presumably due to the backlog of youth who aged out in earlier years without a FUP voucher, a full 40 youth submitted a FUP application that year. Furthermore, of those 40 youth, only 8 obtained housing and were utilizing their vouchers. This highlights a gap in support and coordination that must be addressed. Expecting a young person to navigate DCHA's bureaucracy, the housing market, and lease-up process all on their own is not realistic. Unfortunately, while CFSA shared in their oversight responses that they expended 38 FUP vouchers in fiscal year 24 and served 11 youth with leased-up FUP vouchers, that does not tell us how many of the youth who aged out of foster care in fiscal year 24 are actually in housing using that voucher. The district must do more to ensure youth have meaningful support in securing and maintaining stable housing. In addition, while 7 youth were served at the CFSA DBH Transitional Housing Program Wayne Place in fiscal year 24, it's unclear how youth requiring similar support in fiscal year 25 and later will receive it now that Wayne Place is being closed. To address these issues, I urge the committee to 1, strengthen the Pocket Act by requiring CFSA to provide each eligible youth with a clear, actionable housing plan and ensure they are successfully placed, fully moved into stable housing when needed. Mandate interagency coordination between CFSA, DCHA, DHS, and other relevant agencies to improve voucher access, lease-up support, and ongoing case management for youth aging out of care. Push CFSA for greater transparency around their implementation of the Pocket Act. Please ask how the agency defines voucher utilization success, and specifically how many youth exiting their care were supported all the way through moving into housing. Future Pocket Act reports must provide a clearer picture of the outcomes for the youth who exited foster care. And lastly, amend the Pocket Act to require CFSA to report on housing outcomes at 2 and 5-year intervals after a youth exits care to assess whether current housing exit planning policies are effective in preventing youth and adult homelessness. Chair Parker, as you take on this vital oversight role, I hope you will prioritize the housing stability of youth exiting foster care. These young people deserve a fair chance at independent living, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that they do not face homelessness as they transition into adulthood. Thank you for your time and commitment to these critical issues, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Michelle Sewell? You're muted.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and the members of the committee. My name is Michelle Sewell, and I'm the Crisis Shelter Director for DC Safe. DC Safe serves a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we served over 12,000 clients, including 318 families and 648 children in our crisis shelter. Throughout our programming, but especially at our shelter, we see daily the chaos and uncertainty of domestic violence and the disruptive impact it has on the whole family. Because all too often domestic violence can negatively impact children, we deeply value our partnership with CFSA. Their engagement with the high-risk domestic violence initiative, working directly with DC Safe, and as well as the tireless work of the dedicated individual social workers has been commendable. However, as we move forward in our partnership and collaboration, we hope to continue to strengthen our work, including through better tracking of high-risk domestic violence cases. Being able to recognize high-risk cases early and across not just CFSA, but several government agencies is a common goal identified in the Domestic Violence System Review, and one we believe can help those most at risk to receive comprehensive and collaborative support for their safety. We're also hoping to further our work with CFSA through a renewed MOU, which would help us collaborate more closely for our CFSA-involved clients, and especially those who end up at our shelter. In addition, we believe enhanced training and support for CFSA staff across programming is essential. Advanced training on the dynamics of domestic violence as a pattern of violence and how that dynamic can be disruptive in complex and in unexpected ways would help establish a more holistic approach in working with families. We also believe training and collaboration around the complexity of housing and other client-facing services could also be strengthened. We also want to call attention to the critical need for offender accountability. In our discussion with CFSA, both on an individual client level, but also on a system-wide interaction, it has been unclear to us how individual caseworkers and CFSA as a whole can engage and facilitate services for the offending parent when there's an open DV-involved case. CFSA's supportive approach for DV survivors is welcome, but when that is not paired with an equally accountability for the offending parent, the survivor continues to ultimately bear the burden and responsibility of the abuse. As we seek a more engaged response for offender parents from CFSA, we acknowledge that caseworkers also have resources for the offending parent to aid in mitigating the violence. Unfortunately, meaningful offender supports are limited outside of the civil or criminal courts. This is not a specific CFSA concern, but one that the city must address to provide better outcomes across agencies and for district residents as a whole. We look forward to working with CFSA in building toward the goal of a broader, holistic, and active collaboration, as well as focus on offender accountability across a wide swath of intersecting supports and resources as survivors navigate daily in seeking safety. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. And then last for this panel, we have Daryl Weiss.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and committee members. I am here to offer my testimony at this performance oversight hearing for the Child and Family Services Agency. My name is Daryl Wise. I am a proud graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, where I earned my Bachelor's of Science degree in Business Administration. Currently, I'm pursuing my master's degree in social service with a minor in public policy at Catholic University of America. I am a lifetime member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Since graduating, I have held several leadership and executive management roles in the hospitality industry, both in the private sector and in the District of Columbia, in the district government. I am currently working as a workforce development specialist in the executive office of the mayor, specifically in the mayor's office of returning citizens affairs. Recently, I have embarked on a new journey in my life. I have become a proud resource parent to a beautiful baby boy of 10 months, of 11 months now, who I will refer as a baby C for privacy reasons. When I first considered becoming a resource parent, I felt nervous about the children, their backgrounds, and the legal requirements involved. Fortunately, the wonderful staff at this Child Family Services helped me understand the process right away and put my unfounded fears at ease. Most importantly, they guided me to focus on what truly matters, helping young children find love in difficult circumstances. Becoming a resource parent is both challenging and rewarding. I fell in love with baby C right away. However, I had to admit I was nervous when I received that phone call at 9:30 p.m., just after being licensed 4 hours earlier. I asked myself, what have I done? When baby C finally arrived a little after 11 p.m. that night, baby C was screaming and very confused. After many hours of pacing the floors with him in my arms, we both looked at each other, and I looked into his big eyes. Excuse me. Telling me it was going to be all right, and and he looked into and I looked into baby Blue's, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, whew, got choked up there for a moment. And he looked into my baby blue eyes and must have seen the same thing, at which point he settled down and went to sleep. I believe at this point our bond was created. I was committed on helping him reunite with his family if at all possible. Fostering comes with new experiences and many emotions. The support and guidance I received from CFSA helped me tremendously throughout the fostering process. However, I love baby C, who was entrusted to me when he needed a home. I was honored to become his forever family. Many people ask me why I have chosen to foster. The answer is easy. There is a need, and I am partnered with a wonderful agency. Not to mention, I was raised in foster care myself. I was awarded of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia until I aged out. I was blessed to have been placed with one set of foster parents, the late David and the Honorable Rose Lennon. To this day, I am still a part of their ever-growing family. My parents taught me to fight for what is right and to give back to our community. So fostering is another way for me to give back. Going through the resource parenting training program was intense and informative. The trainers and social workers made the fostering care process so easy to navigate and were very easy, and were with me every step of the way. I felt so informed and supportive. The social workers at CFSA are the very best in the field. I am forever grateful for CSF and impacting my life in such a meaningful way. I am happy to announce I'm in the process of adopting baby C. Thank you, committee chair and committee members, for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Um, That will conclude testimony for this round. I wanted to come to you, Dr. Sherman, and you talked about the Family Success Centers, and this is something that came up earlier. There is a need for more funding. Is there a magic number that is needed, or just generally we need more money?
I think our magic number would be, and currently we receive $325,000 through the Families First DC initiative. We would need about $500,000 a year to truly cover the costs of the additional community violence prevention work, as well as the direct costs that our clients are having to be able to address those needs. We provide gift cards and emergency assistance to help families stay out of the CFSA system. And right now, we've had to cut back on how much we have in our budget for client costs to accommodate some of the additional programming required under the grant. So our magic number is 500,000.
Okay, thank you. And if you could follow up with our committee and just share more about how you came to that number, that would be helpful. I do believe in the work of our Family Success Centers. I hear you loud and clear that more is needed, not less, but more information could help us advocate effectively during the budget. Related to that, you talked about how I think it's at the Bellevue Family Success Center, you're partnering with violence interrupters. Can you speak to how that works now? There's been discussion via the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement that there's going to be a shift in strategy around violence interruption in terms of how it's structured, moving towards a more ward-based model versus disparate, distinct teams, if you will. And like, if that is the direction that our violence interruption model will move in, how will the Family Success Center there keep up any recommendations you have?
Excellent question. So I think our model would only shift slightly. From our perspective, we want to ensure that we are partnering with organizations and violence interrupters that have ties directly to the Ward 8 community, to Bellevue, and that is why one of our partnerships with Cure the Streets is embedded in Bellevue. And so for us, it's really important to ensure that the work is grounded in the community, grounded in community feedback, and that our residents are able to get involved and be involved in seeing change right where they live, work, and play every day.
Thank you for that. One more follow-up. Something I'm interested in, and I don't think it gets enough attention, is sexual assault and harassment, especially with young people that may be in the care of CFSA, and certainly families and individuals connected to them. What experience do you have via your work engaging with residents and/or supporting them through a traumatic sexual assault experience?
So my work touches on that in a couple of different ways. We were fortunate to be able to conduct focus groups with DC residents about their experiences in navigating healthcare and supports in the community. And one of the focus groups that really spoke to us was a focus group that we conducted with adolescents in the city. And we were surprised to hear about their experiences with sexual assault and intimate partner violence and how they are coping with that. For us, we think it is critical to be able to partner with experts at the DC government level, other federally qualified health centers, of course, utilizing our own internal teams to help support survivors of sexual assault and intimate partner violence, and partnering with other organizations to ensure that the individuals who are surviving these traumatic experiences are getting the support that they need. And so, knowing that this is an issue that even impacts our youngest residents, it's something that we need to devote more time and energy to collaboration and partnership to better support them as they continue on in their lives.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. White, you spoke about the need for stable housing, some of the statistics that CFSA is regularly putting out you're pretty directly questioning what the accuracy of those statistics. And I appreciated this push around not just how many vouchers were provided, but how many of them actually translated into young people securing housing. And that is certainly something we'll want to get clear on. How can we tighten up that implementation process? Yes, we can ask, but what other mechanisms would be helpful from a government perspective to ensure that these vouchers are translating into housing?
Right. So there should be, so in addition to like connecting youth to the vouchers, there should be a follow-up process. I don't know if that's via a policy change through CFSA to ensure that youth are actually connected, that we're following youth through the process to make sure they are in housing and that they have the supports that they need. Another issue is collaboration between CFSA and DCHA, because while CFSA can apply for the vouchers, it's up to DCHA to approve the vouchers. And there isn't like a clear communication or transparency on what that process is, what the barriers are that youth are experiencing to being connected. So those, I would say, are like the 2 points. And then also like when they are presenting the data, to also present again on like youth who are housed, but also like to follow like a year later, 5 years later, are they still housed will be important, especially if youth are still eligible to receive services through CFSA once they age out. There's no reason we shouldn't be tracking their outcomes.
No, I agree completely. And we have so many housing voucher types and programs that are trying to route individuals to housing. It also is important for me to better understand the queue, and are we prioritizing young people who are perhaps most vulnerable to get them to the front of the line for housing? So thank you for that. Ms. Sewell, I wanted to come to you. You talked about the need for support for individuals suffering domestic violence, but also a need for greater support for the offending parent. What might that look like? Are you suggesting that CFSA should provide that support, or somewhere in our ecosystem that support should be provided?
We think it is across the ecosystem, that is not specifically connected just to CFSA. But when we have an offending parent who is included in the CFSA process and included in other aspects of the client's life, it is difficult for that client to separate themselves from that individual, be it they be on the lease, be on in the household, they carry the same benefits. They're co-parenting these children. And so we're asking the system to acknowledge that there's violence in this relationship and that movement can't happen until that is addressed. And to do that is to hold the offender accountable and somehow sanction them in a way that will interrupt the behavior, get their attention, and free our clients from holding on to that burden that they are responsible for the violence in their home and it belongs to the offending parent.
Got it. No, I really appreciate it. In my remaining time, Mr. Weiss, one, I want to say thank you. It's inspirational to hear that you once was a part of a, albeit different system, but system nonetheless, and are giving back. I wanted to ask, what has the transition been from being a foster parent to now trying to adopt? And how has CFSA kind of walked you through that process?
It's my pleasure to give you my testimony. When asked, I jumped to it because people need to hear from the success stories of fostering. And as a product of fostering, I was blessed to have one set of foster parents that was fantastic. And I have always was taught give back to community. CFS, during the transformation now into the adoption part, I am partnering up with, attorneys. They had, they are welcoming me, step by step through the process. And it has been, open. When I first came into this project, I did not think about adopting. I wanted just to foster. And before I went into the extensive training, I looked at, my age group probably would have been 5 to 11 because of my schedule and my work, schedule. how would that will meet in, But then after going through the extensive training, learning about trauma, learning about, adjusting, I didn't want to be a part of the system where children are being passed from one foster parent to another. And that is a common practice, from other foster individuals that I have known personally, have heard some horror stories, and I didn't want to be a part of that. So I changed my age from 0 to 11. And lo and be, that night I got, a 6-week-old baby boy, and, it was something, an adjustment, but it was a pleasure of an adjustment, what I mean? Because my main purpose was unifying with the parents, even with this adoption process, and with my knowledge, with my experience as a foster child, my foster parents was very open about my biological parents. They encouraged me to seek them out. Unfortunately, that was not done. I mean, that was not on their part. And again, I want baby C to have the option of knowing who his parents are.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and we're looking at open adoption. This Monday, I'm scheduled to meet with the mother. Because again, with my resources in DC government over the years, I know I'm able to assist her, the baby father, and whoever that may need any type of assistance with, juveniles or even adults getting into the resource that is available. And
Well, thank
working in
you.
the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens, we have a lot of resources.
Well, we
to
are
reach out.
over time, so I'm going to keep
Thank
it
you.
moving, but I do want to thank you for giving back in all the ways that you are. Thank you. And thank you for everybody on this panel. We are going to move to our 8th panel. Next, we will hear from Olivia Chase, Dante Massey, Tamara Brooks, Tania Rogers, excuse me. Okay, and Tamara is online, so she must be too. I see Tamara online. I see Miss Chase here. Excuse me, ma'am. What's your name? Tania is here. Dante Massey. I am not seeing, so we're going to call from the next panel, Brian Bookert. So that will be our panel. And with that, Ms. Chase, you may go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you to advocate for the Grandparent Caregivers Program of the District of Columbia. I am Olivia Chase, grandmother of now 16-year-old Richard Sowell. As you know, you and many others in our hometown are a part of our village, and we are so grateful to have you. When I embarked on this journey 16 years ago, I had no clue as to all this journey would entail. Even though I'm the mother of 3 sons, my guess is you'd wonder, how is this so? Well, let me reveal, as many of my cohorts would agree, there is a vast gulf between raising your own children in an analog world as opposed to raising your grandchildren in a digital world. It can start with trying to understand what they're talking about when they say, feel the vibe, I got the drip, or my all-time favorite, no cap. I'm here to share with you, they're not like us. Nevertheless, for every problem, obstacle, difficulty, or generational gap challenge I've encountered as a teenager, That's my term for a senior citizen raising a teenager. There has been a solution from the Grandparent Caregivers Program of Washington, D.C. They have met and continue to meet some of our needs financially, emotionally, physically, and even on occasion spiritually. Outreach has become their mantra as they come out into the community to meet our needs. They have realized our desperation when it comes to staying current, and this time when the world is in everyone's hands except ours. Although apps and maps make life so much easier for most, for us, it's at best frustrating and at worst complicated. We don't always get the latest platform, but we do get the human touch. And without a doubt, we certainly appreciate it. The servants' hearts this program displays when they come out to Plaza West, our housing for grandparents raising grandchildren, to help many of us with recertification, explanation of program changes, education of new resources, and support on many other levels is unmatched. Seeking and sharing supports such as mentoring, tutoring, as well as offering community service hours for our children and teens has been a hallmark. Our most recent support has been with the program's assistance with the My Schools Lottery application process. In short, they listen, they brainstorm, they respond, and they are definitely effective. We not only glean from their knowledge, we also thoroughly enjoy the fellowship they always so readily provide. For some of us, raising grandchildren isolates us from the normal life of our peers. However, because they provide avenues for us to be together, we have been able to develop a community of our own where we can appreciate each other, understand, and be understood concerning real life issues as well as day-to-day life as it really operates. It's exhilarating to be in a program where everybody knows your name. I'm sure you can identify with that feeling. In conclusion, I feel free to speak for many grandparents, including some in this room and those who have chimed in to say, thank you for this program that works and serves one of the most vulnerable populations in the District of Columbia with care, compassion, and concern. This is a program that can be bragged on and about because they render our lives more purposeful and productive. It was truly my greatest honor to have been granted the 2024 Grandparent of the Year Award. I'm always happy to know my living is not in vain. The Washington, D.C. Grandparent Caregivers Program is truly the wind beneath my wings. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
It's only because you gave such an amazing presentation that I let you go over a minute over your time. But thank you for your testimony. Next, we hear from Tamara Brooks. Or is it Tamara? Tamara Brooks.
Tamara Brooks. Thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon, Chair Parker and members of the committee. And I am a little bit under the weather, so if I'm sniffling, I do apologize. My name is Tamara Brooks. I am a parent educator, and I am also the parent program manager at Community Family Life Services. CFLS has provided individuals, families, and children with tools and resources to help them move beyond poverty and homelessness in the district for more than 50 years. We are committed to providing a safe housing and wraparound protective services to aid our clients as they move towards permanent self-sufficiency. Our parenting and home visitation program was designed to support the stability of the District of Columbia's most at-risk families living in Ward 5, 6, 7, and 8. We use an evidence-based program called Nurturing Parenting Program for parents and infants. This program has been proven to effectively treat and prevent the reoccurrence of child abuse and neglect. We have been funded through CFSA, Child and Family Services, for over 10 years, providing parenting groups, group sessions, and home visitation services to families in the District of Columbia. And under the Community-Based Childhood Abuse Prevention Program, also known as CBCAP. And our home visitation program is under CFSA, predominantly relies on local funding and some federal funding. Reoccurring fluctuation in local funding in the recent years has made it hard on our programs to provide, one, to retain adequate staff, but then also to guarantee consistency in services. CBCAP and home visitation programs succeed because they are centered on creating strong and trusted family foundations and connections. CFSA programs need funding that reflect the model of trust, predictability, stability for our communities. Over the past years, we have served over 100 families through the District of Columbia, as well as through DC Correctional Institute, Fairview Women Housing, Halfway House, CSOSA referrals through CSOSA, and as many other community partnerships such as Sasha Bruce, My Sister's Place, House of Ruth, Northwest House, and as well as Murray Center. And we do have other partnerships under the CBCAP community. Through close relationships with CFLS and partnering and participating families, we are able to provide knowledge and key tools on parenting and child development, a safe social connection, social skills, and counseling intervention. Parenting with home visitation allows caregivers to impact families significantly. Studies have proven through increased parent knowledge, interaction, and involvement and awareness of milestones and developments, detecting proper health concerns and developmental delays, as well as referrals to DC early stages, helping to prevent and reduce reoccurrence of child abuse and neglect, but also helping to identify any learning disabilities or delays within a child. Also referring families out to other programs and partnerships and collaboratives such as Murray Center, other centers within our community and our collaboratives. Therefore, it is critical that we support CFSA and home visitation programs that provide a unique service to some of the district's most marginalized families to overcome challenges with a comprehensive approach that prioritize removing barriers while connecting families to resources. Parenting and home visitation program must remain in the district to ensure that they strive. I thank everyone today who spoke on top of home visitation program, and I thank you, Councilman, for your patience and your passion that's shown through every testimony and all your questions. I am here and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Tania Rogers.
Good afternoon, Councilman Zachary Parker, committee chair, and members of the community. My name is Tania Rogers. I am a Ward 5 resident, and I am known in the housing justice arena as Lady T. I am a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Committee, which played a vital role in creating the 211 Warm Line. Alongside CFSA, we are championing a cultural shift, moving DC from a place of child welfare to a place of family well-being. For too long, systemic discrimination, racism, and unchecked capitalism have torn families apart. Too many Black and brown families have been separated, not because of neglect, but because they needed help. There is a dangerous misconception that struggling to meet basic needs equates to parental failure, but poverty is not neglect, it is a lack of resources. I know this firsthand. I lived in my car with my 2 sons for almost 2 months. My apartment was overrun with roaches, despite repeated requests for extermination. We couldn't bathe, cook, or sleep in a safe environment. I was terrified to ask for help and afraid that CFSA would label me a neglectful mother, afraid my children would be taken from me. I carried that fear in silence, and so did my children. During this time, I hit my lowest point. An adult at my children's school commented on their appearance, hinting at CFSA intervention. At the same time, I was served with eviction papers. Despite having a signed lease, on top of it all, I was still grieving the loss of my children's father. My world was crumbling and I felt powerless. That is the reality for far too many families in DC. When survival mode becomes the norm, when stress turns into desperation, and when a parent is left with no option, mistakes happen. That is when systems punish rather than protect. But proactivity is the key to breaking this cycle. The 211 Warm Line provides proactive support, connecting struggling residents with the necessary resources before a crisis turns into a catastrophe. When I reached out to 211, I had $2 to my name and had been waiting 14 days for a response to my food stamp application. My first call to 211 was discouraging. It did not reflect the robust community-driven service we envisioned. But then something different happened. A 211 supervisor personally called me back. She was kind, apologetic, and took immediate action. She had no idea I was a lived experience committee member at that moment. To her, I was simply a mother in need, and she treated me with the dignity and respect that every DC resident deserves. She connected me to food stamp supervisor who quickly resolved an IT issue, preventing me from receiving benefits. Through this process, I witnessed something golden. Two people with the power to help, valuing me and my children as humans, not as statistics, burdens, or a case number. They never factored in any affiliation. They simply did what was right. This is not a charity. This is empowerment. 211 is about connecting families with the available resources and ensuring DC residents can thrive, not just survive. It is a model of collaborative leadership and community-driven advocacy in action. As a housing organizer at One DC Homes for All and a longtime DC resident, I see every day how our working class communities, seniors, veterans, single parents, and youth are fighting just to exist, to have stable housing, to put food on the table, to afford childcare, to survive in a city that was never designed for them to win. The 211 Warm Line is a step toward a DC that acknowledges and values every resident. It is a step toward a DC that listens, adapts, and grows alongside its people. To undermine or devalue this initiative is to say that we do not want change. We accept homelessness, poverty, and desperation as the status quo. That we are comfortable letting our most vulnerable neighbors fall through the cracks. So I urge you to support the 211 Warm Line initiative. Support the families who make up the fabric of this city. Support a DC where everyone has the chance to win. Thank you, and I am open for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Booker.
Good afternoon, Councilman Parker. My name is Brian Bookard from I Am Prone, which is I am a product of my environment, 501c3. Quenching the Father's Thirst has had a profound impact on my life, not just as a father, but as a man. As a dad with joint custody of my teenage daughter, the workshop challenged me to look inward at my parenting style and address areas that need growth. It wasn't always easy, but the program gave me the tools and support to become a better father. I've always been told I've had the gift of gab. So transitioning from participant to now facilitator in Quenching the Father's Thirst was one of my greatest accomplishments. Yes, it was. Living in Southeast Washington, D.C., I've seen firsthand how fathers are often portrayed negatively or overlooked. Now, this program was different. It was empowering, and it provided me a space where fathers were uplifted, encouraged, and equipped to be present and engaged in their children's lives. The impact was so powerful, I took it a step further and joined the Love More movement life coaching. Over the years, I've recruited and engaged many fathers in Quenching the Father's Thirst. Some were friends of my community, and seeing their growth and transformation is incredibly rewarding. This program doesn't only change fathers, it changes families and entire communities, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Working alongside Brother Chester Marshall and Brother Rodney Bryce with the African Man Development has made me realize that I'm not only knowledgeable in what I facilitate, but I can also stand as a profound representative of the program's dedication to successfully improving the lives of the fathers, men they serve. And I want to definitely thank Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative for serving as a catalyst for my introduction at the QFT and ongoing participation with other men to thrive as healthier fathers. And if y'all have any questions for me, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
I appreciate that. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Chase, I wanted to start with you as a recipient of the grandparent subsidy program. What has that program meant for you generally as a support, but also the subsidy itself? We've heard over the years that it's not enough. And I, along with one of my colleagues, introduced legislation to increase the subsidy. Have you received any communication? Have you seen an increase to your subsidy in the last year?
I would have to, I really,
Follow up, yes,
I will.
if you could follow up. But what has the program meant to you?
Well, I'm a single grandmother, first of all. And so the subsidy it's not a lot of subsidy, but something is better than nothing. My personal bailiwick with the subsidy has always been that grandparents seem to be punished for being related to the children. Foster grandparents receive probably twice as much subsidy as grandparent caregivers subsidy. But on the other hand, it does help. And so I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, but I do still kind of take issue with the grandparents not receiving the same amount of subsidy as foster parents do, because we do the same thing, if not more than foster
And outside
parents.
of that subsidy, what support engagement do you have ongoing with CFSA?
They support us emotionally. When we have problems, we always have someone that we can call, talk to. They come out to Plaza West and help. Every year we have to recertify. And I would venture to say I may be one of the younger grandparents in the program. Some of the older grandparents are not at all technically savvy. So they come out, they help us to get recertified in the program. When there are program changes, they come out, they inform us about the changes and what we should expect and what we need to do to stay in compliance with the program.
And what does that recertification process look like?
I was very surprised to hear that the process was difficult for some member in here, that I heard some testimony about the difficulty of the process, because that was not my experience. And that is not my experience in getting recertified. Instead of having to go down to 200 I Street, they come to us with computers and help us to get recertified.
And is that because
And they most importantly, they remind us that we need to be recertified, because it's not like January the 1st, you have to recertify for every grandparent. Each grandparent is different.
No, thank you. That's really helpful. Ms. Brooks, I posed the question earlier about home visiting. I think it's essential. How should we look to expand our investments and supports for home visiting across the district?
I think, like everybody else, like my other counterparts said earlier, more so is just that because the funding has been fluctuated, that we're not always able to provide the same resources to clients, whether it's helping out with transportation,
And what does the communication from CFSA look like when a funding decision has been made? When do you start to hear, when do you find out what support there will be for the various programs that you may be a part of?
So on CFSA or CFSA's end, communication is great. My experience has been that communication has been great. I think sometimes it is a delay in whether maybe 2 years ago we spoke on the Hill asking for an increase in money for wages, just overall the budget, because the budget had been the same. It was the same amount given for the past 10 years. So we were asking for a $1 million increase. We were not able to get the full 100 million increase, but we were able to get like $300,000. But then that only went to a certain amount of agents. They only went to a certain amount of partnerships. That didn't go to everybody overall, right? And I might have shown up today to testify to say, hey, we may need an increase in funds. Murray Center shows up. The other collaborative shows up. So then we three get funding. But that doesn't mean that we all get the same funding because our capacities are different, right? So then at that token, then we're all providing a service but at different capacities. But then that funding may not roll over into 2024 or 2025 year. So now it's been cut. So when you were able to show up in October, you're not able to show up in that same way in February.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And then as I asked earlier, how are you measuring the success of these programs via outcomes?
So and I think some great points was added earlier. I think all programs are different. How we measure our outcome is we actually, with CFSA or with the CBCAP network, we follow our clients in the aftercare program. So different from other people's program is that our parenting program is a curriculum-based program. So it is a 12 to 15-week curriculum-based program where attendance is required. So then clients are able to get their certificate, but we do offer aftercare for over a year later. And one of my old clients will speak today as well to give a testimony. We follow the clients for over a year afterwards. And even after a year, if they reach out and say, hey, I have a need, or here's what's going on, some mentorship, we don't turn the clients away. So we try to keep an open door policy in that avenue. So even though they finish their curriculum-based program and they finish their requirement, we still provide home visitation and we still provide support to the clients afterwards.
No, I really appreciate that. Tania Rogers, it's good to see you again. You shared very vulnerable experiences you've had, and I appreciate you for opening up in that way. I wasn't clear based on your testimony. Did you have an experience with CFSA, but like an investigation?
No, so I've been lucky enough not to have an intervention, but at our 2-on-1 initiative launch, I did state that a lot of times I felt I was riding the line between being okay and having an intervention just because of my circumstances that I was not in control of.
No, and I really appreciate you stressing that poverty is not akin to neglect. And
Yes.
It's important that we distinguish those two things. You also talked about your work to establish the 2-on-1 warm line or to get it up and running.
Yes.
And how your experience has not always been the best, but that someone from the agency reached out to make it better. Can you just elaborate on what that original experience was like that was not up to our expectation?
Sure. The original experience, I had went May 9th on my birthday to a center to apply for food stamps. And when I applied for it, they told me it would take 10 days for me to receive a determination. It had ended up being 14 days. I had basically ran out of food and I kind of started freaking out. That's why I talk about thriving and surviving heavily. I was trying to survive a situation I didn't understand. And so I finally said, oh, wait, the 2-on-1 warm line, call it. So I called it and the young lady answered. She asked me, some of my information, but I was telling her that I needed an advocate because I need somebody to reach out to the food stamp office and tell them that I'm not receiving it and I'm not receiving answers as to why I have not gotten a determination. And I kind of got like, oh, just call this number. And that's who you're going to talk to them. And when I called the number, the number for food stamps did not allow me to get completely through to the next service person from food stamps. And so essentially I started crying and got very upset. And I called, I was just kind of sitting there waiting, and maybe a couple hours went by and I received a call from the supervisor from 211. And she was like, hey, you know, we've done quality assurance on the calls. We're looking at the calls, and I noticed that this call didn't go exactly right. She said it in a lot of better words, more professional. And she said, how can we help you? And I was able to re-express what I was going through. She was able to present that that warm handoff to the food stamp provider. She also gave me a warm handoff to the Brooklyn Family Collaborative, which those are, I knew from being a Lex member that was put in place. They are our community responders. So if somebody does need avocation to a degree, those will be people who are called to assist those who are calling in to the warm line. And I was able to receive some temporary funding for food, to buy food for the week. And within, I think, 4 days, 3 to 4 days, I had a response from my food stamps. The 211 warm line supervisor had called to follow up with me several times, as well as the person for SNAP, the supervisor for SNAP, just to make sure that everything was complete and that I had received the benefits I was supposed to receive. And that was the best service I ever received. I highlighted it though because they did not know who I was. This didn't come out until after the experience was completely over. But it made me very hopeful, like, okay, so you're not judging me, you know what I'm saying, based off of like this car not having, you're actually looking at me like I'm a person. You're looking at the fact that my kids don't have food, and you're trying to make sure that we are in a safe place versus being in a vulnerable state.
And one last question, that was May of last year?
That was, yes, May of 2024 is when that happened.
Got it. Thank you. That is welcome good news that they made it right. So thank you for sharing. And then Mr. Booker, I appreciate the work that you're doing with other men and fathers. How are you measuring your success via outcomes and or in connection with the collaborative? How are you looking at success of the program?
Man, I look at it from the feedback that I get from the guys that I help. You understand, that I facilitate.
But are you all tracking how many are obtaining?
Oh, yeah, I
jobs?
track
How
it.
many
I just looked at it today. I mean, before I came here. Now, I've been doing this, facilitating since COVID hit in. And I facilitated to 44 cats, 44 dudes. And the majority of those cats, man, got gainful employment. You did what I'm saying? They take care of their families, and then a lot of them were getting out of the penitentiary area, you know what I mean? And then just giving them that word of uplifting and giving them that drive to keep on moving and grooving, they needed that. You dig what I'm saying? And that's why that's why I get the love and the passion for it from, because I see the outcome of it.
No, well, thank you. And thank you all for your testimony and your contributions to our community. Yes.
I was able to look up the subsidy.
Yes.
And from February 2024 to February 2025, it has not changed. It's the very same subsidy.
Okay. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. All right, we're going to call our next panel, and this very well might be our last panel of public witnesses. We have Christopher Akinbua, Chrysanth Kuranotos, Zaire Prince, Janae Bradley, and Monique Jackson. All right, I am not seeing Christopher, so we're going to move on to Chrysanth. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Hello. Let me close the door. Well, actually, it doesn't. You can call me CC council member. That's fine. I think
No, I want to get your name right. How do you pronounce your name?
Chrysanthi Corniotis. So chrysanthemum minus the mum.
Got it. Got it. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I come as a foster parent and relatively newly adopted parent of a beautiful, almost 4-year-old little girl now. And I've been a licensed foster parent since July of 2021. Since that point, my daughter was actually my first placement along with her birth mom for several months. And overall, I think that we as foster parents, and I can't speak for all of us, but I think we overarchingly get the support from CFSA that we need for the most part. But in my case in particular, my daughter came into my home with having overcome a major heart surgery, and she was on 6 different medications. And she has some developmental needs as well. And I think from day one, I viewed it as not only my full-time job to provide as best I can for her, but I also made it a point where I was the person that was most assertive, in the sense that during the adoption hearing, the judge stated, when your daughter came into your home, I didn't worry anymore because I knew that you were on top of everything. But I've since obviously attended several bond events with our support group, so to speak. And I would just like to say that having experienced both the foster care system and also, completing a successful adoption, that the number of years that it sometimes takes for these children to know that they're in a stable home permanently is sometimes, in my opinion, a bit too long. That, the birth parents are given, in my opinion, far more, and I understand, as a birth parent or family member, kinship member, but I think as an attorney or as a lawyer, I would like to say that, it does come down to what is in the best interest of that child. And for example, my daughter's half siblings have been in a stable home for over 3 years now. And I think hopefully the 3 siblings will be adopted by those foster parents. But, in my opinion, it shouldn't have taken over 3 years for the adoption to be moving forward. So I guess I'm coming from a place of both personal experience and just observational experience that when it comes to the, what's in the best interest of the child, I think that should be paramount. And in some cases, I don't see that it is. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Zaire Prince.
Good evening, Chairman Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for taking this time this afternoon to listen to my story and recommendations. My name is Zaire Prince, and I'm 18 years old. I currently attend the North Carolina Central University. I entered foster care at the age of 14 and have endured many trials and tribulations that have shaped the person I am today. However, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't change a thing. Despite the challenges, I has also faced many positive experiences in foster care, such as meeting my now adopted parents, connecting with the other foster youth on personal level, and forming lifelong relationships. Today, I'm a youth advocate for children in foster care while also balancing my Royal Court position at college and my academics. Foster care has taught me that no matter the struggle, nothing is impossible to achieve if you are truly dedicated. In conclusion, I would like to thank Child and Family Services Agency for the life lessons I have gained through my experiences. Without them, I wouldn't be the person I am today. However, I do have a few recommendations for the agency. Foster children are deeply familiar with the transient nature of the system. The constant switching of homes and social workers every few months causes many of us to develop severe attachment issues. Over time, we begin to realize that anything we try to hold on to may not be stable or permanent. This instability often leads to self-isolation and self-reliance complex, where foster youth hesitate to seek help even when they need it most. My recommendation is to provide foster children with at least one reliable, consistent source of support, whether that be a stable placement or a long-term social worker, so that they don't constantly feel like their world is shifting beneath them. Additionally, I strongly believe that all foster children should have access to a personal cellular device, regardless of their foster parents' preferences. Many foster youth experience abuse or neglect, as I have, and have no direct way to contact their designated social worker. While the agency offers youth-sponsored phones, foster parents can deny a child access to this resource, leaving them without a secure way to report issues or seek help. This lack of communication can result in cases going unreported, leading to severe mental and physical health consequences. Ensuring that every foster child has a direct line of communication to their social worker is crucial for their safety and well-being. Finally, I encourage the continued empowerment of foster youth to advocate for themselves. Foster care has really taught me the power of advocacy, and I wouldn't have discovered this if I hadn't been given the opportunity to speak up for myself and to speak to you guys. Thank you again for allowing me to share my stories and recommendations.
Thank you. Next, we have Janae Bradley.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs and staff. My name is Janae Bradley, and I am a Ward 5 resident and current client of the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. I would like to acknowledge Interim Director Trice of the Child and Family Services Agency and her staff for recognizing the need to support families in the community and focusing on prevention. I am a creative director with years of experience with the BA in marketing. My strengths are adaptability, leadership, and creativity. I'm a proud mother of 2, ages 7 and 2 weeks old. I first found out about the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative through the Rise Up Entrepreneur Program, where I received help in applying for and receiving my DC business license. I also participated in various community events at the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, such as the Back to School event this past summer and the James Creek Community Cleanup event. I enjoy my time at the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative and connecting with the case managers. I was also a mother in need of support and fell on hard times because I lost my job and was facing an eviction, all while being in my 3rd trimester of pregnancy. I searched for numerous community organizations to give resources and was blessed when my Rise Up employment specialist referred me to Edgewood Brooklyn Community Collaborative Family Support Strengthening Program for Assistance. It was there I met Ms. Cameron, a family support worker who saw me as a person and not a number. She genuinely cared about my well-being and worked with me to find a new job, items for my newborn, and even connected me to get Christmas gifts for my children. I was also able to obtain and secure housing resources so that my family would not be left out in the cold this winter. With the help of the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative's Rise Up Employment Program and their Family Strengthening Program, I was successful in getting the support I needed. I believe the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative can benefit other families because they genuinely care for their clients and their well-being. They assist as needed and can provide families with resources to help in hard times. In closing, the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative is a wonderful organization that everyone should back. They have many programs and resources to fit various needs in the community. They not only focus on family but serving the community. I am certain that the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative positively impacted my entrepreneur experience, improved my sense of community, and saved us from homelessness. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We can jump into questions. Zaire, I wanted to start with you. I appreciated your recommendations. One of them was around foster youth having a reliable source of support, given just the many changes that youth might experience. In your experience, how often did your social worker change over your tenure within CFSA?
So I was in foster care towards the start of the pandemic, and by the time I started in 8th grade, I was in foster care in 8th grade, and by the time I was in 9th grade, I had about 5 different social workers, and yeah, 5 different social workers, but I was only in 2 homes by that first year, and they were really only I didn't really have a therapist, but they were my only way of communicating with the CFSA and, venting sometimes and, just to have an outlet outside of my foster home because it wasn't always really great in my foster homes. But it was about 5 different social workers, honestly. And I grew an attachment to each and every one of them, and they just left.
And then you also talked about empowering youth to advocate for themselves. How could we go about doing that at scale?
So currently I'm the president of the Foster Youth I'm sorry, I forgot the name, but I'm on the council for foster youth. I just really just want that to be continued and pushed. Like I I need to be funded more, and because I didn't even know about it till I was about to be adopted actually, and I wish I knew about it while I was in foster care because I'm not in foster care no more. But I believe what y'all doing right now is great, but just to keep on doing it and enhance it. I don't necessarily know exactly what needs to be done, but you guys have the resources and stuff, so.
Understood. And then you're still working with youth here in DC, or where you're attending school in North Carolina University?
No, DC. I'm here for, I go back home a lot, but just I work with youth in DC, but also it's a lot of foster youth here on campus as well, because I hold this Roy Court position as Mr. Freshman, and I have to be the face for my freshman class. And most of them, even my missus in North Carolina Central University, she was adopted and she was in foster care as well. But me and her were usually like the beacon for hope for foster children around everywhere, honestly, not just the District of Columbia.
Awesome.
So
Well,
I advocate for everyone.
if there's any way the committee can support the work that you're doing here in DC, please do let us know.
Thank you.
I also wanted to come to, I don't think I missed the person. I'm going to keep on with questions, and then I'll give you the last word, which means you'd probably get more time. But Janae Bradley, you spoke about your work with the Brooklyn Edgewood Collaborative. What have been some of the most impactful programs that you participated in via the collaborative?
Definitely the entrepreneurship rise up program, because I was able to get my DC business license and my LLC. They walk you through the entire process, and it's a free program. So all you have to do is attend the classes, attend the meetings, and do the work. And at the end, you're able to obtain the DC business license. And they also connect you with different workshops so that it's done the correct way. And they also give you the importance on how to file business taxes as well, because obviously that's also important as well. That, and also the assistance that I received with my housing, because I was facing an eviction at the time.
Can you elaborate? What kind of support did they give in that experience?
So I was able to make a long story short, I was really backed up on my rent, and I was in my 3rd trimester. I had trouble finding a lot of jobs. I had trouble finding a job. I had worked one, but it was a part-time job, and I wasn't getting a lot of income in. And so I was very backed up on my rent, and they actually provided half of the assistance that I needed for my rent. So they provided financial assistance, and then as well as clothing and diapers for my newborn child as well.
Wow. Awesome. And so I imagine you would support the calls we've heard today to deepen our investment in collaboratives across the city.
Most definitely.
Awesome, thank you. Chrysanthi, I wanted to come to you. You spoke about getting the support needed for CFSA, but also that the process to get young people placed is taking too long. What are some of the, what are your recommendations for how we might expedite that process?
Well, I didn't mean when I said placed, I mean in the sense that, for example, I've relatively recently adopted my daughter. And so I've said very, consistently that my home is open for long-term or short-term or respite care for the time being. And so usually what happens is someone from CFSA will reach out, but they would prefer that a home is open to, long-term care, which obviously makes sense. But I was coming from a place of the fostering to adoption track, in my opinion, in most cases, takes a bit too long. And I don't know from a legal perspective if anything can be done to expedite that. But for example, in my case, it was known pretty early on that my daughter would not be in the best position if she was to be reunified with her birth family. But the goal wasn't changed for over a year, and then the adoption didn't take place until a year after that. And then in her half siblings situation, the adoption hopefully is moving forward but that's been almost or over 3.5 years now. Wow. Since they've been placed. And then for another example is of a foster mom who I have immense respect for. She is a foster mom to a very disabled child. And, she always asks for respite care or, to not always, but, she needs a break sometimes. And she finds it very difficult to find that respite care. And I informed her that through our children's health insurance, HSCSN, that we do have some respite options through the insurance for visiting nurses and so on and so forth. And it seemed to me that she wasn't aware of that option, so I think it's a balance of communicating, being sort of realistic, and always taking into account what's in the best interest of the child. So for example, with my daughter's sibling.
For the sake of time.
I know. Yeah.
I think we got it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Prince, I'm not sure if you have your hand up to go again, but I want to give you the last word.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did have my hand up because I was just thinking about the last question you asked me of how would we go about continuing the empowerment of foster youth. And I was just reliving the fact that certain stuff that happens, like certain resources that foster care provides, none of the kids know about, and some of the foster parents don't even know about, and some of the social workers don't even know about as well. It's like certain information you guys do provide, but y'all don't broadcast it so we can know. And I believe that once a child enters foster care, they should we have an intake process. I believe that should be said that, hey, we have a foster youth council and et cetera, et cetera. I believe that should be stated because there's no way that I went years without knowing that this should be happening, because I honestly, certain kids don't even know how to advocate for themselves because it's never brought to them hey, you can do this. Hey, you can join this. Hey, we have a committee to support you. And I believe that maybe if CFSA just actually tell us about it, then certain stuff will be changed.
No, that's a really important point, and ensuring that both our youth and those advocating and working with them know about the programs available to them. So I want to thank you all for your testimony. And last but not least, my apologies. Monique Jackson here in the room, I'm going to give you time for your testimony, and I will ask questions when you're done.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I apologize, I'm getting a little sick. My name is Monique Jackson, and I'm a parent who has resided in Ward 6, 7, and 8. I am here today to testify about the benefits my family and I have received from the high-quality home visiting program offered by Community Family Life Services. As an individual, a former employee who has provided services to consumers in their homes, and as a consumer who has been connected with various community-based organizations, I can attest to how effective and beneficial home visitation is and can be to service delivery and case management. It has helped me to receive assistance with daily living and organizational skills. It allows the service providers and case managers to actually see how the consumers are living, what barriers may be present in the household that may prevent them from being productive or the best versions of themselves. As someone who has personally benefited from my meetings with case managers, I would hate to see funds be decreased for this program, which has helped myself and continues to help others. Home visitation gives consumers, case managers, and other service providers a safe, comfortable space to meet and address what is going on in the consumer's lives, to view their lives and behaviors in its purest form, and to provide assistance from those points of view. As a consumer who is pulled in so many different directions and has to show up at different organizations and offices for various reasons, recertification appointments, check-ins, signing documents, and attending required classes, and other things, it is convenient and many times necessary to meet inside the home. Scheduling conflicts, transportation constraints, and other responsibilities make it difficult and sometimes impossible to be in so many places. And home visitation allows me to meet the requirements of the service provider while maintaining some level of stability and normalcy. While being at home, I'm able to continue to cook meals for my family, cleaning up my home, organizing clothes, paperwork, and other things that could not necessarily be attended to if I was required to be out at another meeting outside of my home. It allows my case manager to see what is needed in my home, what skills and resources I can benefit from acquiring, observe and assess my behaviors and the behaviors of my family to provide the best services possible and to assist me with managing my home life as best as possible. It provides case managers with another perspective and to better assist their clients. While home is where the heart is, we should not forget that it can also be the place where child abuse, neglect, physical abuse, and domestic violence occurs. A worker's presence in the home is sometimes the only times that these travesties are recognized. Therefore, home visitation is often how children and caregivers' lives are changed or saved. Decreasing funds for home visitation could have a devastating effect on the quality of services provided by organizations in the community. I thank the committee for their time and am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And like so many before you, you're advocating for home visitation, which I think is important. If there was a magic number, I'm going to ask you, what would you recommend we do in terms of investment?
I feel like a $2 million investment would be sufficient. And the reason why is because you will be able to spread that money across so many different areas. Receiving services in the home has helped me to get to and from school sometimes, to pick up my son, to get to appointments, to get food delivered to school because I'm at school so late in the evenings, to help pay the phone bills or utility bills that are not necessarily covered by public assistance, to acquire products in my home that are not covered by food stamps or may not necessarily be covered by TANF, or which runs out throughout the end of the month. You know, that $2 million would be able to assist with wages, with case managers, because honestly, they're worn thin. They're managing so many different caseloads. It will help to get assistance to provide them to continue to provide that level of service in the home. And so many more things that I cannot necessarily think of articulate at that time, but that's just a small snapshot.
Well, I think you've made a compelling case. Thank you. I invite you to stay in touch with the committee as we move from oversight towards the budget. But I take to heart all that you shared, and I agree with you that it's a vital component in how we're supporting families and our young people.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
That concludes the public witness portion of today's hearing. Next, we will hear from our government witnesses, but before they come, I'm actually going to recess us for 10 minutes so that our government partners can prepare and transition. We will first hear from the Office for, or the Ombudsman for Children, Patrina Jones-Jez, who is our actual ombudsman. And we'll start with that team, and then separately, we'll call up CFSA. It's my understanding the director had to step out for an emergency meeting, and my hope is that she will be back by time we conclude with the ombudsman. So 10 minutes from now, the time is now 3:53. We will recess and return around 4:03. I'm going to call this hearing back to order. And first, we will hear from our Ombudsperson for Children, Patrina Jones-Jess. So whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs and the DC community. My name is Patrina Jones-Jess, and I am honored to serve as the district's Ombudsperson for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, also known as the OFC or the office. My appointment as the Ombudsperson and Executive Director of the OFC began in January 2024, and we have continued to grow as an organization since then. Joining me at the table is William Thomas. He's our Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson. And Antonio Baxter is our AFO, and he hopefully is able to join us virtually. Okay, great. Another team member with us today is Daphne Billingsley, and she's our Chief Deputy Ombudsperson for the OFC. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the office's performance during fiscal year 2024 and to date in fiscal year 2025. The mission of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children continues to be our guiding statement as we implement the work defined in DC Law 23-270. Equally important to our charge is the responsibility of serving as a resource to community members who express concerns about administrative decisions made by the child welfare system. Our mission is to work collaboratively across systems that impact CFSA children to foster improved outcomes, strengthen service delivery, and increase accountability. Fiscal year 2024 was a productive year in terms of standing up the office and engaging the community. During this year, the OFC hired new staff to fill 2 vacant positions, the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson position and an Ombuds Analyst position. Currently, there are 5 staff members working in the office, which makes the office nearly fully staffed. The last position to fill is the Attorney Advisor position. We have been working with Human Resources to classify the position and intend to post the position as soon as possible. In our last performance oversight hearing, we shared with the committee that the office is working to enhance OFC's case management system. The purpose of these enhancements was to make our case management system more functional. The improvements made to the database include the addition of a data and performance dashboard, the ability to add and track completed tasks per case, and a function to attach and store documents relevant to an investigative case. This project was completed in May 2024 with the launch of a new version of the database. It is the office's responsibility to receive complaints about administrative actions taken by the Child Welfare Agency from DC constituents in person, by email, phone call, or online. In fiscal year 2024, the OFC received 69 contacts or complaints, with 42 of those complaints leading to an investigation. The OFC produced and issued 7 findings and recommendations reports in fiscal year 2024, documenting specific complaints that resulted in findings that reflect violations of law, policy, or best practice. To date, in fiscal year 2025, the office received 29 contacts or complaints. Further, of the cases closed in fiscal year 2024, there were 101 children served. For fiscal year 2025, the number of children is 33 of the closed cases to date. The office is in a great position to intensify our focus in fiscal year 2025 on systemic trend analysis, engaging individuals with lived experience on child welfare policy and practice, and using data to identify positive results and areas needing improvement. For example, the OFC held 2 focus groups in fiscal year 2025 to hear from local constituents about their experiences while involved with the child welfare system. A focus group was held with relative caregivers in October 2024. Another focus group was held with youth formerly involved with CFSA in November 2024. These focus groups were held after business hours to accommodate work and school schedules. Food and incentives were also provided. The OFC held its first open house in December 2024 and invited individuals from community organizations, government agencies, and child welfare advocates. The purpose of the open house was to invite organizations and individuals to learn more about OFC and share a first look at the OFC performance data to be included in the fiscal year 2024 annual report. We have been working with organizational and individual stakeholders this fiscal year on identifying and reporting on crossover youth. Discussions about crossover youth included topics such as definitions, frameworks, and methods for requesting data to begin reporting. Due to the office's enabling legislation, the specific definition of a crossover youth is a CFSA child who is currently or has previously been the subject of a petition alleging delinquency filed by the Office of the Attorney General pursuant to DC Official Code or by another jurisdiction. The office has requested and received approval to access data through the Superior Court Strategic Management Division that will help resource the codified definition. On a broader note, we believe it will be helpful to have access to juvenile justice data and attendance data from the public and charter schools. This additional information will assist us in comprehensively assessing the needs of children who are served by not only CFSA, but other district agencies. In conclusion, we have accomplished much and still have work to do to help improve outcomes for children and families in the district. This is a charge that my team and I take on enthusiastically, as we know that serving the community, and specifically individuals who need assistance with resolving concerns, is an important responsibility. Thank you, Youth Affairs Committee members, for your leadership, commitment, and your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll jump in. Your office carries an immense responsibility. Do you feel as though you have adequate resources and support currently? And if not, how might this committee advocate for more?
We do have significant responsibility in the district, and I have certainly been thinking about what the needs of this office is for it to fully carry out its charge. There are a couple of things that come to mind. For instance, there is at least one position that I think we should add, and that would be a data analyst position, because there is a focus in our legislation, including the crossover youth piece, on the review of data, the analysis, the review of data. And we have worked very well with other government agencies that have provided us with data, produced reports on our behalf, and that has been very helpful. I think it would be even more helpful if we had someone on our team and we can start looking at data in different ways, and have that flexibility by having someone internal who can do that.
And who
with
is
us.
managing that data collection currently on your team?
We manage it ourselves. So myself, our deputy CFSA, William Thomas. So we manage it internally ourselves.
Understood. And
Yep.
what barriers exist to obtain data regularly?
I don't know that there's any barriers. I think we could get whatever we want.
So
But
anytime you ask for data, you're receiving it.
oh yeah, oh absolutely. It's just a matter of the flexibility of having someone on the team
Understood.
where we can develop our own methodology and our own reports and produce these reports on our behalf because we created the reports, as opposed to presenting other data.
Understood.
Yeah.
You discussed in your opening statement that you held several focus groups with young people and their families in, I believe, October and November of 2024. What were some of the takeaways from those focus groups?
With the youth, there's several that stand out. One is in regards to placement and stability. So in regards to placement, Some youth talked about being placed outside of the district, which then affected their connection to their home, which was within the district. And more significantly, I think, if they were not placed, and there were 2 youth that mentioned they were not placed with their siblings. And so what then occurred was they were losing track of their siblings. And in fact, and these were both youth who they were previously involved with CFSA. So currently, one of those youth was able to maintain or reconnect with a sibling, and the other one had lost track of several of her siblings, and she doesn't know where they are at this point. So that was a concern for them. They talked about the investigative process, and I think in some instances they were quite young when their family was being investigated. Yet they were being asked questions that were more mature than they are. So for instance, if the allegation is that the mother is using drugs, for instance, they may have been asked, have you seen your mom using drugs? What drugs is she using? How often? Like certain questions that as a child, you may not be paying attention to the level of the expectation from the person who's asking that question. So there was that concern as well in regards to just how the kids were being engaged in the investigative process also. Both groups talked about the connection, the intercommunication between agencies. That was in the relative caregiver group and in the youth group as well. I recall one youth mentioning how important assessing for mental health, like mental health had a big effect on their lives and how they came to the attention from their point of view, came to the attention of the child welfare agency. And so that was an important part to them as well, as ensuring that mental health assessments are occurring and that they are quality, and that if anyone is in need of that assistance, that they would receive it.
And what have been some of the action steps you've taken given the feedback you received?
Well, one particular, there's a couple of things that we have in mind. So one particular action step that we've started moving forward with, there was one recommendation that the youth of DC need to know that our office exists. They felt like this is a pretty good team of people to talk to if you need to share a concern about your past when it comes to CFSA or your current situation if you're currently involved with CFSA. So one recommendation that they shared was sharing more information about our office with or updating the foster care bill of rights, and then sharing that widely so that youth are aware of the foster care bill of rights and of our office. So we've engaged CFSA. They're the owners of the bill of rights, as far as we know. And we've been talking to them about like edits that we want to make to ensure that our office is in the Bill of Rights, so that youth will know.
Can you share that with the committee, the edits you've proposed?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that would be helpful as a follow-up. And we heard that from Zaire Prince, that there needs to be more education about the rights that young people are entitled to, as well as social workers should know about.
Yeah, I mean, one idea that I've been playing with, I mentioned it very briefly in a meeting with some CFSA staff members, was codifying the Bill of Rights, having a foster care Bill of Rights law. I'm just throwing that out there as a thought, but it is something, just from this experience and talking to the youth and kind of looking at the document, that it might be helpful.
Okay. One of the things that you alluded to in your opening statement and that it came up today was this topic of crossover youth data. You were recently approved by the Superior Court to access the Office of the Attorney General's crossover youth data.
Correct.
Can you speak to your plans to analyze this data for fiscal year 25 and when we might be able to expect a first reporting out of that data?
Sure. So we did get approval, which we're thrilled about. One piece that we need to put in place is the sharing of data between the Superior Court and CFSA. Because in our definition, we talk about these are CFSA children, which is a young person who's currently involved, formally involved, or has had any involvement with CFSA. So we want to run that data up against the OAG data to find our population. So we need the two data sources to work together. So there's that piece. We have some metrics that we want to focus on for these youth. Behavioral health related metrics, employment, high school, diploma attainment. So if possible, we would love to be able to identify how many of those youth, once we've identified who they are and what the number is, have actually met some positive outcomes or have some needs as well. The other part to this that, and this kind of goes back to my statement in my opening statement, is I think it would be useful for us to have access to juvenile justice records in the event that we want to actually read the case. I'm thinking that with this work with CFSA and the OAG, this will primarily be numbers, aggregate data. But if we had access to actual cases, we have access to CFSA cases, but that juvenile justice side, I think, would also be helpful in us, looking at the quality of the work.
And have you sought to obtain any information related to those cases to date?
Not yet. No, not yet.
But you would argue having access to that information would help you do?
So it would help us to, it's much like when we do our investigations related to CFSA cases, when people come to us and they say they have a concern and we look at the case, then we're able to go into the system and we're able to read all of the case notes and kind of understand the circumstances behind or what's occurring in the case. I think it would be helpful to be able to do the same thing on the juvenile justice side, because in most instances, I'm thinking that these will be youth who started out in with CFSA, probably exited CFSA, and then something happens and they come to the attention of the juvenile justice system. So having access to the juvenile justice side of things in terms of reading case notes, I think will help us understand, what services, how are they assessed, what services were recommended, what services were provided, did they complete those services, and other information as well.
And when will your reporting out of this data occur?
Well, we need to connect to develop the data sharing agreement. So once we do that, we can move forward with actually creating reports. So we'll have aggregate data. I would like to think sometime during the calendar year. That would be my guess, but I don't know that, but I'm thinking that. The qualitative review or the case review would come into play once we have access to juvenile justice, if we can get access to juvenile justice data.
So sometime this calendar year, there should be an agreement, a data sharing agreement.
Yes.
And there should be ideally reporting out of that information.
That's my goal. I'll put it that way.
Yes.
That is my goal. So we'll say by December 31st, I would love to see that be in place, but that is my goal. I would have to.
And what do you anticipate, what might get in the way of that goal?
I don't know that anything would, but we're working with agencies. Agencies are busy. And so, that's
I hear you. One of the things that we heard from Tracy Velasquez with the who testified earlier today is that when you report out on outcomes for your dual jacketed youth, and ideally moving forward, we're going to have more comprehensive data, that it's very high level, it's incomplete, it's not really telling us all we need to know. She gave the example of educational attainment, whereas your data is saying, has this young person attended school at any point during the last year, which is very different than their attendance and or graduation, et cetera. What would be your response in terms of making sure your data is reported out at the right grain size so that we can take action on it?
I go back to my opening statement. I would love to explore the data that's available through DC Public Schools and or the charter schools. I think we would get more data points that could be informed through OSSI or through another educational government database. I believe they have several.
But OSSI definitely does. So are you saying that when you compile your data, you're not triaging with other agencies, or saying, do you have any information on this student that you can then inform the outcome data that you're sharing?
So in terms of, are you asking, am I able to go to an agency and say, I'd like to drill down on one of these children?
Like what would stop you from going to OSSI and say, I have these 15 students, can I have records related to their educational progress?
Gotcha. In my opinion, absolutely nothing. However, in my opinion, absolutely nothing. The only thing that we would have to do in the event that an agency like OSSI says, nope, we don't know who you are and we're not going to do it. I mean, that happens.
That does happen. But then that's when you can let us know.
Yeah, and then we also have subpoena power. So we can subpoena for any information that we feel like we need in the course of our work.
Okay. I guess the push here is the more granular we can get, the more information we'll be able to deduce from this data and therefore take action on it. Which it was the spirit. I took the testimony we heard earlier. What existing reporting requirements do you have in the pipeline now?
Other than like our annual report, or are you speaking specifically on?
In total, what reporting requirements do you have in the pipeline that you're working on?
Okay, so we obviously have our annual report that's released every year, December 31st. We create a mid-year report as well. That's not, our mid-year report is not required in legislation, but we feel like it's a good kind of check-in point so that we're not waiting until the end of the year to know kind of where we stand on things. We're able to talk about how the office is doing, any trends we're seeing in child welfare at the mid-year point. We're looking at a lot of ad hoc data. We're looking at data around, we've pulled reports on the Child Protective Services, the caseload sizes, and there's other reports that we're able to see because we have access to FACES and they have reports in FACES. So we've started pulling those reports. There's an expectation in the legislation that we look at placement stability. We look at behavioral health use by young people, and we can get a lot of that data from CFSA's dashboard, and that's where we go when we want to look at that data, is their dashboard.
Okay, but in terms of reports, the annual report on December 31st, and there is a mid-year report that's not required, but that you're still planning to publish.
Yes, we have for the last couple of years, and we just think it's a good check-in point with the community as to where things stand.
And what does that check-in look like with CFSA?
So any report that we create that involves the agency, we share with them so that they can weigh in. So we include information, strengths and opportunities, other data points within those reports that they may have a desire to comment on.
But is there a standing check-in? Like, we're going to meet monthly to talk about the trends of what we're seeing and hearing from folks?
Not specific to data, although we can add that to our agenda, but we do have a standing meeting with CFSA. We've been meeting with CFSA, let's see, When I started in December 2022, that was the first meeting I attended. And we have met regularly since then. We have a standing monthly meeting. Of course, you know, things come up and we have to move things around or not meet that month, but meet the next month. But we do have a standing meeting to talk about anything that needs to be discussed in regards to performance.
Okay. So it sounds like you could meet more regularly, but right now you're meeting on a need to meet basis.
We could meet more regularly, and I would say that this particular meeting that I'm speaking to is with CFSA leadership.
Yes.
They have an entire team, as you know, that we do engage with on a regular basis and on an ad hoc as needed basis as well. So anytime we need to meet with CFSA staff, we have been able to do so without any issue. So when you look at it from that perspective, where it's not just us and the leadership of the agency, but us with the leadership, us with caseworkers, us with the members of the data team, then you can say that we meet probably monthly with CFSA.
Okay. And your pre-hearing responses, when you were asked to outline your agency's top 5 priorities, and I'm gonna abbreviate them, but the first was to develop a greater understanding of the child welfare system by monitoring data from various agencies. Second, to identify for further review child fatality cases, specifically those including an open CFSA case. Third, expanding data on crossover youth, and we talked about that a little bit. Fourth, recruiting and hiring a qualified individual to fill the OFC's vacant attorney advisor position.
Yep.
And then lastly, ongoing community outreach to government community agencies and community members. So I just want to go through these really quickly.
Okay.
You talked about like the ways in which you're pulling data from various agencies. That's to deepen your understanding of the child welfare system. Where are there current gaps that you are seeing based on your team's review of data and or just experience with calls coming into your office?
Yeah, sure. So we get a very clear, we get a good picture of what's occurring in the child welfare system for the calls that come to our office. Some things that stand out to me, and this is somewhat tied to our request or mentioning the education data, especially around attendance, is that oftentimes when there's a youth that, or someone is calling in regards to a youth, a CFSA youth, it's not only about that agency, it's about education, it's about other things as well. And the belief that there's a need to focus in on intercommunication is a real one, in the sense of there are gaps, I would say, across agencies in terms of communication. So that stands out to me.
There's gaps in communication between CFSA and other key agencies that touch the young people in the care of CFSA.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Identify for further review child fatality cases. What have you learned there, or what have you done there?
So we've started identifying child fatality cases where CFSA had an open case at the time that the fatality occurred. So we sit on a couple of review committees. We sit on the internal child fatality review committee, and then we also sit on the citywide child fatality review committee that's organized by the OCME. And so although it's great being on those teams because we do get to hear from a wide variety of individuals about what occurred and takeaways from this event, in my opinion, there is a need to add greater analysis to how do we put pieces in law or change practice in order to avoid these situations from occurring again. So from my perspective as the ombudsperson, although I appreciate being on the committees, I also feel a responsibility to do a more deep second look at these cases. And structurally, I'm still developing what that's going to look like. We've had 2 full fiscal years of operations. They've been busy, they've been fast. But in my opinion, we need to look, as my team needs to look more deeply as to why, getting at the root causes as why these things are occurring, and trends.
And it's hindsight is always 2020. It's easy to say, oh, we should have, we could have. And we heard testimony about that earlier. I think Marie Cohen testified about missed early indicators, including truancy and attendance data, and how that could be an indicator for later harm. I would be very interested in what you come up there. This is something that I'm interested in, because I think the educational neglect, attendance at school is very much a blinking bright light about later trouble.
Connected. Yep.
Especially if that young person is within the care of CFSA already.
Yep.
We also know that there's a correlation between trauma and mental health needs and a host of other things of young people that end up at DRS. So as you're moving forward with that, I would be very interested in having my team work with you.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
To draw conclusions.
That'd be great.
Where are you with recruiting and hiring a qualified individual to fill the vacant attorney advisor position?
So we have our position classified. We have funding. We're at the point really where we're ready to post, quite frankly.
Okay, so you're ready to post, and ideally soon we'll have someone in that position.
Yes, I would love to say in the next 90 days would be my internal goal, realizing that sometimes things get in the way.
And what does that attorney advisor role consist of?
So we see that as being a very important role, partly because there's a lot of, there's legal authority that we have in our legislation that it would be great to have an attorney to help us with. So I mentioned the subpoena power aspects of the work. It'd be great to have an attorney work with that. We also would love to have an attorney on the team that can help us kind of think through the various laws that exist around child welfare, and there's a number of them. So having that person that we can kind of sit down with and say, okay, let's talk about interstate compact. So when a child's in foster care, we can use interstate compact, meaning we can, you go through the process, you get the approvals, and you can take the child across state lines. But when a child is not in the care of the city, then does interstate compact apply at all? I'm just using that as a simple example, but just kind of thinking through these federal laws, local laws, and ensuring that the city is actually following the laws as they are written and expected to be carried out. Of course, we certainly see them providing, other guidance as well, working with us to work with our constituents. We don't provide legal advice, of course, but they can help us with that legal side of this work that we don't already have.
Yep, no, that makes sense. And then lastly, ongoing community outreach. And you've talked a bit about that, both with your focus groups, the open house, and I imagine a lot of that work is going to continue on.
Yeah, and I would just say to that, we're pretty proud of the work we've done to get the word out in the community. Really from day one, the thinking was, we need people to know that we're here and we're here to help.
Yes.
And the best way to do that is to let people know that you're here. So the community outreach aspect of it was a way to target government and local agencies that work directly with the front lines of people, to let them know that we exist, what our charge is, that we're here to help, but then to also learn from them as to what kind of services they provide,
what does that look like for them? And then also it gives them a place to send individuals who may have had contact with the child welfare system and want to file a complaint with us as well. So we've been very active since probably 2020, early 2023. And just sometimes we just send out emails to groups just to introduce ourselves by email, phone call, just to see if we can talk to someone.
And it's hard.
It's hard, yeah.
I think of the ratio of individuals that are not even aware of the council, or the ratio of individuals that are like, what is the State Board of Education? So I can imagine, and I say that having been on the State Board of Education, we have an ombudsman's office there, and they had a very similar issue. How do we get the word out about the work that we're doing?
Yeah.
I think they've effectively tapped into ward-based members, in your case, council members. That would be a recommendation, as well as different advocacy and education groups to help get the word out.
Yeah.
But I totally get that that is a challenge. What I also heard, and I'm just trying to come back to some of the testimony we heard, is that interfacing with young people as much as possible, young people in the care of CFSA. So the focus groups are great, and like, how do we do more of that? So that they are empowered to share with you all if there are concerns or things that are going right.
I totally support that point of view. The voice of the community, specifically youth, and the majority of our complaints come from birth parents. And so, getting that voice as well is really important to us. Quite frankly, getting the voice of foster parents. I feel like we haven't engaged the foster parent community quite enough to hear from them what the experience has been like when they have a child that's involved with CFSA in their home. So we do have plans to continue to hold focus groups and to continue to improve our process for our meetings.
Well, you're going to start getting a lot of invites to engage with Ward 5 neighbors. We do quite a bit of engagement. So hopefully we can use that as a springboard to help get the word out. I want to zero in on some of the indicators that you're using to measure your success, the KPIs that you shared in your pre-hearing responses. One of them was around timely response to acknowledged complaints within 2 business days of receipt. You say there is an automatic response email that is sent to the constituent when a complaint is submitted to OFC through the complaint's email address, and that this email acknowledges receipt and explains when an employee will follow up. Outside of that automatic response, how are you engaging, and how do you have data on how long it's taking on average for you to follow up with that complainant when they reach out?
We do. And William, you might want to speak to that if you think.
Will do. Thank you so much, Chairperson. So I have 2 analysts that actually work with me to conduct the investigations and reach out to the complainants once their information comes through our system. We get a notification email that the complainant's complaint has been posted. I send my analyst a task in our system to reach out to the complainant within the 48 hours and do more intake screening to kind of really hone in and figure out what concerns they actually have.
So you're able to monitor all of the complaints that are coming in and the deadline that they need to be contacted within 48 hours. And do you have data on average how long that's taking?
We meet that 48 hours pretty much 90% of the time.
90%. So what about the other 10%?
Not getting in touch with the complainant when we call, no callbacks, that kind of thing. Some complainants have not, we've had a few where they haven't left any kind of email or phone number for us to reach them. So some of those challenges, but pretty much.
So right now you're at 90% of meeting or responding to all complaints within 48 hours.
Yes, sir.
Got it. And to be clear, that is you all actively reaching out to engage them, not the automatic response.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
That's a phone call or email. We ask them what priority they would like us to contact them, whether it's email or phone. So whatever they choose, we reach out. Via that mechanism.
I've been asking my team to do some cold calls, so we may reach out to you at some point just to see how long it takes to hear back. You also had a goal around investigations being completed within 45 days of the assignment.
Right.
You mentioned you continue to track timeliness in completing investigations and take into consideration the complex that complex investigations may go beyond 45 days. So where are we with that goal?
So we are not always meeting 45 days. It's more like 52 days is what the time frame that's taking to complete a case. And yes, it's primarily due to the complexity of the case that can affect it. Some cases we leave open. So for instance, if we have findings and recommendations on a case and we're still kind of interacting with the agency about the implementation of those recommendations, we might leave that case open until we've kind of resolved that discussion. That could affect the length of time as well. I can't think of anything. I think those are the main ones.
Your average response time is 52 days currently.
Yes.
Okay.
But our internal policy is 45 days.
45
So
days.
that's what we're shooting for.
So that's a differential of about 7 days. Understanding that complex investigations take more time. And what are some of the more common complaints that you're receiving?
I can take that one. So as our ombudsperson mentioned, the majority of the complaints are from birth parents. A lot of the role of my analysts are, a lot of it is maybe explaining the policy to birth parents around some of the process and procedures of CFSA, because it's a very complicated web that, to maneuver. So complainants not understanding a course of action that the agency has taken, a policy that the agency has informed them of, why their child or children were removed from the home. And so as we get into their database and read the case, we get a better understanding as to why CFSA took the particular action that they took in that situation. And a lot of it is explaining to the complainants, some of the, again, the laws, the federal laws, the district laws, the state laws around child abuse and neglect, and what CFSA is mandated to do.
We heard from the Mothers Outreach Network, in particular Melody Webb earlier, that a common experience she has with the mom she's working with is parents just don't know. They don't know when the investigation is over. They sometimes don't know why they are being investigated. Is that what you're seeing as well?
So I've worked in this field for 30 years, so I'm going to let CFSA really explain some of the process around the contact when they first, so a lot of it is explaining a lot of that to the parents. By law, they have to go out to the home and meet with that family and explain why they are there. So we haven't had a lot of complainants saying that they don't understand why CFSA is there, but again, why they took a certain action that they took. Why did they remove my children from home? Why did they go to the school? I know Ms. Webb did mention this. Why did they go to the school and not inform me that they were going to the school first? Well, they can do that. That's in their law and that's in their practice to do that. So.
Okay. And I'm seeing the breakdown in your responses of the majority of your calls are coming from birth parents.
That's exactly right.
Wanting to understand their rights.
That's exactly right.
Okay. For complaints, how does your office ensure individual complaints about CFSA are resolved timely and responsibly, understanding that you're probably dealing with some very sensitive information?
So I can start that response. So when we receive a complaint, we've talked a little bit about the initial kind of interaction with that person. If they send us an email, they'll receive an email back kind of explaining who we are and that we'll be reaching out. We reach out to them, usually by phone call, sometimes by email. But the point is to eventually talk to that complainant to learn more about what their complaint entails. So once we've actually reached that complainant and we have determined what the complaint is, we can then go forward and determine whether or not we're going to open an investigation.
And that was my next question. So what criteria are you using to determine whether or not you're going to file a formal investigation?
So the phone call, the discussion helps us to know if the complaint was made in good faith and if they are complaining about a potential violation of law, policy, or if their concern reflects potential best practice issues.
And are you using a computer program, or is it more subjective, one call taker from another?
It's more of, I suppose it's more subjective, but I feel like we are objective in our assessment of these cases when individuals reach out to us.
And then how many calls are you screening out, to use the CFSA term, that you're not investigating?
So we have investigations, we have information and referrals, and we have cases that just don't apply to us, so to speak, which would be your screen outs. I don't have that number. We can get back to you with the number.
And as well as, what is the criteria you're using to determine whether or not you're going to file a formal investigation? Is it that anybody that calls you're going to investigate, or anybody that calls with a seemingly relevant situation you're going to investigate? Whatever that criteria is. I will say I'm also interested in that for CFSA as well, but that I think we just need to be much more objective in how we're filing investigations.
We can provide you with that.
Awesome. And then I wanted to come back to this. What systematic concerns about CFSA performance are priorities for your office? And I know that this isn't in an attempt to criticize the agency, but what let me ask it this way. There are some that would say there is no need for this office. Why do we have an ombudsperson? And while I disagree with that, I'll just make it clear. I disagree with that assertion. We need the office to do more than produce data and take calls and complaints. And so I see this in two ways: the investigative work that you're doing, and we want to get clearer about how you're going about formalizing those investigations. Hopefully those are leading to outcomes that are improving the lives of the folk who are calling. But also I would imagine there has to be some type of push from you all to say, this is how we think CFSA and or our broader landscape needs to improve. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So it's
sure.
both the direct outreach to parents, but also how are you working with hand in hand with CFSA to make our child welfare system better?
So what I'll say to that is, I think it was in my opening statement or in the pre-hearing questions, I mentioned that we identified, we produced 7 findings and recommendations reports. So that means that there were 7 investigations where we determined rather that there was a violation of policy, a violation of law, or the best practice was not where it should be. When we create those reports, we send them over to CFSA. Oftentimes we have conversations with CFSA as well about those reports. So I'll say that. What I'll also say is, when you look at the case summaries in the back of our annual report, there are maybe 3 areas that I'd like to highlight. There were cases that we reviewed that resulted in a findings and recommendations report where children were left at risk in an environment where they should have been removed. Okay, so that's one. There were children who the complaint came to us as a CFSA concern, but we found that these same children were missing days and days and weeks of school. So you'll see that as well in those summaries. And then I would say, lastly, there were at least 2 cases that I can think of where a youth was taken across state lines, but was not in the care of the city, was not under the purview of the Interstate Compact, which is federal law. And yet they were taken across lines into another state. So what I would say to your statement or question, to see the bigger picture around child welfare, to make those connections, to identify those areas of concerns like really no other agency can from an objective, impartial perspective. And I think my opinion is that because we're in that position, we are very much able to influence good policy around child welfare based on what we're learning from our investigations and even from data going forward.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. You have no disagreement with me. And then I will go one step further. There ought to be a higher bar, greater checks and balances when we're dealing with young people in the care of the system. And so, as I mentioned, we have an ombudsperson for education dealing with young people.
Yeah.
And we need this ombudsperson. And it's not to suggest that CFSA isn't doing everything they can to run a tight ship. But the bar should be higher when we're dealing with young people.
Yep.
Can I add one more response?
Yes, please do.
To that.
And then I have an
Chairperson?
offer for you.
Yeah, and I'll also add that we have really created a very positive relationship and partnership with CFSA. So we have had urgent situations where I've sent an email to the leadership around a client's situation that we all needed to kind of immediately address together. And it did eventually, through several emails, did eventually get addressed. So we do have that opportunity to really live time really get CFSA involved in certain constituent concerns.
Nice. I love to hear that. And again, I know this is hard work. It's very hard work, and so I don't discredit on either end. Here's the offer. So you talked about that mid-year report that's not required, but that you all are engaging in. The invitation would be to formalize that process a bit with this committee and CFSA. And we can use that as a progress report of sorts to say, here are some things we're seeing. And it gives us an opportunity to build a runway and collaborate across your office and CFSA to work towards outcomes that you're thinking need to improve.
I love that. That's wonderful.
Yep.
That's a great
Yep.
offer. Thank you.
So I will have my team follow up on that. In what ways can this committee support the work that your office is doing?
That's a great question. So, I mean, certainly what comes to mind is our funding going forward and ensuring that we continue to be able to operate. So I am going to just share that.
And I will say here publicly, I am committed to fighting for funding. And so just in full transparency, the funding for this office has been swiped, I think, for the last 2 years. And the council has then gone back to replace it. And I'm committed to doing the same. I'm hoping the funding won't be swiped.
Right.
And perhaps we could take it from a shiny football stadium if need be to make sure we ensure there's checks and balances for our young people.
Yeah. So definitely that. I love the fact that in the past, working with the council, as we have these various focus groups, or if we needed an introduction, or if we're having a meeting that we think that the council would benefit from, that we've been able to reach out to the council member's office and invite, and they would come and participate in our meeting. So that kind of support, showing up for when we have these different discussions with groups. So for instance, when we had those focus groups, we invited the council staffers to come, and there was one that came. So we really appreciate that support as well. And then I would also say that, just sharing information. I mean, we're a resource to the council. So, if there are phone calls that you receive or your office receives, or really anyone in the council receives that has to do with the administrative decisions made within the child welfare system, especially for a CFSA child, we are here to help with that as well. With communicating with that individual, kind of gathering the information that they're concerned about, and then possibly opening an investigation.
Awesome. Well, I am committed. Please invite me. I would love to show up. Also, this committee is going to have youth roundtables where we attempt to hear from young people across the district. And I certainly could use your help reaching out to the young people in your network. So more to come on that. That is the extent of the questions I have for you all. There are a few areas of follow-up. So you will share data on the number of calls that you've screened out, the criteria, that you're using to either file an investigation or screen out. And then we'll follow up to formalize some type of partnership around that mid-year check-in
Yeah,
between you and CFSA
very good.
to see how we can use that to kind of move outcomes in the right direction.
Wonderful. That sounds
Awesome.
great.
But thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much
Awesome.
for your time. Thank you.
With that, we are now going to move on to our partners at CFSA, our Child Family Services Agency. There is a whole team of individuals, but I will just say they are led by Tanya Torres-Trice, the interim director of the agency. And as they make their way, and there may be more individuals than there are seats, so I'll let you all figure that out. I think CFSA is among our most vital agencies in the district. We heard a lot of impassioned testimony today. And I think it's worth noting that we heard a lot of testimony about what's working well within the agency. Sometimes people think these oversight hearings are just about what's not working. So I do want to applaud you there. I do recognize that I failed to swear in our previous panel of folk, but if you all wouldn't mind just raising your right hand, I would like to swear you in. And just repeating after me, I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. All right, that's our abbreviated version of an oath. And with that, Madam Director, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, and committee staff. I am Tanya Torres-Trice, the proud interim director of DC's Child and Family Services Agency, a social worker, and a Ward 5 resident. I am joined today by my mighty team. It takes a team to do this work. First, we have Deputy Director Ann Riley. She leads our in and out of home administration, where all of our social workers are. We have Deputy Director Elizabeth Muffaletto. She leads our hotline and investigative units, where our CPS is located, Child Protective Services is located. We have Deputy Director Sheriff Dean Ibrahim. He leads our Office of Thriving Families, excuse me, the prevention arm of our agency, and Deputy Director Nicole Gilbert, who leads our Office of Wellbeing, or where all of our supportive mental health, behavioral health, educational services are housed. Thank you for inviting me to testify in today's hearing to discuss CFSA's accomplishments in fiscal year 24 and to date in 25. Our recent accomplishments include the launch of the 2-in-1 warm line. We completed a significant milestone by conducting the first DC-led federal child and family services review, which reviewed 65 cases. We had 700 mandated reporters register through our online mandated portal. We received federal approval for our Family First Prevention Services Act Amendment Plan, completed with the DC Department of Human Services, and we had a major upgrade to our information system. I'd like to highlight what my team and I have identified as CFSA's focus for FY25. These initiatives, amongst many others, support our evolution into a child and family well-being system. As of September 30th, 2024, CFSA was serving 546 children in foster care and 913 children in in-home care with their families. Of the children in foster care at the end of FY24, 31% were ages 0 to 5, 24% were ages 6 to 12, 27% were ages 13 to 17, and 17% were 18 to 20 years old. 83% of children in care are African American, 12% are Hispanic, and 1% is white. The trend continues, where we see more than half of our children we serve coming from Ward 7 and 8. While our foster care and in-home populations are stabilizing, you heard it today, the trend also continues that our families are coming to us with severe and persistent needs. To address these needs, CFSA is partnering with other government agencies and community partners, as well as offering a wide range of resources in-house. CFSA continues to prioritize kinship placements, striving to keep children and youth within the district and maintain sibling bonds when family separation is unavoidable. Additionally, CFSA emphasizes foster home placements, recognizing that family-based environments offer the optimal foundation for children's well-being and growth. Specialized resource parents continue to play a crucial role in the placement array by providing care, and support to children and youth with high needs. These dedicated parents are trained and equipped with the skills necessary to address the complex needs. This specialized approach has shown to improve placement stability and to reduce maladaptive behaviors in the children we serve, leading to better outcomes. The agency holds contracts with the National Center for Children and Families, which is in Maryland and where almost half of our children are placed, PSI Family Solutions, and Lutheran Social Services to provide foster home placements and case management. In addition to family-based placement, CFSA's diverse placement array encompasses specialized group home settings, including traditional, therapeutic, pregnant and parenting teen options, as well as a group home specifically designed for youth with developmental delays. We are currently in the contracting process for a vendor to manage the Bridge program, a short-term placement option, and hope to have that option available by Q3 of fiscal year 25. CFSA recognizes that providing the right type of placement is essential for positive outcomes. Our goal is to continue to offer a wide range of options tailored to individual needs, and I'm committed to continually assessing and expanding our placement array to achieve this. Very excited to be able to talk about the 2-in-1 warm line, which had its official launch on 2/11. It was initially established to support the Keeping DC Families Together initiative and has quickly grown into a comprehensive resource line for all district residents, extending beyond CFSA's mission of preventing child maltreatment. By strengthening interagency collaboration and data sharing within the human services sector, the warm line streamlines access to essential supports for DC residents, making it easier for them to find the help they need. CFSA leverages its community-based prevention providers and its long history with a healthy family, thriving community collaboratives to serve as community responders, who are well-versed in a wide range of services, including mental health, housing, employment, and support. We are now happy to say we are co-located with the Department of Behavioral Health Helpline, and both agencies are working toward a shared goal of cross-agency collaboration to effectively address the high needs of our district residents. Since its official soft launch in October 2023, the Warm Line has received over 16,000 calls from individuals in Washington, D.C. and beyond. Monthly call volume consistently exceeds 600, with a significant spike during the summer, driven by our partnership with DHS and supporting their Sunbucks program, which was a grocery assistance initiative. The callers' needs range from housing, shelter, food assistance, income support, employment, and utilities, with housing and shelter identified as the most prevalent need in almost half of our service requests. As we enter the public launch phase of the 2-in-1 Warm Line rollout, the agency's plan includes further work in the neglect statute reform and mandated reporter training to better educate the public and to bring clarity to the role and scope of the 2-in-1 Warm Line. Pretty excited to also talk about our STAND update, which in 2019, CFSA received approval from the Federal Health and Human Services Administration to implement a new comprehensive child welfare system. We initiated our internal campaign, and our new system is called Stronger Together Against Abuse and Neglect DC, or STAND, in 2021. In 2023, the system's resource parent recruitment, licensing, and relicensing and service referral components went live. In 24, CFSA launched 2 additional modules, the training portal and the mandated reporter portal. The complete system, which will replace the legacy system, is set to go live this spring. You heard a lot about this today. So CFSA, like many other child welfare agencies nationwide, is grappling with a severe social worker shortage, most acutely impacting our hotline and investigations administration. Pre-pandemic, we had over 100 investigative social workers. Currently, we have 40. While we are working very hard to onboard social workers in this area, it does take time to be trained and for individuals to be ready to take on investigations. To combat this critical shortage and to ensure adequate staffing, CFSA has employed the following strategies. We opened up our overtime hours for trained social workers and other CFSA administrations to move investigations forward and to ease workload. As a result of the shortage and to address the backlog, in March 2024, we launched Project Safety, a manager-led initiative for quicker case closures on fully investigated, no findings of abuse or neglect, and no safety concern present. In October of 2024, I made the decision to detail and train an entire in-home administration of around 30 social workers who had social workers with capacity to take on neglect referrals. By December 31st, 2024, the in-home administration had taken on 114 investigations. I'm happy to report the strategy is working, and I will continue to monitor and assess effectiveness for the best path forward. Our Human Resources Administration hired a dedicated social worker recruiter, and we continue to engage local colleges and universities to build pipelines for social workers, while also leveraging online job boards and offering licensure assistance to attract and retain talent. Well, of the social workers who are with us, we do continue to focus on professional development, competitive benefits, and a positive work environment to improve retention. I am acutely aware of the challenges posed by the social worker shortage and its direct impact on our investigative timeframes. While we continue to actively explore and implement strategies to address this issue, rest assured that we are always prioritizing child safety above all else. I remain committed to finding solutions that uphold our critical mission of protecting children and families serving the district's most vulnerable residents. CFSA remains committed to transforming the district's child welfare system into a comprehensive child and family well-being system. This shift does prioritize prevention and collaboration among community partners, government agencies, and individuals with lived experience serving as experts. In 2025, we will focus on enhanced collaboration and partnership across all sectors involving child and family well-being. This will include partnering with local LEAs to identify best strategies to address chronic absenteeism. We will fully launch, we have fully launched our 2-in-1 community warm line, and we'll continue to get that word out to the public. We will continue to focus on enhancing our supports for older youth in foster care across housing, financial wellness, behavioral health, and education to ensure successful transitions to adulthood. And we will continue to prioritize our current workforce through psychological safety, accountability, and retention strategies. And last, we will launch our STAND system, which again has been a 5-year project that we're pretty excited about. And the system is set to improve our data collection, analysis, integrity, and transparency. Those initiatives and the Shift to Keeping DC Families Together framework, CFSA aims to strengthen families and to promote child and family well-being while maintaining its role as a child welfare agency. In closing, I commend Team CFSA for their unwavering daily commitment and dedication to supporting district families. Safe, healthy children and strong families are an invaluable resource for our city. Not only do we need it, we deserve it. We are proud of Mayor Muriel Bowser's leadership in ensuring that the District of Columbia is a national model for child safety and well-being. All of us at CFSA are committed to this work every day and are dedicated to working together and finding solutions to improve overall outcomes for children and families. Until every child is safe and families have the resources they need to not only survive, but to thrive, this work will remain essential and we will continue to strive to improve. I'd also like to thank you, Chairperson Parker, for your leadership and support. CFSA remains committed to operating with complete transparency, and I will ensure that the communication channels with your staff remain open and productive. With that, this concludes my testimony, and I am happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. And it is always great to have Ward 5 neighbors with us. So before I jump into a series of questions, I wanted to turn our attention to several of your KPI measures and like how you're measuring success for yourself. Of note, I'm looking at page 7, or at least it's page 7 for me, the chart breakdown that you included in your testimony. I'm not going to go through all of these, but I did want to highlight some of them. A key performance indicator for you all included closing CPS investigations as having acceptable quality. And I'm assuming that is from the client or the family that you're working with. Your target for fiscal year 24 was 80%. You landed at 76.6%. But so far in fiscal year 25, you are at that 80% mark. What does it mean to have acceptable quality, and how are you defining that? Is that through survey, or how are you defining that?
So I will start and then I will turn it to Livy in case I missed anything. So acceptable investigation means that we have interviewed thoroughly all individuals that are mentioned in the case, that if there is a CPS call that does come in, that we are ensuring that we are interviewing the schools, the doctors, the whoever is involved in the case before we're able to close. And all of these KPIs actually have standards that are written out that we must adhere to, and I'd be happy to share all of them with you. And I don't know if
Okay.
you have anything to add.
No, it just that it's a comprehensive CQI process through our agency with a two-tiered process to make sure that when a set of individuals does the initial review, and then we have QCers that come behind to make sure that they're being rated correctly.
Nice. You also are measuring new entries into foster care. That's important, especially as you're going through this rebrand to be a wellness agency, or trying to keep as many families together as possible. Last year, your target was 185 new entries to foster care. You ended the year at 210, so you didn't meet that target. You had more entries than you wanted.
Yeah.
So far this year, your target is at, or your target for fiscal year 25 is at 185, but so far you're at 43.
Yes.
What are some of the reasons why you're seeing more entries into foster care despite efforts you're taking to keep more families together?
So it's interesting. That's a good question. So prior to this past year, we had seen our foster care population hovering around 500. We have started to see an uptick to be between 550 and 560 over the last 6 months. And let me tell you the top reasons that we are seeing coming into our care. Just please give me a moment.
And while you
Yeah.
search for that, I'll fill airtime.
Thank
We
you.
heard from testimony today, and it seemed aligned to what your goal is. I'm thinking of the testimony from Mothers Outreach Network, where Melody Webb was advocating for keeping families and moms in particular with their children, as long as the child is not in harm's way, of course. And so I just want to commend the effort, because the research is clear that children do better when they are in a welcoming, loving, family-oriented environment. So with that.
Thank you for filling this. And I do appreciate you saying that, keeping DC families together when it's safe to do so. And so I do want everyone to hear that when it's safe to do so, we will make every effort and must make every effort to keep families together. And so the top 3 allegations in FY24 were physical abuse, substance abuse, and inadequate supervision. In 2025 to date, they are physical abuse, substance abuse, and again, inadequate supervision.
And for the substance abuse, is that of the parent or of the juvenile?
The parent.
The parent.
So their ability to care for their child is being impacted by their substance use or abuse.
Understood. You also have number of removals from open in-home cases. The goal for fiscal year 24 was 100, and you removed 57 juveniles from their home in open cases. So that target was met. So far, 10 juveniles have been removed from their home in open cases. Also, you have families without substantiated reports of abuse, neglect for up to 6 months post-case closure with the collaboratives. So this one was also met. And so I'm assuming you're tracking, and I want you to elaborate here, for the families that are working directly with collaboratives, and we heard from a few of them today, you're tracking that they are not therefore coming back to CFSA with substantiated reports. And how are you tracking that?
Yes, we absolutely are tracking that. We do have a data sharing process with our collaboratives, and if a family does come back to our attention and connect to the collaboratives, we all are aware, because we do share information, and we, through Sheriff Dean's shop, do monitor their data, their number, their metrics, their families very closely.
Got it. Got it. And, I would be remiss without mentioning that several folk advocated for increasing funding for our collaboratives. I'm assuming you would agree with that sentiment, or do you agree with that sentiment that our collaboratives need more support to be able to engage with communities?
I agree that further conversation is needed.
Okay, that is helpful. And we will follow up offline. I want to follow up on just 2 more. The number of 211 calls successfully connected relevant to DC social services. In fiscal year 24, there was no target, but however, you noted 7,413 calls were connected. And then in fiscal year 25, there was no target. However, And 65%, I'm assuming, of that fiscal year 24 number have been connected?
65% of all calls received into the warm line were connected. So
I
I
see.
can give you the total
I
numbers if
see,
you like.
yes. The question there is why aren't we setting a target there? If that is a big goal for you all, why not set the bar high to say we're going to connect X number of families with
Yeah.
services?
Great question. We used our first year of our warm launch really to see where the trends were, to see the call volume before we set any targets. We used the first year to learn from our call takers, from our residents, to hear about the resources that were needed in the city or what they were calling about. And we used the first year really to speak with my sister agencies around what we were seeing. So our first year really was a year of learning. Now that we are in our official launch year, we do have pretty specific metrics that we are tracking with our warm line that I'd be happy to share with you. And we do hope then that from our first actual year of promoting and going live with the warm line, we would be able to then continue to work across the system serving these families to talk about the resources and what's working, maybe what's not working, maybe where we could collaborate a little better than we are now.
That makes a lot of sense. And there was also praise for the 211 warm line. I especially appreciated Tania Rogers, I believe was her name, who transparently said she didn't have the best experience the first time, but that someone from your team followed up and made it right. I think that's like really powerful to hear. I would just note there were also some education-related targets.
Yes.
I have in the notes on the side of my margin, like, why aren't they raising the bar here? Like some of these you're meeting. So for instance, the share of youth in foster care who complete vocational training and or receiving industry certification, the goal in fiscal year 24 was 70%. You blew it out of the water at nearly 82%. And then the goal for fiscal year 25 was 70% again. So anyway, my note there is just like, let's raise the bar. If we're knocking it out of the park, I think, especially because we know education is so important,
Absolutely.
we can raise the bar there. I'm going to switch gears now to talk more. We're going to start with staffing.
Okay.
Are all CFSA personnel reporting to the office? And what is the agency policy there?
Yes, all CFSA personnel are reporting to the office, and we are reporting for the required 4 days a week. But I would also say that we do have our case carrying social workers who are in the community mostly, so they may not be in the office as much as others who have sedentary positions, but yes, we are reporting to the office.
Okay, yep. Someone asked me that, and I wasn't sure how to explain, so that's why I'm asking. You have an IT specialist position that has been vacant for 1,460 days, yet in your responses, and I think I know why, but in your responses, you said, we're working to fill this. You're also currently working on the STAND initiative.
Yes.
What is the goal of this position, since it seems like you're moving in a more systematic data infrastructure direction?
So I don't know the exact position you're referring to, but what I can say is when I have had to make tough decisions on which positions to fill based on my vacancy factor, I will always choose to fill social work positions first. So that has meant that I have had to put other positions to the side in the pool waiting to be filled, because again, I'll always prioritize social work or supports to the social workers.
Understood. And related to that, we know that it's been a challenge securing social workers, and not just for CFSA, but across the district. What are some of the biggest reasons why you're finding we can't obtain or retain social workers within the agency?
Yeah, some of the biggest reasons include this is difficult work. And if you have the option to do this difficult work or be behind your desk and do teletherapy, you're likely going to choose teletherapy. I think that you come to this field with a passion. The typical social worker, 2 to 5 years is the regular time frame in which burnout seems to happen, and then we lose and we start to see attrition. And so unfortunately, when we did return from the pandemic, our workforce did not return, especially in our hotline and our hotline area.
Yeah. And so you gave these numbers in your opening statement, but now we're down to 40 social workers. And where were we pre-pandemic?
100, between 100 and 107.
That's staggering.
That's staggering.
At some point, it seems like it will threaten the ability of the agency to do its job.
Which is why we've had to take some pretty I've had to make some tough decisions and have had to detail an entire administration to support that work. Prior to that, we did look across our current positions and have really tried to work to, I don't want to say repurpose, but to support the work of hotline investigations where clinical work wasn't necessary. For example, the clinical social worker does have to do the investigation, but they don't have to necessarily go and support by going to the school and getting information or
That's right.
doing some of the other tasks.
That's right.
So we've really stretched our workforce. And again, I do commend Team CFSA because it has been hard.
And what is the average salary for a social worker working within CFSA?
I don't have that number for you, but I definitely
If you can give
that
me a
for you.
range, what's the range? Because I would imagine that's also a factor because if I can go in Maryland and get 20,000 more and get a desk job, and I don't know if that's accurate, but are we competitive?
We are
via
competitive
salary?
with our salary. At one time, I can't say that that's the case today, but at one time we were one of the highest paid social work agencies in the nation.
Got it. Got it.
They're whispering 75K to start.
Okay, that's not competitive, in my opinion. Now, that may be in the field of social work, but I would argue you would be hard pressed to live comfortably in many parts of DC on a $75,000 salary. And so that may be something we need to look at, and how do we increase the salaries of those positions to make them even more attractive? One, to retain the folk that we have, but to hopefully attract others. I was looking at your pre-hearing responses, specifically question 20.
Okay.
That's for me on page 34 through 37. And a point of, I'm letting agencies under this committee know, I do read these responses. So I think sometimes you all may work on them, like, I don't know if they're reading. We do read them.
I don't think that.
There two things. There are two vendors that you highlighted that provided unsatisfactory work. One vendor, and I'm gonna not name them, but one vendor, it seemed like you worked with them and they corrected it via like monthly check-ins, et cetera. The other vendor, you're going to allow the clock to run out and not renew their contract, is what it reads as. And my question is, why not just cancel the contract and try to rebid these two solicitations immediately?
Good question. For the first vendor, they are one of the only people in the agency who conduct this work. So it does make it very hard. And we are very committed to working with the population that they do serve. And so we have provided ample support, regular check-ins. Actually, Deputy Nicole, to my right, is the contract administrator over this vendor. And it has been a journey, but a journey that we are committed to because the population is very specific and they specifically provide supports to that population.
Okay, I will follow up about that. And that is an issue that we're seeing across government, that where these monopolies exist, we're kind of at the mercy of not just vendors, but entire institutions and quality ranges in those instances. And then the other, it seems like we're not satisfied, but yet we're gonna still let the clock run out for the year and then rebid the contract. Why would we do that?
So I don't have the specifics. I do know what is written here. I do know that, as it says, they were getting supplies from somewhere else and they should have been able to provide that themselves. But I will have to check with my contracts administration on why that decision was made.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe in paying people if we're not happy. And so, especially when we're dealing with young people.
Understood.
Then the next, question 21. I was struck by how many of our contractors and consultants don't live in the district. And this is more of a softball question, like, are you willing to think about getting more of these folk being district residents, contracting and consulting with individuals that live in the district over time?
Yes, of course.
Awesome, awesome. I think that's really important. We have, I'm sure these are wonderful individuals providing quality service, but I also think we have district residents that can do that as well.
Yep, and I would like to just, if you allow me to add that many of these are on our stand contract.
I see.
So when we do put out for IT support and services, we are at the mercy of who applies. So I just wanted
And
to
you
kind of-
also mentioned in your responses that the insurance requirement is a barrier.
It is at times.
And I've heard that before. Who applies? Often those individuals that can afford that insurance requirement that contracting with DC government requires.
Yes, it has been a barrier at times.
Yes, so that is something I think as a council, we need to look at writ large. I wanted to come to contracts.
Okay.
An individual that had a contract with CFSA, Mr. Kamara, who was alleged to be engaged in a bribery scandal and a host of other things. Beginning in January 2019 through at least December 6, 2023, reports are that Mr. Kamara paid a woman for confidential information about CFSA contracts and grants, and a, quote, violation of her lawful and official duties. The question is, what steps has the agency taken to address this alleged activity? And what steps has the agency taken to improve any contracting loopholes illuminated through this activity, given that it's now spilled over into many other areas?
Yes. So first, I would like to just state that the agency was not aware that this individual in our contracting administration was engaging in illegal activities. I'd like to put that out there first, but the steps that we take are, it was eye-opening for us as well. We had no knowledge of this activity going on, but our contracting officer, Ebony Terrell, has worked very hard to ensure she is following the letter of the law when it comes to contracting. But we are going a step beyond that. We are going to retrain all of our contract administrators who are program staff who are overseeing contracts, and really are going, while we have provided training before, we are really working to re-educate ourselves in each of our roles in the contracting process to ensure that if there is anything suspicious at all, that it is being elevated quicker or sooner than later. In this case, we had no suspicion and did not suspect anything was happening. But I do have to rely on her and her ability to lead in that area. And I will continue to do that, knowing that she adheres to the laws that govern her role.
And I think it is important to note, and you suggested it, that there is no information to suggest that this is a widespread issue at CFSA.
There is no information.
But more pointedly, how many terminations resulted from this alleged activity?
Terminations within CFSA?
Yes.
There were no terminations. The individual did resign prior to the investigation even happening.
Got it.
And yes, there have been no
So
terminations.
she is no longer with the agency.
That is correct.
Okay. We already talked about that. Okay, I'm going to move on to CFSA reports to the council.
Okay.
So I noted on pages 56 and 57 that the majority of the reports to the council are late. And I wanted to both just check in on the reasons for that. Not that you don't have enough work on your plates, but also to see which of these reports you might not think are necessary. I do know that as a council over time, there's a tendency to add. And so I'm happy for your team to follow up. If you could just let us know which of these reports and a rationale that are not relevant or necessary and the reasons for that, I would take that into consideration. But more generally, can you just speak to the timeline? Because many of these reports have deadlines, and I just noted as I was reading through, they were mostly all submitted late.
Yes, never our goal. I really like to be timely and follow timelines. Unfortunately, staffing shortages, issues within the agency have contended and competed with the reports, not an excuse, just the facts. We also have had to pull a number of individuals to support the launch of STAND, across the agency. So we are working on large-scale projects with the same number, and in many areas, a lot fewer staff, which makes it challenging. I have discussed with the team our timeliness issues and the importance of adhering to deadlines when they are set. And we are building out timelines for check-ins and regular reporting mechanisms so that we do not submit anything untimely if we can prevent it in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. And the committee wants to work with you all. And so if you can follow up, just given your perspective on these reporting requirements, that would be helpful. I wanted to turn to reporting and investigations, namely reports to the warm line, the hotline, your referral system. How many calls from the hotline are referred to the warm line? And by that, I mean, how many calls, and from the hotline are, I guess, demoted or rerouted to the warm line?
Yes, we do route from hotline to warm line. It's called 2-in-1 Connects, and I'm trying to find on all of my multiple tabs where that data is.
Okay. And as you're looking for that, I think Marie Cohen earlier referenced that there's a roughly 18 and 19% screen in for the hotline. And so that's where I would go next, and just getting a better understanding of how you're screening in calls made to that line.
And our apologies, we are still looking for the 2-in-1
No worries.
data.
While your team looks for that,
Thank you.
can you speak to the criteria that is used to determine whether a call to the hotline is investigated or it is screened out? And
Yes,
this-
yes. I have the data now. Where'd you like to go to?
Yes.
Okay. So according to this data, between the months of April 1st, 2024 and December 31st, 2024, which is during the soft launch phase. Gosh, I can't read these small numbers. Sorry, I cannot read his small number. Thank you. 359 calls were sent to Connect's referrals.
So from the hotline to the warm line. Got it. Okay. That is helpful because we have information about the total number of calls to the hotline and the total number of calls that are investigated via the hotline. What we didn't have was the number of calls that were rerouted and potentially taken care of through the warm line. So
I would like to highlight that
Yeah.
prior to the 2-in-1 warm line, these calls didn't go anywhere. So it is important.
absolutely, I agree. Can you speak to the criteria that is used to determine whether or not a call is going to be followed up on when it's made to the hotline?
I'm going to turn to the expert here.
Sure. So my hotline staff uses, obviously they're trained, they go through a training, but we also use a structured decision-making tool that helps pull out if a child welfare response is needed. They have criteria regarding the different allegations of abuse and neglect. And based on the information that they receive from the caller, they utilize that tool to decide whether something should be screened in or screened out.
And do they have the ability via that tool to override the decision?
Yes, so all decisions are approved by a hotline supervisor who is also a clinical social worker.
Got it. Got it. And so to the allegation, again, I think was made by Marie Cohen earlier that less than 20% of calls to the hotline are being investigated. That doesn't exactly mesh with the data you all provide in your pre-hearing responses. But the point stands that a significant number, only about one fifth of calls are actually getting through. What would you say is the reason for that?
So our hotline is the reporting hub for all allegations of abuse and neglect in the District of Columbia on kids. But we also receive many reports regarding assaults. So for example, CFSA investigates those allegations of abuse or neglect on by a caregiver. With the exception of sexual exploitation of a child, we accept all of those. So when a report comes in that is either a sexual assault or a physical assault of a child, that gets sent to our partners at MPD. We also receive reports that may have no allegation at all, and it's someone calling for information that we provide follow-up or referral or phone numbers. Sometimes it's just a social worker came by my house. I don't know who it was. Can you look up in the system what's a phone number? So we receive multiple reports, but not all of them are investigated by CFSA.
Got it. Got it.
I would like to add, I'm not sure where Ms. Cohen got those numbers from, but I'd be happy.
She said it was some
The
dashboard.
dashboard or data
Yes.
dashboard, so I'd be happy to discuss that further with her.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but I do have the data on screened in, screened out, information and referral.
Can you give us those numbers?
I
that you
sure
have?
can. So the total calls for FY '24 were 20,264. 10,618 additional calls did not meet or were not appropriate for the agency, so totaling 30,882 calls into our hotline. In FY '25 to date, we recorded 5,149 calls into our FACES system. 2,125 did not meet CFSA or were not appropriate for our hotline, totaling 7,274 calls. Of the calls in FY '24, 4,084 resulted in an investigation. 936 resulted in an information and referral, and 15,244 were screened out. For FY '25, 979 of the 7,274 resulted in an investigation. 335 were information and referral, and 3,825 were screened out.
Thank you. And those are the numbers I have.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Can I make a correction to my
Yes.
previous statement? I am seeing that the average salary across our social worker recruitment is $99,000.
99. Okay.
Starting at
Starting at 99,000.
72, going up to 118,000 for an average of $99,000, depending on your years of
And
experience.
you generally would say it's competitive for where we are in the region.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for that. I wanted to let's look at fiscal year '24 investigations via the hotline. Something that jumped off the page to me were the sex trafficking numbers. We don't talk a lot about that in the district, but it is a issue nationwide, and we know especially Black and brown young women in particular are most susceptible to being victims of sex trafficking. Can you just speak to how you're triaging or investigating whether or not to follow up on that case? Because that doesn't seem to be as simple as, let me put your information into a database and see what it says.
Yes, so those are those calls specifically, we investigate whether it's by a caregiver or a non-caregiver. I will say, and I don't have the numbers, but anecdotally, it's usually by a non-caregiver. So a lot of times it's a school reporter or somebody in the community that's concerned. They notice the red flags of a child coming home with, money or goods that they didn't have before, leaving the house for multiple overnights at a time where the parent doesn't know where they are. A lot of times the parent is calling MPD because they're concerned regarding that they're being missing. They come back so many days later. So we investigate all of those referrals with MPD and their
So you would
specialized
say
unit.
100% of calls related to sex trafficking, you're looking into with MPD.
Yes, the ones that are screened in, yes, for sex trafficking.
But that's my point. So how do we get to them being screened in? Because it seems like we should be investigating 100% of those calls because sex trafficking seems harder to, I guess, qualify via phone call.
Yes, and I don't have the data as to how many we have that have been screened out, but if there are danger indicators or red flags, we are going to screen that in. If a teacher's calling saying, so-and-so's coming into school and has these goods, we have concerns about her height, like just the red flags that we have.
100% of those calls are being sent to MPD, regardless if you screen them in or.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. That is helpful. What are some of the top referrals service for the warm line? So I saw in the your responses that physical abuse and I want to say neglect were among the top reasons for the hotline. What were some of the top referrals for services for the warm line?
Yes, utilities, housing and shelter, individual family support and food assistance.
And are you mainly directing them to the collaboratives for some of those supports or various district agencies?
Various district agencies, depending on their individual needs, but yes, the collaboratives are a main partner in this work.
Okay. To what extent does CFSA remain involved in the warm line referral after the connection is made? So I've made a connection with you and the Brooklyn Edgewood Collaborative. Am I following up with you or someone on the team tracking your success?
Someone on our team is tracking their success through our data sharing with the collaboratives.
Got
So
it.
the collaboratives are separately tracking the calls that come through the 211 warm line and giving that information back to us so we can follow these families.
Got it. Okay, what is the user experience for warm line calls and how quickly are requests addressed? Like, is there a benchmark that once a call comes in, they should be handed off in a warm fashion to a partner?
Yes, so warm line is operational Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, standard business hours. We answer all calls that come in. We only take a break for lunch for 1 hour, return the call within 24 hours or the next business day if a message is left. So we try to ensure that we are connecting the resident with whatever service they need right away. We have experienced some delays, and when that does delays on the other end, and when that does happen, we will continue to reach back to the resident to ensure that we are helping them connect. It's called the warm line for a reason. We really want to be the one-stop shop to connecting to services.
And we talked about this before, and I heard this from Tania Rogers, that the expectation is that there should be a warm handoff. It shouldn't be call this number for help.
That is the expectation. And again, while we had our first year as a soft launch, we had to figure out what works. We had to figure out where we needed to strengthen our approach. And we had to figure out what agencies we needed to tap in to support this work, because while we are employing the team who is doing a wonderful job on the warm line, this is a district-wide effort. Thank you. Sheriff Dean is also wanting us to remind that we did launch the website also on the day of our official launch on 2/11.
Nice.
So we want to have many avenues for our residents to be able to understand the purpose of the warm line and also how to reach us.
It's making me think similar to the Ombudsperson's office. There probably needs to just be more outreach about this warm line, namely in our school communities, that if you're seeing a young person or a parent struggling, here's a line that might be able to get them support.
Absolutely. We have a whole communication strategy that includes some of our lived experience or LEX members walking the streets of DC sharing this information. We have shirts, flyers, pamphlets, websites. We will come and we will talk to whoever wants to hear about the warm line, but we are committed to getting the word out through our off the public information and with our sister agencies. Again, we're partnered with DBH. We're located at DBH and really anticipate seeing increased collaboration from this effort.
I actually think that is a great model, how you are cohabitating with DBH. I sit on the health committee, and so when I learned that you all are working together in that way, I thought that was really smart. And I'm glad to hear that you're being efficient. I want to switch gears to educational neglect.
Yes.
And so less than 4% of reports of educational neglect result in a CFSA screen-in for further investigation. I want to start, before I get to the criteria, is like, how are we defining educational neglect? And I ask that because I thought I was clear, and then I looked at some of the responses and your pre-hearing responses, and then I realized I'm not clear. So what is the statute or the standard for educational neglect?
And again, I'm going to start and I'm going to tap Libby. Should I miss anything? So the standard is that educational neglect can be found due to a parent's action or inaction from allowing their children to go to school. So I will use a 12-year-old as an example who has missed 10 or plus more days of school. Parent drops him off school every day and he runs away or goes and does whatever he does all day long. Now he's missing days of school. Parent is taking child to school. Parent is dropping child off at school. The child is choosing to leave school. That does not constitute educational neglect. Versus parent who has a 10-year-old and 10-year-old has to stay home to watch the 2-year-old because mother has to or father have to go to work. That parent's actions are directly impacting the child's ability to go to school, and they are inhibiting the educational process. That is educational neglect.
That makes sense. Anything you would add there?
Nope.
So my understanding was that CFSA adopted the legislation I was putting forth last year, albeit controversial. And so that standard was that a child who misses 30 days of school, when the parent is not trying to correct the situation, it would be defined as educational neglect. And the reason was because it was very vague. The statute is very vague. Is it 10 days? Is it 12 days? Is it kind of 9.5? I think 30 days is a very high bar. What we know in the city is that we have students that are missing 50, 60 plus days of school. And for me, I agree. If the parents are doing everything they can to get the child to school and the kid is running away or what have you, that's different. But if the parent is watching the kid in bed or on the couch and not going to school, to me, that's neglect. And so if you could just elaborate on the statute, because it sounds like you all didn't quite adopt that very objective statute definition that would quantify the number of days of school missed.
Yes, so the legislation didn't change for schools to the 10 or more unexcused days. So I'm not sure.
But the 10 or more is for the investigation related to absenteeism and truancy. So that to me is something different. Educational neglect, I think, to your point, is a much higher bar, which is again why we went with 30 days. Now, if you ask me, I think no kid should be at home nearly as many 30 days, but let's say that's that high bar. What I guess I'm getting at is there a date and time that once this date is triggered, there's an investigation for educational neglect? Or is it more nebulous to say your kid is not going to school and the parent is not really trying to rectify the situation?
So I think if I'm answering, I think I understand what you're saying, and the best way I would like to answer, but Director, please jump in, is that we don't want to put a number or like a trigger on when somebody is substantiated or investigated. The whole reason why we have our triage unit is because there's a lot of family we have found that there are a lot of circumstances as it relates to poverty or unmet needs in the family why kids are missing school. And so part of our triage process is to connect the school and the family together to try and figure out, does this need to be screened in as an investigation?
But then we're not screening in. So to me, you can't have it both ways. It's like we're keeping the bar low and we're not screening in anybody mainly for educational neglect. Meanwhile, we know in the district, we have a truancy and absenteeism crisis. We're going to get to that issue, which I see as slightly separate. But what I'm hearing from you is that in terms of the statute, there is not a number of days of school that is missed that would trigger that statute.
That is correct.
Got it. Did you want to add to that, Director?
No, just as Deputy Maffaletto said, we have to look at every case in this individual circumstances.
Understood.
The only thing I would add.
Understood. And I remember being beat up by advocates yesterday saying, oh, you're trying to tear kids away from their families. No, we want kids to show up to school. And maybe if the bar was set, your kid cannot miss more than 30 days of school, or else there will be an investigation. I would imagine that would encourage more families to ensure their kid got to school. Anyway, I digress, and maybe we need to revisit that. For the screening in for educational neglect, I want to come to the criteria. And maybe there isn't criteria, but can you just speak to how you're judging whether or not you're going to investigate versus not?
So again, it's part of, so the report comes into our portal. there are a number of, I don't know if you were ever provided what the questions are asked when someone makes an educational neglect referral, but that might be helpful as well. A very robust reporting form where the school indicates everything that they have done to try and engage the family. One of the questions is this just for compulsory purposes? Do you have any concerns?
So it seems like that is the linchpin, that question there, because if the educator says, no, I think this student has just missed 10 days of school, but I don't necessarily think
that needs to be investigated. Yes, that is
necessarily investigate.
Correct. But what I will say is that we also check to see a number of days. Like obviously, if it's like 80 days and we're a few months into school and the school says, no, we don't have any concerns, we're going to be like, well, how could you not have a concern? Do you know what I mean? It's a guide. It doesn't necessarily take that referral out of
Gotcha.
the
Okay, so then what I hear from schools repeatedly, and even as recent as today, I won't name the school, but I had a principal reach out to say, I'm happy to talk. My teachers are filling out all of this information and it goes into a black box. We don't know if the student is being followed up with. Sometimes we don't know what's happening. Sometimes the kid just shows up back at school. So, and I know we've talked about this before, that there is a feedback loop of sorts, but what I'm hearing from schools is that there is no feedback loop. So square that for me. You all are saying there is, schools are saying there isn't.
Yes. So there is a feedback loop. When you do report through the portal, there is an automatic feedback loop that says we received your information and your complaint. What I believe the schools are looking for are the results of the investigation, the details of the investigation, which we cannot give. And I do believe that that is a disconnect between us and the schools, but there is absolutely a feedback loop.
And why couldn't you give the outcome of the investigation?
Well, during the investigation, we want the investigation to be neutral and want to have adequate information and not be imposed by what we're doing. And why we.
So if you are screening out a case,
Yep.
Are you informing the school of that?
Yeah, so part of and because we've had so many of these hearings and received that feedback, we have continued to adjust our communication with the schools. When you fill out that, it used to just be the person who was filling out the form, that person alone would only get the email loop, whether it's been
Which is
received.
probably the teacher, I'm assuming.
No, so that's
It's
another
whoever's filling out the
misnomer.
form.
It's whoever doing the report.
Got it.
Most of our reports don't come from teachers, it's other individuals within the school, like an attendance counselor. Sometimes it's somebody in the office who maybe not be looping back to the teacher or the principal. So when we received that information, we said we will add additional email addresses for the person making the report to say, I want principal so-and-so also advised on this email chain as well as the teacher. And so if they put that information, they will get an automatic email that we received it, we're screening it. This is this is the FSW that is screening it. If you have any questions, like there is a lot of information that they're given. And so I feel like we keep on getting these responses or principals or schools are coming to council, but no one has brought it to my attention. So if a principal or somebody does contact you, please contact me.
I will love to work with you on this because this is a priority for me.
Yes.
And so also what I'm understanding is that once they make this referral, you all have a high bar for investigating a family, which you should have a high bar. We don't want CFSA just investigating families left and right. So I would venture to guess that if we're doing the math, 96% of these educational neglect referrals are being screened out. What is the intervention if you're not investigating?
Sure. And so some of those, like I had said before, are resolved by our educational neglect triage unit that receives the reports, reviews them. They will get in contact. A lot of times it's just that the school can't get in contact with the family or they have the wrong number.
Yes.
And so we have databases that obviously the school doesn't have access to. We can get in contact with the family and then we connect the family and the school, discuss what the barrier is to attendance. And if it's something as mere as like transportation or the family had a death in the family, if there's an understandable reason
I get
why.
that, but if I'm not investigating you, it seems like nothing is really happening outside of whatever the school is attempting to do that may not be working to contact the student and their family. And I'm not necessarily saying that it should be with CFSA. As you all may remember, I firmly believe this shouldn't live with CFSA. It means something very different when CFSA is knocking on your door versus another agency. We have a pilot currently running with DHS where they are trying to ramp up interventions. I think that is the right approach. But what is also clear to me is that there's no middle intervention. It's either the school is supporting you or CFSA is fully investigating you. And there doesn't seem to be much in the middle of how we're trying to get kids to schools.
So there is another way that we are helping to support. So when we have a 4-day window of reviewing the educational neglect referrals coming through the portal. If we're not able to make a decision because either we can't get in touch with the family or the school is saying we've exhausted all of these efforts, but we're not really sure what's going on, we can send them to what we call the CFSA Engage pathway. And that is assigned to a family support worker who goes out into the community and is able to do the wellness checks that sometimes the schools aren't able to do, does go out in the community to engage the school and the parent to say, you know, what is happening, what is preventing Tanya from getting to school, and does that like in the community intervention. And if the child is still missing after we do that intervention, then we screen that in for an investigation.
And who leads that CFSA Engage pathway process?
The
social workers?
Who responds in the community?
Yes.
Family support workers.
Employed by CFSA.
Employed by CFSA.
But is that the same as a social worker?
It is not.
Okay.
They are
It's a
family support
bachelor's.
workers, so bachelor's level.
Got it.
And I can share this year,
And what number of,
137 have been referred for that unit.
and I'm assuming that's between the age of 5 and 13?
That is correct.
Got it. And so what would qualify you to receive that type of engagement versus just being screened out?
Additional concerns where it's not clear cut that
We're
there,
not going to fully investigate you, but we do want to learn more and follow up.
there's not enough information to rise to a level of investigation, but there are flags.
Yeah, or there's a concern that the school has conveyed to our triage unit to say, you know, we think that there might be something going on. We hear that maybe they're homeless, things that are happening that maybe the family needs support with, that the school's not able to. Or we do find sometimes, and this is understandable, the families don't want to tell the schools I'm homeless or I'm living in the car or there's an issue at home because that's going to elicit a call to CPS. And so it's not until we get involved that they're said, well, you know, it's not really any of the business, but this is what happened. And we're able to kind of bridge that gap between the school and the families.
I'm really happy. This is my first time hearing about this. So is this a new program?
No,
It's not.
No. Okay. Well, I'm glad you all are doing this.
I'd like to add to that unit, the leader also holds office hours for DCPS and local LEAs weekly. It is open again, just like the 211 Warm Line. We will love to come and talk. In fact, after our last roundtable on truancy, Ms. Muffaletto actually went to a school. A principal was there, reached out and said, I really need help trying to get my teachers to report when they are seeing things. And so Libby went to the school, to the teachers. So I want to say we are here. We do share your concern. We do value education. We are interested in figuring out how it should look for the city. And we have office hours every week, and we share that with you.
No, thank you for that. One last question here. How are you all working with DHS as they're trying to ramp up this pilot? Are you working with DHS on the pilot?
Yes, so if we have children that fall between the age of 5 to 13 and they're in our care and fall into one of the schools that the pilot is currently working on, we would team and collaborate with them. So we do have a data sharing agreement with DHS, and we would be aware if a child came into their pilot program in one of their schools.
Okay.
And to date, we have not had one.
Got it. I will repeat, I don't think truancy should live with CFSA. And so we're going through this pilot, hopefully to make that point, and hope that, and maybe it doesn't need to live with DHS either. But I think it means something completely different when CFSA is reaching out to parents.
I agree, and we remain committed to coming to whatever table to talk about how to make it work.
Yep. I do have one more question on this. So there was a friend whose son was missing, And MPD said they had submitted a Penn's case with the Office of the Attorney General, but was waiting on the Office of the Attorney General to sign off. What coordination or role does CFSA play in that process, if any?
We don't play a role in that process.
Are you alerted? So if there is a missing juvenile for, let's say, 2 weeks, and MPD is now engaging with the Office of the Attorney General, are you not even flagged to say we have a missing youth that we're looking for?
I don't believe that we are.
So if the parent doesn't make the missing persons report, it can be considered parental neglect, and we do screen those in and investigate.
But how would you learn of that? Via the Office of the Attorney General or MPD?
It'd have to be a call into.
Yeah, or the school. Sometimes we get a call in, or sometimes we get a call from MPD that says we're at so-and-so's house. This youth has been missing for 2 weeks. They're just putting in a report now.
Got it.
And that
Got
would
it.
be something that we would
So
be
the only
concerned
way
about.
you would get involved is if the parent didn't do what they needed to do or
Correct.
flag that the juvenile is missing.
Correct.
Understood, understood. I want to move to the Ken First model. And focusing on placement generally. In your responses to our pre-hearing questions, you highlighted CFSA's Ken First initiative to place children with kin when possible as a major goal for the agency. These placements are often under informal family planning arrangements in lieu of foster care. We heard testimony about this today, and we've heard about it for years, actually. In fiscal year 24 and 25 to date, how many CFSA-involved cases led to a formal foster placement, and how many led to an informal family planning arrangement? Or this Ken First?
Yep. I can tell you that 2 led to an informal family placement.
2?
2 led.
Fiscal year 24?
Yes, 2.
Okay.
Yes. And let me find the data on the breakdown of our placement.
So then what would you say to the public witnesses that say CFSA is pushing this hidden, I forget the term.
Hidden foster care.
Hidden foster care. What's your response to that?
My response to that would be that we have a difference of opinion. They refer to it as hidden foster care. We refer to it as when families are coming to our attention and their rights are not terminated, they do have the right to make determinations for their children. And sometimes that can include placing their children with family members or trusted individuals.
And in fiscal year 24, there were only 2 of those cases.
Yes, that is
And in
correct.
25, how many so far?
It was actually 2 children total, 1 family.
2 children total, 1 family.
25, we've had none to date. 0.
In 20, none to date.
Thank you.
Okay, and then what about formal foster placements? In
Yes.
fiscal year 24?
Yes, so I have the census as of December 31st. We have, let me break it down, make sure I'm reading this right. 75% of our children are placed in foster care settings. 10% of our children are placed in group settings. And 15% are in other status, which could include abscondents, correctional facilities, developmentally delayed, disabled placements, hospitals, or not in legal placement. And not in legal placement means they're in a home where the parent or adult is not licensed through our
And
agency.
so 75%, do you have specific numbers for fiscal year 24 and 25? If need be, you could follow up with those numbers.
I do have specific numbers. Thank you, Ann. For fiscal year 24, 118 children were placed in kinship care. 288 were placed in traditional care. 57 children were placed in other settings that I just spoke about. 57 were placed in group settings, 84 in other settings, for a total of 547 children.
I'm sorry, can you give me those numbers?
Yes,
one
I'm
more time?
sorry, I jumbled that. Kinship foster homes, we had 118 children. Traditional foster homes, we had 288 children. Group settings, we had 57 children. In other categories, we had 84, for a total of 547. And I'm not sure we
And
also.
you're distinguishing this kin foster category from the informal foster?
Absolutely.
Or the informal kin care?
Yes,
number?
our kinship foster homes do go through the licensing process. They are paid providers. It is very different than the two that are informal family planning.
Got it. It seems like you're going to add.
And the children in those cases have an open neglect case with DC Superior Court or committed to our care.
Those
So
two children.
all those children are in foster care committed.
Not the
to
two,
DC.
not the two, the numbers
two,
represented here.
I see. I see. Okay. What benefits are given to formal foster caretakers and what benefits do caretakers in informal family planning arrangements receive?
Benefits given to formal foster parents and our kinship providers include support around medical needs, therapeutic services, educational supports, supports given to our informal families, the two that we just referenced. Depends on the individual need. I want to highlight that if there is an informal family plan, we do not follow those families. Those families have made a determination for themselves and we do not follow them. We are not.
And so
involved
they
in their
are
life.
technically not in the care of CFSA.
That is correct.
And if you would like, I can give you the example of the family that we work with, of like
Yes,
what an
please.
informal family plan. So essentially, mom was here in DC. Family's originally from Alabama. Mom was experiencing a mental health crisis. She had two children in the home. I can't remember their ages, but maybe 8 and 10 or around young kids. And actually, prior to us even getting a call, the children had two different fathers. One of the fathers came from Alabama and actually took the child from mom's home saying, you know, I'll take care of her. When we got involved and finally was able to engage mom, mom said her father's in Alabama. I realize I need to get mental health treatment. Will you help facilitate him coming from Alabama? Absolutely. Why would we put this child in care? So we helped the father come from Alabama. He received his child, brought his child back to his home in Alabama. We let the CPS in that jurisdiction know that we helped facilitate this plan, and that allowed mom to get her mental health treatment.
So we're classifying a parent taking their child as informal placement? Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. That contextualizes.
Thank you,
a lot.
yes.
Is there an opportunity for someone in an informal placement to transfer to a formal foster placement?
If an additional allegation of abuse or neglect comes in and there's an investigation that would bring them into our care, sure.
Say that one more time. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
So
If there is an
addition-
additional allegation of the informal foster parent.
And I would say an original allegation,
So
I
in
guess,
other
yeah.
words, in order to transfer from an informal to formal agreement, that parent would lose custody of the children. It would go to another
So the
parent.
informal family plans have no legal, it's the family making a plan and CFSA helping them facilitate that plan. So
Got it.
had we not been involved, I don't know that the father would have the monetary need to be able to fly to DC to come and get
I
his
see.
child. So
I see.
we're providing an intervention for the family to keep the family together. So we're saying that this child will be safe with this, in this informal family plan, and no further CFSA involvement is needed because they were back in Alabama.
And how many informal planning arrangements exist in the district? Do you track that number?
Yeah, I mean, for the past, I don't know if we
can go back fiscal years. We've had to report on this.
I know you
year.
said 2 last year.
2
not
last year,
this
0 this year.
but
Very few.
very few,
Very
very
few.
few and far.
got it. Okay.
And again, your question was though, how then would they become involved in our system if an allegation came through or a report came through?
But essentially that informal foster parent would lose the custody of
We don't call it informal
It's not-
foster
it's
parent.
not-
They have nothing. to
that
do-
guardian would
Yes.
therefore lose the custody of the child in that informal arrangement.
Potentially, yes.
Got it. What I'm getting at is there would be no way for someone with an informal arrangement to maintain custody and convert to a formalized foster arrangement. I think we're on.
I think
I think we're on the
answer's no.
same. page.
Yes.
Got it. It's late. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Crossover youth. I want to switch gears,
Yes.
post-care and external issues. So the Council for Court Excellence and the DC Auditor published its report looking into crossover youth on May 28th. You can reference question 38, I believe it's pages 48 and 49.
Thank you.
There were several questions or recommendations provided I noted that CFSA didn't provide a status of the recommendation, so I just wanted to know where you were with taking action on the recommendations from the auditor and the Council for Court Excellence.
Yes, so we have, maybe we didn't do a good enough job of spelling it out here, but we have taken action. We are working in collaboration with DYRS and the Office Ombudsperson for Children on these recommendations. We are exploring a model through Georgetown to support hopefully these youth with Director Abed at DYRS. We definitely agree, and we heard a lot about it today, that our definitions vary depending on what agency you ask. You ask us, and we have, as you said earlier, dual jacketed. I believe we have 4 to 5 dual jacketed youth that are in both of our care and system. However, the audit report defines it much broader. I think that is a huge discrepancy, so I'm happy to hear that they did receive legislation allowing them to have access to data to broaden this. We very
So
much.
just more specifically, so this crossover youth
Yep.
steering committee, that's up and running?
The crossover youth steering committee, I do not believe is up and running.
So the recommendation from the auditor was that CFSA and DRS should reestablish the crossover youth steering committee to identify, manage, and serve crossover youth in their care. Another recommendation was CFSA and DRS should identify and track crossover youth in their case management systems.
We do that.
You are doing that.
Yes, we are.
And then CFSA and DRS staff should be trained on the unique needs of crossover youth. Additionally, parents and foster parents should receive training and resources to help identify and meet the needs of youth who are or at risk of becoming crossover youth.
Yes.
So that's more about training for staff.
Yes, and what I would respond to that would be, we do have a Child Welfare Training Academy, which offers a robust calendar of trainings to include trainings around youth who engage in behaviors that could lead to being in the juvenile justice system. That is nothing new. We have been doing that. We don't have a specific training pulled out for that population because, again, as we define it, it is small. However, I have come to the table, will continue to come to the table to figure out how to identify any child who has been involved in our system. And again, we have to first agree on a definition of that, and that has been
Yes.
a struggle.
And that brings me to my next question. So on pages 68 and 69, you talk about that there is a lack of alignment between agencies. So what coordination has taken place between CFSA, DRS, OFC to align on collection processes, definitions, procedures for crossover youth?
Yes, so the coordination that is taking place is we are meeting regularly. Again, we have differing definitions. We need to land on one. And until that time, we are going to be stuck. Unfortunately, up until this legislation, we have not had access to the data to allow us to see the full scope of these youth that are being referred to as crossover youth. We remain committed to coming and working with DY and with the Office of Ombudsperson for Children.
And just to make clear for people, this idea of crossover youth are those young people that are in, as I say, simultaneously engaged with DRS and CFSA or in the care, in the orbit of CF.
It is defined as have ever been involved in either system. So what we are currently tracking is our dual jacketed youth or have an open case with DYRS and are in our foster care system, which is a very, very, very small number of our young people. What the crossover youth they're referring to is any youth who has ever had
At any point, yes. But that is not how DRS and some others are engaging on the topic. They are focused more on this dual jacketed category.
I won't speak for Director Abed, but I do know that even we share the definition of dual jacketed youth, he and I, but I'm not sure what his thought on.
So where is the need for alignment then, in your opinion, on definition? Where is the misalignment on definition?
I believe the misalignment, I don't know that there is misalignment on definition.
There is misalignment.
There is misalignment on definition. The misalignment comes between all of our agencies and with the Office of Ombudsperson for Children.
Because when we say crossover youth, it's that more expansive definition of any young person that has ever encountered CFSA and is engaged with DRS. Why is that important? Because data and research tells us that young people that have backgrounds of trauma and a host of other factors, including involvement with the child welfare system, are more likely to end up in DRS, but also there's a correlation, maybe not causation, correlation with some more negative outcomes. That's why we're interested in this. So I would like to follow up on this. Yes.
I think one other missing piece, DYRS does not become involved until after trial and after commitment to DYRS. So between a juvenile getting arrested, being charged by the Office of Attorney General deciding to paper, and then court social services getting involved, all of that happens without DYRS. They don't have the data. It's not their job, right? And this is like a statehood issue because there's a separation of
That's right.
court and DYRS's responsibility. And so the bigger we do I sit on the Juvenile Justice Committee. I missed this morning, heard that there were some announcements, so that more to come on that when I get out of here. But I think that is part of the issue, right? Court social services data has been hard to get for the ombudsman, and we don't have access to it. We anecdotally know. We know every time a child in foster care is arrested. We get a report from MPD every morning. We run it against if there's an open investigation, if there's an open case. We know that every morning. Then we try to follow up to see if it was papered by OAG. We usually know that. But then what happens pre-trial and with youth on probation is a black hole. We also have youth who are over 18 who are charged as adults. So that is also not DYRS, right? So there's the adult system is also involved. We know some of it, but the coordination is larger than just CFSA and DYRS to get to the resolution.
I got it. The misalignment is between DRS, CFSA, and the Office of the Ombudsman.
Court social
And
services
CFSC.
and OAG.
And OAG, yeah.
Okay. So this committee will work with those parties to just make sure we're on the same page. I will say it is our interest that we align on the most expansive of those definitions, get as much data as possible so that we can take action. I'm going to move forward and focus on aging out. What support and resources are generally provided to youth as they age out of the foster care system?
So the supportive resources are offered through our case carrying social workers first. They provide the support around their health, mental health, whatever individualized needs they have. We also have the Office of Older Youth Empowerment, who provides supportive resources. It used to be called Office of Youth Empowerment. We had a rebranding, but they do provide educational, housing, employment support to our older youth in foster care, transitioning out beginning at age 15 through age 21.
Okay. And we heard testimony from several young people who have been in the system. And they said, one said, well, we hear a lot about housing, but not so much about education in these other programs. What would be your response? Or how could CFSA do a better job at educating youth as they're aging out of a wider range of resources?
Yeah, so first, I am always open to feedback. So I did appreciate the testimony of the young people today. We have something called a youth transition plan, which starts for all of our children, young people, at age 15 and occurs every year up until age 20, at which time we increase the meetings. And this is a meeting where we come together to talk about the domains of independent living, housing, financial support, sexual activity, health, education, employment, anything they'd like to talk about. This should be youth-led, youth-driven. They should invite whoever they want to the table. At minimum, we do like for the social worker to be there. And again, any individual the youth finds important in their life to invite. This is where we talk about those things. And in between those meetings, the case carrying social worker is working with the youth to achieve whatever goal they set out, but also at times the older youth empowerment team does step into support. We have a program called the Life Set Program, which does provide service and supports to our youth who aren't interested in going to college at the time potentially and maybe want to pursue vocation, education, or they could be working on a plethora of things also in our older youth empowerment area. So we are highly concerned also about our youth aging out. We want our young people to go into the community and be productive members, and we understand that if they're in our care, it's our responsibility to equip them with the services, supports, and resources that they need. So definitely, we're not a perfect system. We don't want any child to age out. We want them to achieve permanency, but if they are with us, we do have a whole area dedicated to supporting them.
Okay. One thing that we heard about was the family unification vouchers and this push that I think the number was 38 Or how many vouchers were administered last year?
Yes, it was close to 38. Yes, that feedback and the testimony is something that first, I'd like to say we understand, just because we offer somebody a voucher, it does take an average time of about a year for them to actually get the voucher. And then the young person has to go out and find a landlord willing to accept said voucher. That is very hard.
And are you all helping a young person navigate that system?
We absolutely are. I did hear that there was some confusion on who's on or we're on first. We do support them, again, through our social work, but also through the Office of Thriving Families. Sheriff Dean and team do work directly with the Department of Housing. When I came into this position, I also met with Director Pettigrew and expressed some of our frustrations. We do have regular meetings. I can say it's improving slightly. I did also hear the ask for our children to be given preference. Unfortunately, that is not an option we have asked. We are in line with the other district
Plethora
residents.
of housing programs. Yes.
But now I will say that they have been very open to communicating with us and sharing when we are experiencing hiccups, or if there are delays that we are seeing, we very much elevate them very quickly to.
And so of the 38 vouchers, how many of those young people ended up in housing?
Please repeat your question.
Of
Sorry.
of the 38 vouchers, how many of those young people ended up in housing?
Do you have that? Well, I'm gonna turn to Sheriff Dean. Problem is I have so many tabs, it's hard to sift through.
No problem. I
Yeah,
understand.
so fiscal year 24, we had 6 youth receiving a voucher, and there were.
You said 60?
6.
6.
Yes. In fiscal year 25, so far, we've had 2 youth.
So, and that's what, 6 youth in 24 and how many in 25?
2 thus far.
2 thus far. And of the 6, how many ended up in housing?
The 6 did get the voucher, so that's a problem. Once they're issued or deemed eligible, then they have to secure housing, and that's a process.
Do you track how many actually end up in housing?
We do not track unless they come back to our attention that they still need some supports.
Okay.
I'd like to add, I did also hear the testimony about what happens when a young person ages out of care. We do have an aftercare support unit also in the older youth empowerment section, where youth, if they choose to participate, can receive services and supports for up to 2 years. I would add that this is not as comprehensive as a social worker. This is on an as-needed basis, and that is for exactly what we heard about for our young people who are aging out and, you know, for whatever reason, they're struggling to get through their housing voucher process, or things were good, but then they're not. So at any time during the 2 years, they can come back for support from that unit.
Got it.
And I just can add that DCHA issues a 6-month window to secure housing with the voucher. So when housing is secured, then we know we have that notification. But if you exceed that timeline, youth have to request an extension. And if an extension is not met and no request for it, they will close it out and the voucher goes back to the housing.
And so do you have a number of how many of those vouchers have returned back?
There's a monthly meeting that we go through with DCHA.
I would like to know, because I would like to know if 5 of the vouchers return, then we have a bigger problem than if 1 voucher returns. And obviously housing is critical. You bear with me. You talked about the Stronger Together Against Abuse and Neglect in DC, the STAND program. It seems like you've spent roughly 21 million or roughly $3.5 million a year across 6 fiscal years based on your pre-hearing responses to enhance the efficiency and the effectiveness of social workers and the agency. Can you just speak a little bit more about how you're using this program to improve functions at the agency?
Yep, so it is not a program, it is our operating system that tracks in our entire life of a case. So we have had a system called FACES for 30 years, and the federal government actually required that we had to start overhauling said system. So STAND is our operating system in which we track all of our data for all of the information that is required for our agency.
Got it.
And it's very expensive, yes.
And it is very expensive, 21 million over 6 fiscal years.
Yes, there is a federal match to that, that is there. And again, they required, but also required states or in our case jurisdictions to match their funds.
Okay. How can the committee support CFSA and the work that you're doing?
I believe the committee is supportive. We remain concerned about the same things, children in the district, families in the district. I think that we are making great strides. You heard a lot today about our need to, I'd say some concern with us moving towards a preventative focus. That is not my concern because I do believe we should be fighting to keep families together when it's safe to do so. So I would just ask for the committee to please bring anything you hear regarding CFSA to our attention.
We'll do that.
Now, many times we don't get the information until places like this. This team right here will talk to you anytime, all the time. We are here to support the
Be
district,
careful what you
children, and
ask
families.
for. Before we wrap, what number of youth were removed from a placement? That too came up today. So they were placed with a foster family or they were adopted and because of abuse or some other factor, they were removed.
Yes, just give me one moment. I have the separation numbers somewhere.
Oh,
268.
no. I was
Page 268. Thank you. Please give us a moment.
No worries.
Good question. Deputy Riley is asking, are you asking about removals or placement changes?
I was asking about removals,
Okay.
but sure, share about placement changes as well. But because to me, a placement change is a removal, no?
Well, the removal is what initially brings you into foster care. So abuse or neglect by your caregiver brings you into
Okay, maybe
foster
our
care.
terminology is not right.
A placement change would be
I mean
moving from one
placement
foster
change.
parent to another.
That's right. So you were placed with a foster family and because of something, you're being removed or placed separately or placed elsewhere?
I'm being directed to page 253. Which is not correct. Please hold. What page?
67.
Okay, this is a large chart and I'm looking at page 237. Which talks about our removals.
And to be clear, I'm talking about placement change based on this definition.
This is a true team effort. 243 is where I'm headed. Thank you. Placement episodes. Oh, so in fiscal year 24, would you like it broken down by agency?
Sure.
Okay. So in fiscal year 24, CFSA had a total of 324 placement episode changes, ranging between 1 to 5+ placement changes. Lutheran Social Services had a total of 25 placement changes. And NCCF, or National Center for Children and Families, had 188 placement changes, again, ranging from 1 to 5+ placement changes. Oh, and PSI, thank you, had 10 placement changes for a total of 547 placement changes.
Give me that number one more to 500
and 47.
Can you contextualize that for me? Is that normal?
Placement changes, unfortunately, are normal.
I mean, that number is 547, average.
I would have to
year
look back
year?
at previous fiscal years and get that number back to you. I don't know that answer.
Yeah,
right now.
That would be helpful. Like, are we seeing an uptick in that number, a decline in that number? It would seem to me we want to see that number trend downward.
100%. We
Yes.
really do strive to have our first placement be our best placement. It's not always possible, and there are several reasons why.
And if there's a change in placement, is that family out of the network, or are they allowed to be a foster parent in the future?
No, they're not out of the network. Changes in placements can happen for positive reasons. Changes in placement can happen because they're going to kinship, but changes in placement can also happen because the needs outweigh what the parent is able to support at times.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Two more questions, and then we're gonna wrap. We heard from Miss Olivia Chase, who I think had among some of the most compelling testimony. I think she even incorporated "not like us" in her testimony, if I remember that correctly. She talked about the grandparent subsidy program. Can you speak to how many recipients we have on that program? And I worked with Councilmember Louis George to increase the subsidy for that program and where we are with increasing the subsidy.
Yes, let me find the page for GCP, CRCP. Thank you.
And while they find that, because I know your team is working overtime, home visiting was the other thing we heard a lot of testimony about. Mary Center came out in force. And I'm a big believer in home visiting. I just wanted to get a general response from you of your take on the home visiting programs, and if that, your response to the testimony that you heard today from Mary Center and others about how vital and important that program is. I think one person said, "Oh, we need $2 million," and that's, I'm not asking you to weigh in on that dollar amount, but they spoke pretty emphatically about how important that program was.
Yeah, first I'll say I always love when people show up and show out. They are here to advocate. They are here to speak to their program. So I do appreciate that. They are a valuable resource in the community. I think they're a valuable resource in the community.
Yes. Okay. I hear you loud and clear. And then where are we with the grandparent subsidy program?
In FY25 to date, well, we'll do 24 first. For grandparent caregiver program, we served 519 individuals. FY25 quarter one, there were 418 participants, 488 participants. Ooh.
88.
Those are the children.
And the children served in both areas. So in FY24, of the 519 grandparents, 823 children were served. FY25, of the 488 grandparents, 774 children were served.
And that subsidy is per child, right?
That is correct.
And then the increase, there should be an increase for the program, for the subsidy.
Yes, so we are in the process of completing our fiscal analysis of the increase. The average rate currently is about $17. The benefit is approximately $70 per day less than the subsidy for our guardianship caregivers. So we are looking at ways to expand in this area if possible.
And when might that go into effect?
He's saying October 1. I would like to get, I will get back to you on that.
Okay, yes. Because it's my understanding we funded the program, and so we should, this fiscal year,
yes.
see that money going out the door, if I'm not mistaken. So Ms. Chase, if you're watching.
They're not like what she put in.
We are a believer in that program, and we want to do right by you all. So hopefully we can get an answer to you about that. Any last words? I'll give you the last word and allow you to brag on the agency. What is working well? What are you most proud of at CFSA?
Yes, I am most proud of the team. It is a very, very, very tough job to come to work every day and work in the field that we work in. You see today we do come deep, we do roll deep because it does take all of us to work towards our mission. I'd like to thank you and your committee for your attention to matters that really matter to us as well. I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for her continued support of this agency and really the workforce. We are heavily and always recruiting. If you are a social worker and you want to come and work for us, we are here. I'd also like to highlight something that we heard throughout the day. Half of our children are placed in Maryland. We would love to increase our pool of foster parents in the district. So if you're interested in fostering, please call 202-671-LOVE. Thank you.
Great plug. Great plug.
Oh, and if you are the 211, he's yelling 211 warm line. Yes, that is a district-wide resource. Again, we have a whole
Although it's
communication
closed at this
stream.
point, right?
It is closed right now. However,
IBS?
if you call us, we will call you back tomorrow.
Yes.
We will call you back in 24 hours or the next business day. But really, I would just like to thank the team and thank you all for your support. We are committed to the district's children. We are committed to coming to the table to figure it out. We cannot do this together. This has to be a systemic approach, and I am committed to that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all. And with that, I am going to call this oversight hearing for the Committee on Youth Affairs to a close. The time is now 6:38 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.